Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that we all take our seats and hold ourselves in readiness. All is set for the arrival of the Vice President of our Republic. Thank you, Ghana Police Band. Bring it down. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic, His Excellency, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We begin with the anthems of the United Nations and the Republic of Ghana. We begin in your name, O Lord, the great God of nations, asking for your peace and many blessings to be our portion as we deliberate and as we leave here with an understanding that peace begins with us. Grant us all these with thanksgiving and faith have we asked. Amen. Please be seated. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a welcome video.
People are suffering immense harm from conflict. Their lives torn apart by death, destruction, and displacement. For 75 years, United Nations peacekeepers have worked to save and change lives and help countries navigate the difficult path from conflict to peace and progress. The first UN peacekeeping mission was deployed to the Middle East in 1948, where military observers serving with the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization continue to work today to help bring stability to the region.
More than 2 million peacekeepers
from 125 countries have served in 71 operations, making a tangible difference to people in need across the world. Africa, the Americas, Asia and the Pacific, Europe and the Middle East. Peacekeepers are ordinary people working in dangerous and difficult conditions to achieve extraordinary outcomes. Over the years, their mandates have helped prevent conflict, protect civilians, advance political solutions, promote human rights, support democratic processes including elections, build capacity of state institutions, and ensure that women and youth lead and participate in conflict resolution and peace processes. The conditions peacekeepers operate in are more hazardous today than ever. Peacemaking is harder amidst rising global political tensions. Conflicts are more complex, and the climate crisis is hitting war-torn communities even harder. A surge in disinformation is fueling violence against peacekeepers and our partners. The iconic blue flag is now a target of deliberate attack. Despite these challenges, peacekeepers persevere alongside many partners in the collective pursuit of peace. UN peacekeeping is a remarkable enterprise of multilateralism and international solidarity, but it cannot meet all needs and expectations. Today, peacekeeping is relentlessly working to be more progressive, innovative, and effective to succeed amidst new threats and mounting challenges. For 75 years, UN peacekeeping has served and supported millions of people caught up in catastrophic conflict. More than 4,000 peacekeepers have lost their lives serving under the UN flag. Their legacy and the courage and commitment of the 87,000 peacekeepers serving today inspires us and reminds us to take action, because peace begins with me, you, and all of us.
And this perfect scene setter provides the right atmosphere for us to say good morning to you all, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Accra, Ghana, the center of the world, the heartbeat of Pan-Africanism, and a major contributor to UN peacekeeping operations, as we host you all today at the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial Conference right here at the Accra International Conference Center. We welcome you as brothers and sisters, and we say Akwaba, to which you say Ya. Akwaba. And just like that, you're Ghanaians again. Please give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Jerry Ajololo.
And I am Squadron Leader Elizabeth Fadlatu Salifu from the Ghana Armed Forces.
And today we're pleased to receive you all. Chief amongst us this morning, the Vice President of our Republic. Make welcome His Excellency Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. We're delighted to also receive in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, the Under Secretary General leading the delegation, who is in charge of operations, His Excellency Jean-Pierre Lacroix. We make welcome our gracious hosts, the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boje. Why don't we make welcome the Minister of Defense, our co-host, the Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. Receive with great delight the Under Secretary General for Management Strategy, Policy and Compliance at the United Nations, Madam Catherine Pollard. Thank you. Help me welcome the Under Secretary General of the Department of Operational Support, Mr. Atul Kari. We also receive with great delight our very own Assistant Secretary General for Africa, Ambassador Martha Pobi. Welcome home. We receive with great joy the UN Resident Coordinator to Ghana, His Excellency Charles Abani. Also with us today are UN Special Envoys, Directors and Officials, Heads of Missions, Heads of Delegations, Chiefs of Defense Staff, distinguished delegates, members of the press, citizens of the world, ladies and gentlemen. To you all we say accept the warm and generous hospitality of Accra, Ghana.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the Under Secretary General for Peace Operations, His Excellency Jean-Pierre Lacroix, to give his remarks. Shall we please welcome him with a round of applause?
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, honorable ministers, my dear colleagues from the United Nations, the Under-Secretary Generals, the Assistant Secretary General, and other colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today, and on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to the Republic of Ghana for hosting the 2023 United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial. Hosting such an event is a tremendous undertaking that requires strong political commitment, months of planning, and no small amount of patience. Ghana is the 6th largest contributor of UN troops and police, as well as an elected member of the Security Council. Its peacekeepers have an exemplary track record, and it is one of the few troop contributing countries that has met our uniform gender parity targets for troops, police, and staff officers. We applaud Ghana for playing such a significant role in maintaining international peace and security. And of course, we applaud the outstanding organization of this meeting. Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. We would also like to thank to today's ministerial. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as was shown in the video that we just saw a moment ago, for 75 years, United Nations peacekeepers have saved and improved lives in the world's most dangerous and fragile political and security situations. They are working in difficult and often very dangerous conditions to achieve extraordinary outcomes for the communities they serve. The contribution of the 2 million women and men who have served since the first peacekeeping mission was deployed in 1948 is immense. They have helped many countries successfully navigate the difficult path from war to peace, from Liberia and Namibia to Cambodia, Sierra Leone, Timor-Leste, and many other countries. Our operations have an exceptionally strong record of preventing and reducing violence, as well as preventing repeat wars from recurring. Peacekeeping operations also continue to preserve ceasefires, protect civilians, mediate local conflict, and strengthen institutions wherever and whenever possible. UNIFIL, for example, support efforts to de-escalate tensions along the blue line between Israel and Lebanon, including by liaising with both sides, which is, of course, what it does every single day and every single hour, really, in those extremely difficult circumstances. And every single day, peacekeepers protect hundreds of thousands of civilians in places like the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic. We are all exceptionally proud of peacekeepers' personal sacrifice and achievements in those extremely challenging situations and conditions. I would like to take this opportunity to express our most sincere thanks to all the troop and police contributing countries that are with us today. And I would like to pay tribute to the memory of all peacekeepers who have sacrificed their lives, particularly the 311 peacekeeping personnel who died in the service of peace in Mali, including 174 who died in hostile acts. The ultimate objective of peacekeeping is to help resolve conflict by supporting parties to secure and implement peace agreements and related political processes. Its success in this regard over its 75-year history should not be forgotten in the fog of war that continues to ravage the world's most fragile nations and populations. But we must recognize that peacekeeping is not a magic wand, and it cannot succeed alone. Securing sustainable peace requires the political will and active and united engagement of United Nations member states. At this peacekeeping ministerial meeting, I look to all of you to provide a political recommitment to UN peacekeeping. We are also grateful to Member States for demonstrating their commitment through new pledges. They will help meet current and future challenges and needs, as well as new or expanded partnerships on capacity building, training and equipping. Today, more than 70,000 civilian, military and police personnel are deployed in 12 missions, with the mission in Mali about to complete its drawdown by the end of the year. The challenges peacekeeping missions face are greater than ever. Increasing division among member states has weakened our collective capacity to support political and peace processes. Conflict is more complex and multi-layered. Peacekeepers are facing terrorists, criminals, armed groups and their allies who have access to modern and powerful weapons and a vested interest in perpetuating the chaos in which they thrive. Missions are also facing a growing threat from the weaponization of digital tools, with hate speech, misinformation and disinformation rife, undermining our efforts and fueling violence against our personnel, partners and communities. Further complicating this is the fact that most peacekeeping operations, particularly our large so-called multi-dimensional missions in Africa, have long been affected by a discrepancy between their capacities and what is demanded of them by the Security Council and host countries. Financial resources are often inadequate for their mandated tasks. For example, the $5.5 billion budget for peacekeeping operations worldwide is less than the New York Police Department's $6.1 billion budget, even though we have 30,000 more personnel. Moreover, the UN peacekeeping budget comprises just 0.3% of global military spending. Our peacekeepers are saving countless lives for a relatively small investment. It is cost-effective. But for our missions to enable countries to reach a durable peace, we need your full support. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since its inception, peacekeeping has evolved to adapt to the changing needs on the ground, and we continue to do our utmost to do so. I welcome the opportunity of this ministerial meeting to enable us to collectively take stock of what we have achieved in the 5 years since we started implementing the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping initiative. Despite the challenges we're facing, we continue to do our utmost to strengthen the impact and effectiveness of these operations. We continue to do what we can to advance political solutions and support sustainable peace, including through facilitating political settlements and supporting locally led conflict resolution. For example, the Central African Republic's peace process continues to benefit from MINUSCA's political engagement and robust security strategy to deter armed groups. In the DR Congo, MONUSCO is providing significant logistical support to the electoral process at the request of the Congolese authorities, including transporting 128 tons of materials in support of the Independent National Electoral Commission in North and South Kivu and Ituri provinces. The mission has also provided dedicated training and workshops for Congolese women to enable their full participation in elections as voters and candidates alike. Ensuring the safety and security of peacekeepers to enable them to implement their mandates is a top priority. Since we started to implement the action plan to improve the security of UN personnel, peacekeepers' deaths due to malicious acts have dropped from a high of 57 in 2017 to 7 so far this year. But of course, one peacekeeper lost remains one too many. The new and evolving threats we face, including from improvised explosive devices, has required us to continuously adapt to mitigate the risk. We have improved the training and equipping of uniformed personnel, strengthened peacekeeping intelligence, and deployed the requisite explosive ordnance and ID disposal units. But together, we have much more to do as we confront this threat, which is becoming more sophisticated and deadly. Improving security and safety and performance and accountability are two sides of the same coin. Progress in one area is dependent on progress on the other. We have made significant strides in reconfiguring our missions to become more flexible and agile, including in UNMISS, MONUSCO and MINUSCA. We also continue to enhance our systems and tools for performance evaluation. We are assessing overall performance in line with A4P+, the performance of our missions against their mandates, as well as the performance of civilian and uniformed personnel. We have no interest in conducting evaluations just for the sake of it. We use them to enable better informed decision-making and to tailor our remedial measures to specific needs. Communicating strategically and proactively is critical to building the trust and support needed for missions to carry out their mandates. Too often, expectations outweigh the reality of mission mandate and their capacities to deliver. The priority for us is therefore to engage in an inclusive and interactive way with stakeholders, to strengthen understanding of mission roles and responsibilities, and demonstrate the tangible impact of our work. This year, we have conducted a global campaign entitled Peace Begins With Me, leveraging the 75th anniversary of peacekeeping to build support for missions. And it has been the most successful digital campaign that peacekeeping has delivered. We have also stepped up our efforts to build our strategic communication capabilities, including through more than 50 trainings and significant search support to missions. More must be done, though, to cut through the crowded, rapidly evolving communication landscape, to convey stories of our success, and to confront misinformation and hate speech, which is fueling hostility towards our missions and the communities we serve. To mitigate these sophisticated attacks, we are building strong systems to detect, analyze, and respond in a whole-of-mission approach. In addition to the myriad challenges currently before us, United Nations peace operations are also at a critical juncture in preventing and addressing conduct and discipline as an intrinsic is an expression of your commitment. We need your support now more than ever, particularly your strong and unified political support parties to reduce, if not end, hostilities. The United Nations does not have enough leverage to do so on its own. We are as strong as the political commitment and unity of our member states is. We need your financial support to ensure that peacekeeping operations have the personnel and capacities to implement the mandates given to them by the Security Council. And we need your support as troop and police contributing countries Thank you again to the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very much, sir. And on behalf of all female peacekeepers, I would like to express our deepest appreciation in particular to His Excellency Jean-Pierre Lacroix for his leadership and guidance, which has enabled female peacekeepers to serve across all the missions. I have done 11 years, out of which I've served 3 years in different countries, and I would like to say thank you to Your Excellency for giving us that opportunity. On that note, may I now respectfully invite the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to give us his remarks. Shall we please welcome him with a round of applause?
Thank you very much. The Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations, representing the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Jean-Pierre Lacroix. The Under-Secretary General for Operational Support, Your Excellency Atul Kari, and the Secretary General for Management Strategy, Her Excellency Catherine Pollard. Your Excellencies, the host Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Shirley Ayoko Boche, our host Minister for Defense, Dominic Nitiwo, Ministers of State, Heads of Delegation, senior officials of the United Nations and participating member states, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and a profound sense of responsibility that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of the government and the people of Ghana. We stand proud to be the host nation for this year's UN Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting, a gathering that holds significant importance in fostering international cooperation for the noble cause of global peace. For us in Ghana, we are very honored and privileged to be the first African country to host this meeting, and we thank all of you for making that possible. Accra has been abuzz with dialogue and collaboration over the past day, and I express my gratitude for your continued commitment to the cause of global peace. Our collective mission is to explore and navigate the gaps in peacekeeping, evaluate options for meaningful change, and most importantly, work towards concrete outcomes that will enhance the effectiveness of peacekeeping operations worldwide. Distinguished guests, the 2023 UN Peacekeeping Ministerial Conference is not just a meeting. It is a pivotal moment where foreign and defense ministers are deliberating on strategies to strengthen UN peacekeeping. In line with ongoing reform efforts, particularly the Action for Peacekeeping and the Digital Transformation Strategy, our objective is clear: to generate high-performing and specialized capabilities, fostering sustainable partnerships, and charting a course towards a more robust and responsive peacekeeping apparatus. As we embark on this journey, it is essential to recognize the diverse challenges faced by UN peacekeepers and peacekeeping missions. Therefore, the agenda of our ministerial meeting places a focused lens on critical aspects, including the protection of civilians, strategic communications, safety and security, the mental health of peacekeepers, and the indispensable role of women in peacekeeping. Distinguished delegates, in continuation of this significant event, I am told that an afternoon reception was held yesterday. The reception, jointly hosted by the Ministers of Defense and Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana, served as a prelude to fostering collaboration and camaraderie among the participants. Following this, side meetings were conducted on the topics of improving the environmental impact of peacekeeping and enhancing women's participation in UN peacekeeping, the role of gender-responsive leaders, laying the foundation for substantive discussions. The success of the dinner held yesterday evening, which I hosted exclusively for heads of delegations and their designated representatives, set a positive tone for our ongoing discussions. I am confident that the camaraderie and collaborations formed during these informal settings will continue to flourish and contribute significantly to the objectives of the ministerial conference. Today, plenary sessions and panel discussions on various thematic areas will drive our collective pursuit of actionable outcomes. Our commitment to strengthening UN peacekeeping remains unwavering, and we anticipate that the partnerships formed during this ministerial meeting will contribute significantly to the betterment of peacekeeping operations globally. In closing, let me express my sincere appreciation for your presence here. Together, let us seize this opportunity to forge new partnerships, deepen existing collaborations, and lay the groundwork for a more secure and peaceful world. May our discussions be fruitful, our resolutions impactful, and our shared commitment to global peace resound far beyond the confines of this ministerial meeting. Thank you for your attention, and may our time together be marked by progress, unity, and the promise of a brighter future for all nations. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Please, another round of applause. And this brings us safely to the end of the opening ceremony. What do we have after this?
After this, we have group photographs at the foyer, followed by a break. And then we will have 3 different sessions on various thematic areas. There will be breaks in between the sessions, and the final event is the closing ceremony at 1700 hours.
Mr. Vice President, we want to thank you ever so much for your presence here and your charge to us. We shall certainly revert with very good outcomes on our deliberations. To this end, I ask that we all rise and observe the anthems of the United Nations and Ghana. God bless the United Nations. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President and the official party will take leave of us first to retire in the VIP lounge. All heads of delegation will entreat you to please make your way outside to the photo booth where we shall have a family photo. Music by the Ghana Police Band. All heads of delegation, please join us outside for the family photo. Thank you.
We are going to play the anthem. But the program is not there. But they call that. So at times, if we are not alert, we say,
the official party will join us at the foyer outside for the family photo. All heads of delegation, we entreat you to please join us there. Following the family photo, we shall have coffee, tea, and cocoa break for 30 minutes and reconvene here for the second and ensuing sessions. Thank you.
Can you hear me? So whichever way you can pick it. Roland, where's the phone?
Okay. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all back in to begin the second plenary. All delegates outside, please come in with your tea, cocoa, or coffee. So we I wonder if there's a... Let me go there and see. Distinguished delegates, humbly I ask that we all make our way back in. All is set for us to begin the second plenary. We seem to be doing well on time. I ask that we all make our way back in. is the latest app on your phone. I'm kidding, it's your camera. I want us all to turn around with our backs facing the stage. Let's do something very special right about now. In the spirit of peace, can we please turn around? Everybody. Let's try. It's all parts of peacekeeping. And so, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to turn the phone on yourself. And when I say UNPK M23GH, the first thing we'll say is
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our first session is on mandate delivery and ensuring effective operations, including protection, safety, and security, and technology. May I now respectfully invite the panelists, and they are as follows. May I now respectfully invite the speaker before the panelists. May I now respectfully invite His Excellency Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations. Shall we please welcome him once again to the podium?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really an honor for me and a great pleasure to open this session and moderate this session on capabilities for mandate delivery and ensuring effective operation, focusing specifically on safety and security, protection and technology. At these events, we gather to show unified, high-level political support for UN peacekeeping and to generate capabilities to make our mission stronger and more effective. By that metric, the ministerial meetings have been very successful. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the challenges we face require renewed commitment from member states, including to supply critical capabilities. We are looking forward to the pledges many of you will make during this meeting and the other two sessions today. Now, let me speak to the various topics that will be addressed during this first session. First, let me speak to protection of civilians. Protection of civilians is absolutely central to the mandates of our multi-dimensional peacekeeping mission, and it must be implemented through an integrated, comprehensive, whole-of-mission approach. I think it's important to emphasize that because often protection of civilians is seen only through the lens of what the uniform component can do, and that is, of course, not the end of the story at all when it comes to protection of civilians. Protection of civilians requires leveraging the full capabilities of missions, including the use of armed and unarmed approaches by civilians, police, and military components. During the preparatory meeting in Kigali, Rwanda, member states discussed in detail what is most needed for more effective protection of civilians. We need to step up our efforts to enhance our situational awareness and early warning. This requires know-how and capabilities, including aviation, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, and increased mobility to quickly deploy to remote areas. Capabilities that support community engagement are equally crucial, including mixed engagement teams and an increased number of female peacekeepers, including in leadership and operational roles. We must also recognize the critical importance of ensuring all peacekeepers work in an environment that enables them to thrive and that women are able to fulfill a range of roles and responsibilities, including at the highest level. Let me now turn to safety and security, which is obviously one of the top priorities. Threats to security of peacekeepers are constantly evolving, and so are the capabilities needed to counter them. Bilateral and regional partnerships can help to equip and train many troop and police contributing countries that may need assistance to deploy modern capabilities. The ID threat has been a major challenge for UN peacekeeping operations, as evidenced by the loss of 5 peacekeepers killed in MINUSMA this year alone, out of a total of 7 in all of our missions. This threat is increasing and evolving in MINUSCA and MONUSCO, and probably in other missions as well. We must ensure that our uniform units and personnel are properly trained and equipped to stay safe. This requires vehicles with improved blast protection as well as electronic countermeasures and specialized tools and equipment such as advanced and handheld detectors for search and detect teams. These are necessary but not sufficient given that the rapid evolution of this threat is a fact. For this reason, there must be an equal focus on the pre-deployment training of personnel to induct them in field-proven operational protocols and disciplined procedures that minimize their exposure to danger and to ensure they arrive ready for the challenge. Furthermore, training must be at all levels, beyond the counter-IED specialist units to the convoy commander, who needs to be able to identify vulnerable points, and to the soldier on a cordon who may be exposed to a secondary device. Additionally, within units with specialized skills, including, for example, forensics, serious and organized crime, or cybersecurity. While we have come a long way in enhancing the safety and security of our staff, we have much more to do. Our efforts will have to evolve and adapt on the basis of the threats we face. I also want to underline that ensuring the safety and security of our personnel has been mandated to us by the Security Council in Resolution 2518. It's one of the many initiatives that eventually was mandated by member states through resolution of the Security Council or the General Assembly. Let me now turn to technology. We also need to leverage technology to enhance mandate implementation and the safety and security of our peacekeepers. As part of these overall efforts, we have been implementing the strategy for the digital transformation of UN peacekeeping with the support of member states. This initiative is not only about incorporating new technologies, it encompasses a fundamental shift in our organizational culture towards greater collaboration, a data-centric approach, and fostering innovation. We aim to empower our peacekeepers with enhanced capabilities to analyze, plan, and adapt to evolving conflict landscapes, ensuring timely and effective responses to threats against civilians and our personnel, as well as overcoming challenges to mandate implementation. I want to underline that for a digital transformation to take place, new technologies are one piece of the puzzle. We need to make sure that our uniformed and civilian personnel are sufficiently trained to use them. One of the biggest challenges we're facing is simply having enough positions focused on the management and utilization of data. Such responsibilities often fall on our staff, such as mission planners, that may not have the data literacy needed to engage in quantitative analysis. In the near term, we hope to establish more posts for this, but in the meantime, we are requesting staff officers, JPOs, UN volunteers, Working for the Boston Consulting Group, both Allen Hamilton and Anderson Consulting. So these are our three panelists, and I'm looking forward to their remarks and comments. And I thank you for your attention. I will join the panelists. Thank you.
Your Excellency, you have 1 hour, 15 minutes. Over to you.
Well, as I indicated, we have our three panelists. Let me start with the Honorable Minister of Defense of Rwanda, Mr. Juvenal Marzamunda. Thank you very much for joining us. Rwanda is one of the most important troop and police contributing countries, so you are very welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me, first of all, start by thanking the government and the people of Ghana for the warm welcome and the hospitality we have been enjoying since our arrival in this beautiful city of Accra. And personally, I'm very happy to be again here in Accra. 10 years after I have been here undergoing military training at the Ghana Armed Forces Command, Staff and Command College in Teshi. I really feel at home in Accra, my second home. Coming back to the theme of this panel, I may say that effective capabilities enable a field mission to respond to threats and significantly contribute to preventing the escalation of violence and or mitigate harm to civilians and support in creating conditions for peace and stability in conflict-torn countries. Effective peacekeeping capabilities adapt to ever-changing security situations. They are essential to achieve the mandate. So, as it is always said and known, there is no single mission that has no shortfall in resources, because resources are always scarce, and the needs in peacekeeping missions evolve, as well said by the Undersecretary General in his remarks. The peacekeeping missions, in the peacekeeping missions, the mandate is normally political, but failure or even success is often attributed to military component, despite the multidimensional character of a mission. This view should change, as it drives wrong expectation from the host country, and sometimes this wrong perception of a military component puts the peacekeeping in insecurity, and examples are many. As missions face challenges of insufficient capabilities, it is critical to embrace digital technologies if you are to implement the peacekeeping digital transformation for effectiveness and efficiency. Services such as situation awareness, medical, environmental, transportation, and communication would be performed better and with accuracy. As an example, situation awareness is enabled by an understanding of local dynamics and producing real-time intelligence for more effective decision-making to prevent threats and mitigate harm to civilians. For those who managed to attend the preparatory conference on protection of civilians and strategic communication that took place in Kigali on 23rd to 24th October this year, the interplay between protection of civilians and strategic communication was extensively elaborated, and the role of digital technologies in mitigating disinformation, misinformation, and combating hate speech targeting some communities and even peacekeepers was explained. Much as the resources remain scarce, we should accept that integrating, collaborating, and coordinating various components and capabilities in the same mission enable the pooling of resources and expertise, achieving flexibility and adaptability, synergy, and resource optimization. Such a level of integration allows rapid responses to threats as well as the ability to tailor strategies to specific contexts. Another aspect of collaboration and coordination I wish to mention is between the UN peacekeeping forces and the regional or bilateral forces with different mandates, if they are present in any mission area, to achieve a common goal or mutual supporting efforts. For such a multilateral presence in the same country, coordination and collaboration would avoid duplication and gain momentum. The capabilities should not, however, be understood as material. There is nothing we can achieve without a trained, a capable force to adapt to the hardship of a mission, and I think this can always be achieved through the UN programs such as the Triangular Partnership Program or bilateral arrangement between troop and police contributing countries. The sustained efforts in capacity building in these frameworks enable knowledge transfer among peacekeepers and contribute to UN mission credibility, resilience, and stability. This goes with collaboration and supporting the local institution to prepare for them for gradual takeover of responsibilities. Capabilities are seen from the perspective of performance and accountability, which is the reason why peacekeeping missions aim to match mandates with capabilities. Here I want to be clear that the capabilities gap is not the basis for poor performance, because we have seen cases where peacekeepers achieve much with fewer capabilities. This depends on the strong mindset to serve the host country and be a driver of change. The strong mindset does not allow any caveat which should not be tolerated. The last point I wish to mention is to analyze capabilities through the lenses of the new Agenda for Peace, which calls for adequate funding for peacekeeping missions and peace building. We should not deploy peacekeeping missions if we are not sure of resources to deliver the mandate, or to just achieve intermediate goals with no hope of achieving the long-term ones. In summary, we should endeavor to match mandates with capabilities, integrating component resources to achieve efficiency, collaboration and coordination between multilateral, regional, and bilateral components where they exist is critical if they are to pull in the same direction to achieve long-term stability and create necessary conditions for social, political, and economic transformation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I can say by now, and I stand ready to give any further inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. You raised a number of very important points, including the critical role of digital technologies, the importance of fighting mis and disinformation, as well as triangular partnership, and most importantly, the need to match mandate with capabilities and the critical importance of mindset. And of course, you also alluded to the new agenda for peace. The new agenda for peace has a number of key elements on the peace operation, which we hope will be reflected in the final document of the Summit of the Future. With this, I will now turn to Her Excellency, Ms. Helena Carreiras. You have the floor.
Thank you. It's okay. Thank you very much. Allow me to start by expressing my gratitude and my appreciation to the Republic of Ghana for organizing this wonderful meeting, and to the United Nations, of course, to be here, and all the peacekeepers in the world that are doing this extraordinary work at such challenging times. This is my second time in Ghana this year, so I feel almost at home. And thank you for inviting me to be here. And I would like to start by sharing one idea that I think summarizes what we're doing in this panel. This is the well-known sentence, let us be what we wish to see in the world, and what we wish to do. So in this sense, we're talking about the conditions for successful performance in peacekeeping. And of course, we're talking about adequate planning, capacities, but also about these other spheres of providing sustainable environmental solutions, promoting inclusion of women at all levels of peace processes. And that is why I start with the Portuguese pledges. Portugal has been an active contributor to the UN peacekeeping missions for nearly 7 decades, and we do acknowledge that these are important areas. So I hereby announce that Portugal pledges to deploy a renewable energy capacity to our quick reaction force in the United Nations Integrated Stabilization Mission in the Central African Republic. And moreover, Portugal pledges to continue to promote the meaningful representation of women in defense, including all efforts to achieve the targets established in the Uniform Gender Parity Strategy, and to maintain national mentoring programs with women previously deployed to UN peacekeeping missions. And in addition, our Ministry of Home Affairs pledges to provide, through our public service security police, specialized training teams in public order management. And with these three concrete commitments, we reaffirm our role in the future of peacekeeping in whatever form it might take, yet continually dedicated to the prevention and resolution of conflicts worldwide. And moving towards the topic and the couple of ideas I would like to leave in this first statement, let me underline the fact that we're talking about needs that should be developed, should be met in a context where there is an underlying condition for successful performance. And that is, I believe, legitimacy. Peacekeeping missions, it has been said, we know that, need legitimacy, need recognition, need support. And that is nothing that is granted by a mandate or a formal document. There is something we know, all peacekeepers know, that must be conquered. And at all levels, at least at 3 different levels. The political level, where dialogue, it has been mentioned, dialogue and effective communication with local authorities, with host nations is paramount. At the organizational level, where we should organize to seek for that legitimacy, and at the interactional level, where where the contact with local populations is also extremely important. So I think without this, we will not be able to effectively integrate all the capacities, all the planning, all the technology that we need to improve our missions. So the idea I would like to underline here is that there is a fundamental need to give more importance and take more seriously this work for legitimacy every day at every moment. And I'm basing my note on my personal experience with our forces, namely the quick reaction force Portugal has in MINUSCA in the Central African Republic. When I visited there and talked to local authorities, I asked what was the reason for the recognition of our forces, which have been praised for their exceptional performance. And I was told that this was because they were delivering. They were showing they protected the populations very effectively. So I know that also that our forces are very adaptable, very flexible, and do really take this seriously. What I want to say is that beyond adequate capacities, beyond effective training and professional performance, we definitely need to work on the cultural interoperability that is needed to create trust. Trust is the cement of our operations, and it's a cement that if it's lacking, none of our other initiatives, I think, will be very rewarding. So let me again underline that what I've seen in the field, beyond what I studied as a researcher myself, shows that it's an attitude that has to be there. I think the UN has this right perspective that we cannot under-evaluate the need to build trust. And build trust is to promote dialogue, to respect, to understand that we're not producing security, we are co-producing security. And this is something that at all levels should be pursued and should be underlined, because the success of missions or the lack of success of missions sometimes is really due to the lack of legitimacy, of recognition, of mutual trust. So this should be the focus of our action, and this is what will help us face the challenges of disinformation that is jeopardizing sometimes the security of our forces in the field. Allow me to here, while talking about our quick reaction force as an example in the Central African Republic, salute Rwanda and the wonderful work that is being conducted also by Rwanda's forces in Mozambique, a mission where that has emulated the model of the quick reaction force in MINUSCA as well in Mozambique to face terrorism in Cabo Delgado. So I think we need to learn with others, and this is the big challenge, to keep on cooperating and co-acting to co-produce security. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister Carreiras, and thank you for the pledges by Portugal. Highly appreciated. And of course, you raised a number of very important points, and I think the one on the critical importance of creating trust, not only for the effectiveness in implementing the mandate, but actually for the purpose of ensuring safety and security of our personnel. That is, I believe, a critical point, and of course it has to do with engaging with communities, it has to do with conduct and discipline, it has to do with many dimensions, but it's a very, very important point. So thank you very much, and I will now turn to His Excellency Mr. Paranugraha Mansuri, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Undersecretary General Lacroix. Excellencies, distinguished guests, before I start, I would like to extend my appreciation to the government of Ghana for hosting this meeting. Today's meeting is therefore very crucial as we discuss about how are we going to be able to ensure capabilities to match the mandate given the peacekeeping missions for effective delivery and also to guarantee the safety and security of the peacekeeping personnel safe. I think the situation is getting more challenging and complex security situation is something that our peacekeepers are facing on a day-to-day basis. And as one of the largest troop and police contributing countries, Indonesia is putting a lot of great importance on these two issues. And therefore, I would like to offer two things that I deem important. First of all, I think all of the speakers mentioned about the importance about the clear mandate supported by adequate resources. And also this clear mandate is supposed to also be communicated to all of the authorities as well as the community at all levels. And we are all aware that the changing political and security realities over the last 10 to 20 years has made the challenges are actually that is being faced by our peacekeepers more enormous, and Indonesia has been advocating how are we going to be able to develop a close consultations among the UN Security Council, the host countries, the contributing countries, and also the Secretariat. And the key word here is how are we going to be able to build a stronger partnerships and communication across the four stakeholders that are actually involved in the peacekeeping mission. And the peacekeeping missions must also be equipped with adequate resources to deliver the mandates, including modern and new technologies, and be able to actually have the necessary skills. Particularly, I think other speakers has also mentioned the importance of being able to engage the local community. This is something that is actually very important to ensure that we have acceptance level by the local community to be able to actually successfully and effectively fulfilling the mandate delivery of the mission. And I think this brings me to the second point, namely how are we going to be able to also be able to make sure that the peacekeeping mission has the capacity to be able to deliver on those mandates. Now, ensuring that our blue helmets can adapt to rapidly changing conflict environment necessitates mission-specific training as well as capacity building. And to this end, it is crucial to match peacekeeping mandate with the training needs. For example, we mentioned about how are we going to be able to engage the community and protecting the civilians, as well as other emerging issues that is actually related with a specific situation that they are actually facing, particularly community health, the use of technology, and other strategic communication to be able to deliver on these issues. And we must also continue to explore innovative approaches to meet the training needs with the allotted resources, such as the Triangular Partnership Project, and also the cooperation between the UN, the donor countries, and also the contributing countries. And Indonesia is proud to have actually been contributing, including through the TPP. We have conducted 14 trainings for peacekeepers in 2023, including how are we going to be able to provide protection of civilians, military peacekeeping, intelligence, and also heavy engineering. And I would like to reiterate Indonesia's readiness to continue to contribute and collaborate with all the partners in providing the capacity building for peacekeepers from the developing countries through our Armed Force Peacekeeping Center and police international missions. And therefore, this year, Indonesia actually pledges 865 strong, well-equipped, multi-capabilities peacekeepers, including the one-form police unit, and as I mentioned also the importance about how our military and police peacekeeping centers are going to be ready to be able to be used for training hubs for international peacekeepers. Indonesia will also conduct a series of capacity building programs, including on how are we going to be able to protect the civilians, and also pre-deployment training for formed police units and senior mission leaders, as well as organize high-level forum to advance the issue of women, peace, and security, and develop a database of women personnel that have undergone peacekeeping training. I believe that these peacekeeping pledges made during this meeting will strengthen the UN peacekeeping efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Many thanks for the pledges, and many thanks for highlighting another couple of very important points. I have noted in particular the emphasis that you put on the importance of partnership, which I believe is absolutely critical. Triangular partnership and the forms of partnership. In the end, peacekeeping cannot succeed really, cannot thrive without those kind of partnerships. So thank you so much for these important points. I will now thank you again, distinguished members of the panel, and I will turn to the distinguished representative in the room. I have a list of speakers, and I will begin by turning to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of Nepal.
Fellow ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express our sincere greetings to you all from the country of Mount Everest, the highest peak of the world and birthplace of Lord Buddha. I appreciate and thank the people and government of the Republic of Ghana for hosting this important summit. Nepal is a promoter of peace and consistent contributor to the UN peacekeeping operations since 1958. We are the second largest troops and police contributing country, with the current deployment of 6,278 UN peacekeepers, including 616 women in 16 different missions across the globe. Till date, 86 peacekeepers have laid down their lives for the noble cause of peace, and 66 have been injured. Nepal supports UN reform initiatives by the UN Secretary General, including Action for Peacekeeping, A4P and A4P+. This ensures, among the others, the need for safety and security of peacekeepers and commitment towards the protection of civilians. We deploy our contingents without caveats. We ensure that our peacekeepers meet the highest standard of conduct and discipline, and we firmly adhere to zero tolerance policy against sexual exploitation and abuse. Nepal believes that improved coordination mechanism among the concerned key stakeholders, including the T and PCCS, is very important to ensure the effectiveness of the peacekeeping. Peacekeeping is a shared partnership and all must unite to accomplish the stated goals. Mr. Chair, Nepal has fulfilled most of its pledges and the few remaining are being pursued. Nepal is committed to deploy up to 10,000 troops at the request of the UN. This year, we pledge to elevate one mechanized infantry battalion and 2 FPUs to RDL while continuing to maintain our special force unit and quick reaction force in RDL level. We pledge an EOD unit, signal unit, REC unit, QRF company and MP company to be upgraded to higher level. Similarly, we look forward to AVL, our Biren Peacekeeping Operations Training Center, and its instructors to conduct regional and international peacekeeping training. Nepal offers simulation software for UNMO course to the ITS and DPO. Nepal will continue to meet the Secretary General's uniform gender parity strategy target and increase meaningful participation of women by deploying them in operational roles. We are committed to use and promote renewable energy to reduce the environmental footprints in peacekeeping missions. We are deploying renewable in UNMISS and our training center in partnership and are further looking for bilateral and multilateral partnership to meet this end. Finally, to conclude, Nepal expresses its firm commitment for the cause of global peace under the auspices of the United Nations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Defense of Cambodia.
Son Excellence Jean-Pierre Lacroix, Secrétaire général adjoint des Nations Unies aux opérations de paix. Son Excellence, Excellence, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom du ministère de la Défense nationale du Royaume du Cambodge, c'est un immense plaisir que j'assiste aujourd'hui à cette 5e conférence ministérielle sur le maintien de la paix. J'ai saisi cette opportunité pour exprimer ma gratitude envers la République du Ghana pour avoir accueilli cette conférence. Je soutiens pleinement les objectifs qui ont été définis lors de cette réunion qui vise à renforcer collectivement l'efficacité des opérations de maintien de la paix en mettant particulièrement l'accent sur la sécurité. Il est important de souligner que la communication stratégique joue un rôle clé dans la prévention et la résolution des conflits, tandis que la participation des femmes contribue à améliorer l'efficacité et la stabilité des opérations de maintien de la paix. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Cambodge, autrefois une mission de la PRONUC, est désormais un pays contributeur de troupes de 12 missions de 10 pays différents, notamment le Soudan du Sud, le Tchad, le Liban, le Mali, l'Afrique centrale, le Syrie, Chypre, le Yémen et le Congo. Avec un total de 9205 castes bleus, dont 726 femmes, le Cambodge a pris un engagement crucial en faveur de la promotion de la participation des femmes à tous les niveaux du processus de paix. Depuis 2006, le pays joue un rôle majeur dans la construction d'un monde plus pacifique et inclusif. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la situation sécuritaire évolue constamment et est confrontée à des menaces non conventionnelles émanant d'acteurs non étatiques. Pour faire face à ces défis, il est essentiel que toutes les forces de maintien de la paix continuent d'innover et de renforcer leurs capacités propres et communes. Le Cambodge, sous la direction de son Excellence Samdech Thapadei Hun Manet, Premier ministre du Royaume, a souligné lors de son discours à la 78e Assemblée générale de l'ONU le 22 septembre 2023 que le pays s'efforce de lutter pour la paix et en s'attaquant aux causes profondes de la guerre. Pour solidifier la contribution du Cambodge aux opérations de maintien de la paix, je vous propose de renforcer notre contribution au système de préparation des capacités de l'ONU. Pour cela, je souhaite ajouter une compagnie du génie, une compagnie de police militaire, des officiers d'état-major et des observateurs militaires. De plus, le Cambodge s'engage à mobiliser de nouvelles compagnies pour le PCRS, une compagnie de ponts mobiles et une compagnie de neutralisation d'engins explosifs improvisés. Nous restons déterminés à jouer un rôle actif dans la promotion de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Enfin, je voudrais une fois de plus remercier la République du Ghana, les Nations Unies, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, et tous les États membres de cette conférence. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Merci.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-Premier ministre. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Minister of Defense of Uganda.
Very much, Your Excellency and Chair. Your Excellency, the Undersecretary General, Department of Peace Operations of the United Nations Peacekeeping, Mr. Jean-Pierre Lacroix, all protocol observed since it has been mentioned since morning. Mr. Chairman, sir, first and foremost, allow me to thank the Republic of Ghana for hosting this important conference and for the hospitality extended to my delegation from the time of our arrival. In the same vein, I would like to extend our appreciation to the member states that hosted and co-hosted the 4 preparatory meetings, stroke conferences, that have led to the successful conduct of the ministerial. Mr. Chairman, sir, and Your Excellency, Uganda has always attached great importance to international peace and security, and supports all UN Security Council initiatives. And in so doing, our continuous provision of the bulk of the peacekeeping forces to the Somali UN-mandated missions since 2007 is therefore a clear testimony to our commitment to make this world a safer place to live. We have also continued to provide forces in support of peace efforts in the Eastern DRC through regional and bilateral arrangements. Mr. Chairman, in line with the expected outcome of this ministerial, with particular emphasis on protection of civilians together with safety and the security of peacekeepers, Uganda has and is pleased to pledge the following capabilities to the UN PCRS, Peacekeeping Capability Readiness System. 1, 2 generic light infantry battalions, 1 formed police unit with special weapons and tactics configuration. And these are units that are well prepared and equipped according to our 4 areas of focus of this conference and without any operational caveats. Mr. Chairman and Your Excellency, the Republic of Uganda also pledges to continue hosting the UN Regional Service Center in Entebbe, that is home to various entities, which include the following, sir. 1 is MONUSCO, UNISFA, UNIMIS, ARTEMIS, and ARTEMIS support bases, Global Procurement Support Center, CISR, including training on the use of drones, UN civilian pre-deployment training, Forward Support Deployment Hub, and Office of the Internal Oversights. Mr. Chairman, I want to conclude by paying tribute to all those that have lost their lives in the course of their peacekeeping duties, and thereby paying the ultimate price for global peace. I thank you, all of you, and I thank you, Your Excellency, for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll now invite the Minister of Defense of Mongolia to take the floor. Honorable Minister of Mongolia, you have the floor.
Орлогч хэмсэг ноёдоо тагтаанараа та бүхдийн энэ өдрийн амраг ирье. Юуны өмнө нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага энхийг сахиулах ажиллагааны зэрэг цагтаа илгээгч орнуудын сайдрын хурлыг эх орондоо зохион байгуулж байгаа бүгд найрамд Ган улсад бол бэлтгэл ажлууд хуралдаануудаа зохион байгуулж байгаа гишүүн орнуудад талархал илэрхийлье. Олон улсын аюулгүй байдлын орчин нөхцөл эдрээтэй байгаа энэ цаг үед дайны дэлхийн инх тайван аюулгүй байдлын сахин хамгаалах улсад тууштай хамтран зүтгэж байгаа та бүхэнд чин сэтгэлийн талархал илэрхийлж хурлын үйл ажиллагаанд амжилт хүсье. Хүндэт эрхмүүдээ Монгол Улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагааны үүрэг гүйцэтгэлд хариуцлагыг сайжруулах, энхийг сахиулагчдын аюулгүй байдлыг хамгаалах, энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд сэргээгдэх эрчим хүчийг өргөнөөр ашиглах, эмэгтэйчүүдийн энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд оролцоог нэмэгдүүлэх, энхийг сахиулагчдын сэтгцийн эрүүл мэндийг хамгаалах чиглэлээр ажиллах сан санаачлалуудыг тууштай дэмждэг. Эд энэ жил нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулагчдын тэмдэглэлт өдрөөр өнгөрсөн 21 жилийн хугацаанд хоримтлуулсан туршлага, сургамжаад өгнөж, өнөөгийн энхийг сахиулагчдын гүйцэтгэх үүрэг тулгамж байгаа асуудлуудыг хэлэлцэж, цаашид баримтлах бодлого, зорилтоо тодорхойлсон. Энэ хүрээнд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд оролцох оролцоо, үүрэг гүйцэтгэх чадварыг дараах байдлаар нэмэгдүүлэхээр зорж байна. Үүнд нэгдүгээрт Монгол Улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хэрэгцээ шаардлага зэгсдүүчнийхээ боломжид тулгуурлан энхийн ажиллагаанд нийт 4 цэргийн багийг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулахын бэлэн байдлын системийн 2 дугаар түвшинд бүртгүүлсэн. Эдгээрээс инженерийн рот болон цэргийн хэрийн 2 дугаар шатны эмнэлгийн багуудыг ирэх 2024 онд 3 дугаар түвшинд ахиулан бүртгүүлэхээр бэлтгэж байгаагаа илэрхийлж байна. 2 дугаарт нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагааны цэргийн зөвлөх генерал Диоп энэ онд Монгол Улс далд ёсны айлчлал хийсэн. Энэ үеэр нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд үүрэг гүйцэтгэж байгаа энхийг сахиулагчдын гэр бүл тэдний нийгмийн асуудлыг дэмжих зорилготой жишг төсөл санаачилсныг Монгол Улсын батлан хамгаалах яам зэгсдүүчний зүгээс талархан дэмжиж төслийг боловсруулж нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг сахиулах ажиллагааны газар нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагаас Монгол Улсад суугаа суурин төлөөлөгчийн газартаа хамтран анх удаа хэрэгжүүлэхээр шийдвэрлсэн. Төслийг эдгээр өдрүүдэд нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий нэрийн бичгийн даргын орлогч энхийг дэмжих ажиллагааны газрын дарга ноён Жан-Пьер Лакрод гардуулан өгөх болно. 3 дугаарт Монгол Улсын ерөнхийлөгч хоногийн хөрсөх нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий ассамблеийн 76 дугаар чуулганд оролцохдоо Монгол Улсад тэрбум мод тарьж ургуулахаа зарласан. Энэ санаачлагын хүрээнд Монгол Улсын зэвсгүүчин инженер экологийн чиглэлийн цэргийн ангуудыг шинээр байгуулж нийт 27.5 сая мод тарих зорилт тавьснаас одоогийн байдлаар 2 сая модыг тарьж ургуулад байгаа бөгөөд элсний нүүдэл цөлжилтөөс хамгаалах, ногоон зурвас байгуулах, мод үржүүлэх зэрэг экологийн тэнцвэртэй байдлыг хангах босод олон ажил арга хэмжээ хэрэгжүүлж байна. Бидний энэ үйл ажиллагааг бусад орны зүгээс дэмжиж хамтран ажиллаж байгааг мөн онцлон хэлэх нь зүйтэй. Дөрөвдүгээрт Монгол Улсын нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын аюулгүй зүйлийн эмэгтэйчүүд инх тайван аюулгүй байдал 1325 дугаар тогтоолын хэрэгжилтийг бүх талаар дэмжихээ илэрхийлж нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын эхийн дэмжих ажиллагаанд оролцох эмэгтэй албаагчдын тоог үе шаттайгаар нэмэгдүүлэн 15% хүргэх зорилтыг тавьсан. Үүний үр дүнд өнгөрсөн 2 жилийн хугацаанд энхийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд үүрэг гүйцэтгэж байгаа эмэгтэй энхийг сахиулагчдын тоо штабын ажилтан цэргийн мэргэжлүүдийн дунд 9%-аас 23%, цэргийн багийн бие бүрэлдэхүүн дотор 6%-аас 11.9% нэмэгдүүлсэн бөгөөд Энэ үзүүлэлт нь нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын гендрийн стратегийн 2023 оны зорилтыг давуулан биелүүлсэн болохыг онцгойлон тэмдэглэхийг хүсэж байна. Түүнчлэн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхийг дэмжих ажиллагаанд эмэгтэй албан хаагчдын оролцоо, тэдний туршлага сургамжийн талаар олон улсын хурлыг Улаанбаатар хотноо 2022 онд анх удаа амжилттай зохион байгуулсан бөгөөд цаашид уламжил болгон 5 жил тутам зохион байгуулах талаар Монгол улс шийдвэр гаргасныг дуулгахад таатай байна. 5 дугаарт энхийг сахиулагчдын сургалж чадахыг нэмэгдүүлэх чиглэлд Монгол улс онцгой анхаарал хандуулж ирсэн бөгөөд цаашид энгийн иргэдийг хамгаалах стратегийн харилцаа холбоо, энхий сахиулагчдын сэтгцэн эрүүл мэндийн бэлтгэл, аюулгүй байдал, үр гүйцэтгэлтийг сайжруулах чиглэлд илүү анхаарал хандуулж ажиллах болно. Монгол улсын зэвсэгчийн жил бүр зохион байгуулах нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхий сахиулах ажиллагааны хааны ирэлд олон улсын сургуулаа үргэлжлүүлэн явуулах бөгөөд эх 2 жилийн хугацаанд бид бүс нутгийн мянган энхий сахиулагчдыг ажиллагааны тактик, техник, мэрэгжлийн чадварт сурган дадлагжуулах, ингэхдээ Африк твийн улс орнуудын батлан хамгаалах зэвсэгчний биелүүлэлтгүүнийг өргөнөөр өрн оролцуулахаа бас шийдээд байна. Мөн нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхий сахиулах ажиллагааны анх албан тушаалтны сургалтыг эх орондоо 2024 оны 9-р сард холбогдох зардлыг хариуцсан зохион байгуулахаар шийдвэрлсэн. Эцэст нь Монгол улсын төр засаг зэвсэгчнээс олон улс бүс нутагт инх тайван тогтвортой байдлыг тогтоох, цэргийн итгэлцлийг бэхжүүлэхэд хувь нэмрээ тууштай оруулж, нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын энхий сахиулах ажиллагаанд оролцоогоо нэмэгдүүлэн ажиллахаа тэмдэглэн хэлье. Хүн төрөлхтний амар амгалан, дайны дэлхийн инх тайван, ирээдүйн хойч үеийнхээ сайн сайхны төлөө хамтдаа зүтгэцгээе. Мөнх хөх тэнгэрт хүн төрлөختөн бидний өнө мөнхөд эвэж явна гэдэгт итгэлтэй байна. Анхаарал хандуулсан та бүхэнд баярлалаа.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next speaker is the Cabinet Secretary to the Defense Minister of Kenya.
The Chairperson, fellow Defense and Foreign Affairs Ministers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my deep gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Ghana for hosting the 2023 Peacekeeping Ministerial Conference and for extending an invitation to us. Additionally, I would like most sincerely thank the government and the people of the Republic of Ghana for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to my delegation since our arrival in this country. In this regard, I am delighted to be part of the 5th UN MPC, particularly pleased that it's the first one to take place in Africa. In my view, hosting this conference in Ghana is an appreciation of Africa's contribution to the enhancement of international peace and security. It is worth noting that the late Kofi Annan, a globally respected diplomat and the 7th Secretary General of the United Nations, was a son of this great nation. Fellow participants, as we are aware, this engagement is a follow-up of the virtual conference held in December 2021 in Seoul, South Korea. The conference therefore provides us an important opportunity to reflect on the capability and capacity gaps in the peacekeeping system with a view of generating fresh insights on how the current and the future peace support operations may be strengthened. For this reason, it is essential for this conference to frame the issue around the 7 priority areas mentioned in the Secretary General's action for peacekeeping priorities. The issues therein include capability and mindset needed, accountability, improvement of strategic communication, establishment of robust partnership, recognizing the role of women in peace and security, in addition to the modalities of sustaining peace. These considerations and others have the ultimate goal of transforming peacekeeping by ensuring high performance and delivery of specialized capabilities, in tandem with the demands of the contemporary peace support environment. Despite the progress achieved in peace support operations, the security challenges facing the global community are enormous and rapidly evolving. For instance, the political and security environment has deteriorated in the recent, resulting in humanitarian crisis, exhibited by issues associated with the weakness in the protection of civilians, as evidenced in the conflict situation in Eastern Europe, Middle East, and various parts of Africa, to name but a few. In the light of this concern, there is a need to reconfigure UN missions in order to adopt a streamlined approach to ensure mandate delivery by equipping peacekeepers with the most appropriate capabilities. Colleagues, it is against this background and in recognition of the dynamics in the peace support operation environment that I acknowledge the efforts made by all the stakeholders in organizing and making this conference a reality. It is my belief that the information and the experience shared during our deliberations will bring to the fore action points that will enrich policies and enable actors in the peace support space to discharge their functions more efficiently and effectively. I would like to assure everyone that Kenya remains committed to pursuing regional and international peace and security through its participation in the United Nations and regional peace support mechanism. In this context, our actions are guided by the principle laid out in the United Nations Charter and the African Union Constitutive Act. Indeed, Kenya is revamping its peace support operation capacity by allocating more resources as envisaged in our newly formulated National Peace Support Operation Policy, which provides for the establishment of a Peace Operation Fund. This intervention will contribute towards peacekeepers' capacity enhancement as well as equip them appropriately to achieve the required performance standards. As a commitment to the maintenance of international peace and security through peacekeeping, Kenya reaffirms its existing pledges and wishes to enhance the same as follows. Armed Helicopter Unit MD-500 model pledge made in PMC 2021, the Mobile Counter Improvised Explosive Device Training Teams MTT, the provision of Level 2 Hospital, and the Quick Reaction Force Company. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of the Republic of Ghana and the United Nations Secretariat for facilitating this vital forum that seeks to promote the quality and effectiveness of the United Nations peacekeeping. With those remarks, Chairperson, fellow ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to our fruitful deliberations. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trades of Hungary.
Yeah, sorry, it doesn't work. Try another one. Dear Assistant Secretary General, dear Jean-Pierre, it's great to see you, finally not in New York. We really do appreciate the government and the people of Ghana for this wonderful hospitality we have been receiving here. Unfortunately, it's not an exaggeration to state anymore that the global security has been showing its worst shape since the end of the Cold War. Just currently. There are more than 30 serious armed conflicts going on in the world. And we also do have to mention that the threat of terror is higher and more serious than ever before. We in Europe are unfortunately not exempted either. There's a war going on in Europe, unfortunately, which is pretty unbelievable, putting into consideration that we are in the 21st century. And the serious conflict which has been going on in the Middle East takes place in our direct neighborhood as well. And then we have to mention the further destabilizing situation in the Sahel area, which is always a source for additional massive illegal migratory waves, which then pose another serious security challenge on the European continent. So therefore, dear Assistant Secretary General, dear colleagues, it is the core security interest of Hungary, of Europe, and I do believe that of the global community, to end the most possible armed conflicts of the world. We do argue for direct negotiations in case of all the conflicts among parties involved. We do argue in favor of establishment of ceasefires and then establishment of peace negotiations to reach agreements on peace deals, which then would be able to ensure the safe and secure life of the people in those given regions. But we do believe, dear Assistant Secretary General, dear colleagues, that if we really would like to achieve this goal, then the United Nations should have a much more significant role regarding making and keeping peace than it is the case currently. Let me remember all of ourselves that the United Nations has not been designed as a group of like-minded countries, but it was designed as a platform to offer the possibility of dialogue even for those who are in a hostile relationship to each other. And we Hungarians do support the United Nations to fulfill this original goal of the organization. Without increasing the peacekeeping capacity of the United Nations, many armed conflicts could go out of control pretty quickly. And the more armed conflicts in the world are going out of control, the bigger risk is going to be there that we will be faced with a challenge called the Third World War. But if I want to make it a little bit more positive, then I would say that if we are able to improve the peacekeeping capacity of the United Nations all over the world, then more and more armed conflicts will get in and under control. More armed conflicts can be brought towards peaceful solution, so the risk of a Third World War would be definitely decreased. Dear Assistant Secretary General, dear colleagues, Hungarian troops and Hungarian policemen have been taking part in 4 peacekeeping missions under UN mandate all over the globe. And we Hungarians are ready to contribute to increase and enhance the efficiency of the UN peacekeeping competence and capacity. So therefore, let me announce our contribution, which includes 3 points. First, we have decided to allocate $110,000 on the digitalization development projects of the United Nations in order to upgrade the technology utilized and applied by the peacekeeping missions. Second, as we are a NATO member state, we are in a possession of a heavy airlift capacity, part of which we are ready to offer in order to improve the mobility of the peacekeeping missions. And third, we are ready to host peacekeepers from all over the world in 3 military training programs of ours. First, the Force Protection Training Program for military and police units. Second, the International Military Observer Course. And third, the Support Operation Cooperation Course. Dear Assistant Secretary General, dear colleagues, dear friends, Hungary is a peace-loving country. Hungarian people form a peace-loving nation. Therefore, we are ready to make all of our efforts in order to increase and enhance the peacekeeping capacities of the United Nations. And we will be happy to work together with you to this end. Thank you so much for the kind hospitality, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next speaker on my list is the Minister of State for Defense of India.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellency, Under Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable dignitaries of the Republic of Ghana, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, I thank the government of Ghana for hosting this 2023 UN Peacekeeping Ministerial and for the warm hospitality extended to all of us. UN authorities coordinating peacekeeping efforts and this ministerial also merit our deepest appreciation. The world order and its attendant geopolitics is in a state of flux today. This ministerial offers us a platform to share our thoughts and re-energize our collective efforts to meet global challenges. Excellencies, over 7 decades, India, as the largest troop contributing nation, has contributed over 275,000 troops to 53 out of the 72 UN peacekeeping missions. India was also the first country to deploy an all-female formed police unit in Liberia from 2007 to 2016. More than 170 Indian peacekeepers have made the supreme sacrifice while serving in UN missions. Recognizing UN requirement for capacity building, India's Center for UN Peacekeeping in New Delhi has provided training to Indian peacekeepers as well as to more than 90 partner countries. Peacekeeping today is an increasingly complex task. India has also stood ready to support the architecture for protection of civilians. India believes that the primary responsibility of ensuring the safety of population rests with national governments. At the same time, it is important to protect the protectors. We need to make more efforts in this direction. Excellencies, for our collective efforts to be successful, peacekeeping missions need clear, unambiguous, and realistic mandates. Only mandates with resolute UNSC consensus can give strength to the work of peacekeepers on ground. Mandates should be also unambiguously communicated to local communities in the conflict zones. Exaggerated or misplaced expectations among local communities arising due to misinformation about the mandate need to be corrected. Excellencies, I am glad to share India's pledges which keep in mind the dynamic challenges faced by peacekeeping missions. We have pledged specialized military and police units, including quickly reaction force and police SWAT units. Our commitment also include specialized air assets and equipment like counter IED and surveillance units. Sensitive to gender responsiveness in peacekeeping, and all-women formed police units and more female engagement units have been pledged. These pledges showcase India's unwavering commitment towards peacekeeping and to our capabilities as a first responder with global reach and a net security provider. We look forward to working for the cause of peace along with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Minister of State for Armed Forces of the United Kingdom.
Thanks, Jean-Pierre. I wanted to begin by thanking Ghana for being such gracious hosts. The UK has been proud to work hand in hand with Ghana in UN peacekeeping and beyond, and we look forward to expanding that cooperation. My thanks also to all those who have made such generous pledges so far. Now more than ever, we must reaffirm our commitment to peacekeeping reform and ensure that it evolves to meet the challenges of today, both in the way that we form mandates, but also in the way that we train and support each other for and on operations. I'm proud to pledge, therefore, our new enhanced training model. The enhanced training model will complement the existing mobile training team framework. Many countries are rightly proud of their significant contributions of troops and police to UN peacekeeping. It is our belief that those with the specialist capabilities to train and support those personnel should be prepared to be closer to the action and help those countries to undertake ever more demanding roles on UN missions. As such, we plan to provide training and assistance to our partners where it is needed most, which means both before and during peacekeeping missions, enhancing capability and assisting in mission delivery while in harm's way. Subject to UN agreement, we look forward to our pilot program with the Malawian Armed Forces on MONUSCO next year. We hope that with UN support, this model of mentoring and partnering will become the norm and strengthen the capability and resilience of peacekeeping missions. It was the UK's pleasure to co-host a preparatory conference on countering mis- and disinformation earlier this year with our colleagues from the Netherlands, Rwanda and Indonesia. Both malicious information warfare and a lack of military intelligence expertise can bring harm to our peacekeepers. The UK therefore pledges to seek accreditation for our British peace support team in Africa, to deliver military peacekeeping intelligence courses, and to fund the UN's efforts on tackling mis- and disinformation. Finally, it is clear that missions are more effective when they reflect the communities they serve. Earlier this year, my colleague Lord Ahmed committed £1 million to the ELSI Fund, and today I pledge to continue funding ELSI, the Senior Women Talent Pipeline, and to support the delivery of Women's Military Peace Operations course in 2024. I want to finish by thanking our peacekeepers. I hope the pledges we make here will do justice to their bravery and sacrifice on operations all over the world.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the Deputy Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to first express my sincere appreciation to Ghana for hosting this 5th Peacekeeping Ministerial. I also offer special tribute to the Blue Helmets, whose tireless efforts ensure stability in the world's most troubled regions. UN peacekeeping represents one of the most significant political innovations in our pursuit of international peace and security. Yet as missions confront increasingly challenging environments, they must remain fit for purpose to address these complexities. In this context, Korea strongly supports the Secretary General's initiatives to strengthen UN peace operations, including the new Agenda for Peace. Today, I wish to make 5 points. First, deploying better trained and equipped peacekeepers is critical to meet given mandates. Korea will continue to partner with the UN to provide engineering equipment and training to Cambodia. Next year, we will expand this triangular partnership to include other ASEAN TCCs in counter-IED and medical training initiatives. Korea will also deliver the 16 helicopters pledged in 2021. Second, we should explore harnessing new technologies to improve mission effectiveness. Korea will continue to supporting the DOS-led UN Smart Camp initiatives, which employs smart technologies to protect peacekeepers while minimizing their environmental footprint. Our mission in South Sudan is developing a smart camp prototype, the development of which we hope to share with the UN community. Third, addressing tensions between missions, host governments, and local communities is paramount. To this end, Korea pledges to support UN strategic communication efforts to combat mis- and disinformation, including the development of a cross-platform to monitor and analyze such threats. Korea believes that increasing civic-military coordination activities will help deepen local community engagement. Experience from Korean peacekeepers shows that such interactions enhance their security and support mandate delivery as well. Fourth, Korea's dedication to increasing women's participation in peace operations remains unwavering. We will host training courses for female military officers and contribute an additional 500,000 to the LC initiative. We also pledge to organize a cross-mission learning session at the International Conference on Action with Women and Peace, which will be held in Korea next year. Finally, as Korea prepares to join the UN Security Council next year, we commit to working with all partners to reach sustaining peace. In this regard, we pledge $3 million to DPO and DOS, $3.5 million to the DPPA multi-year appeal, and $8 million to the Peace Building Fund. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to the next speaker on my list, who is the State Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Defense from Finland. We're a bit short of time, so we will next switch to the second session. Those speakers that are remaining on my list, our colleagues will reorganize the speaker list so that most of the countries that are on this list will be given an opportunity to speak. So for now, the floor is to the State Secretary of Finland.
Undersecretary General, Excellencies, delegates, I realize I am sitting between everyone and the break, so I will be brief. Peacekeeping remains a key component of advancing peace, despite all the obvious challenges we have heard also today. Therefore, Finland is strongly committed to UN peacekeeping, contributing both with uniformed personnel as well as with extra budgetary funding. Through the years, Finland has contributed with more than 50,000 peacekeepers to over 50 different peacekeeping operations. Today, Finland contributes with around 200 soldiers to the United Nations interim force in Lebanon, and is also the largest contributor of military observers in the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization with 15 officers. Excellencies, I want to reconfirm our pledge to place 6 different military units, such as an amphibious task unit, a special operations force unit, and a deployable CBRN laboratory to the UN peacekeeping capability readiness system. The total strength of these units is above 700 persons. And then to the new pledges, which you see on screen. First, the Finnish Defence Forces International Centre, FinCENT, has played an active role in developing a UN Field Operations Security Management Program for personnel of all UN entities in the field. We are committed to contributing to this initiative in the future on an annual or biannual basis. We will also continue other contributions to capacity building, training and education in support of peacekeeping. We organize yearly the UN Comprehensive Protection of Civilians course. Then second, Finland is committed to advancing women's full, equal and meaningful participation in all aspects of peace and security, including peacekeeping. We are pleased to continue our funding of the Women's Military Peace Operations course. Also, we organize a UN's Military Observers course twice a year with a gender parity concept. Together with other Nordic countries, we sponsor female officers' participation in each course. Third, Finland strongly supports the UN's efforts to ensure that peace operations uphold the highest standards. We provide extra budgetary funding for a strengthened screening policy for the selection of senior leaders in the field. And fourth, we recognize the importance of digital transformation of peacekeeping. To this end, Finland provides funding for the comprehensive planning and performance assessment system. We also promote environmental solutions to increase security and resilience of operations, including the Green Camp initiative. As a proud police contributing country, Finland deploys police officers to the specialized police team on sexual and gender-based violence in the UNMISS operation in South Sudan. The Nordic countries together will work towards jointly providing a specialized police team as agreed with the UN. To conclude, like many others, we welcome the recommendations of the Secretary-General's new agenda for peace on strengthening peace operations and partnership to develop better integrated and more nimble and adaptable peace operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I indicated, we need to stop to turn to the next session. I want to thank all the distinguished members of the panel for their contribution. I want to thank the speakers as well. I think there was a wealth of information and suggestion. Thank you to all delegations that announced their pledges. It is highly appreciated. Of course, we look forward to following up with them to operationalize these pledges. But in the meantime, of course, we look forward to hearing additional pledges and additional speakers. So thank you again so very much, and on to the next session.
Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the amazing panel. How about one group photograph? And so coming on shortly is the next panel. All is set. At exactly 1:30 we shall break for lunch. Lunch will be at the same venue we were at yesterday for the gala dinner. I'm pleased to acknowledge the following as members of the second panel. His Excellency Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen, Foreign Minister of Bangladesh. His Excellency Kajsa Ogrin, Minister of Defense of the Netherlands. His Excellency Mohamed Badaru Abubakar, Minister of Defense of Nigeria. His Excellency Rivera Algue, Vice Minister of Defense of Uruguay. His Excellency Gassem Wane, Special Representative of the Secretary General for Mali and the head of MINUMSA, and the Chair, Mr. Atul Kari, UN Under Secretary General. I ask that you please hold yourselves in readiness. I shall be calling you shortly. Let's have a spot of music by the Ghana Police Band. Minister of Defense of Uruguay, and Tim Wane, Special Representative, Head of MINUMSA. A round of applause as they take their place. And the chair for this session, yours and mine, the UN Under-Secretary General for Operational Support, make welcome His Excellency Atul Khare. Honorable Chair, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are running late, so therefore we will all be brief and to the point. This year, of course, marks the 75th anniversary of United Nations peacekeeping. As we reflect on the remarkable achievements over the three-quarters of a century, we must acknowledge the significant challenges we face, including safety and security, diminishing host state consent, and increasing divisions during mandate discussions. The ongoing drawdown of our most dangerous mission in Mali, for example, is continuing at an unprecedented pace. My very dear colleague, Special Representative of the Secretary General Van, will be speaking more on those challenges as a panelist. Excellencies, despite the myriad of challenges, I am proud that United Nations peacekeeping remains an extraordinary enterprise of multilateralism and international solidarity. Your presence here and our collective commitment to action for peacekeeping demonstrates a steadfast commitment to improving the performance of peacekeeping and ensuring more impactful, efficient operations. Excellencies, partnerships are the backbone of United Nations peacekeeping and a central priority for my department. The Triangular Partnership Program, TPP, provides engineering, medical, and C4ISR training to uniformed peacekeepers in Africa and Southeast Asia. In the true spirit of international cooperation and in line with the new agenda for peace, which called for strong partnerships with entities such as the African Union, the TPP will soon expand its training program to better support African Union peace support operations. The LC initiative for field missions is another fruit of joint labor of member states and the Secretariat. By designing accommodation, ablutions, and camp layouts that make our camp environments more inclusive to women, the LC initiative enhances the safety of both women and men serving on the ground. The initiative has been expanded to include other areas of supply chain management, such as healthcare, transportation, and logistics. In fact, the initiative is one of many ways in which we strive to improve the well-being of our peacekeepers. Across our missions, providing quality medical care remains a top priority. Several of our missions are now using telemedicine to provide consultations for limb and life-saving treatments to peacekeepers in remote locations. To improve the quality of care, we are also monitoring hospital performance and investing in better casualty evacuation processes. Efforts are further ongoing for gender-responsive health care. At the same time, we are paying close attention to the occupational safety within missions. There are accidents such as those related to road traffic and machinery operations that are preventable and for which better safety measures can be implemented. While the physical safety of peacekeepers is of utmost importance, we know it is not the only health aspect which requires care. Uniformed peacekeepers are tasked with protecting civilians against violence and may often themselves be exposed to atrocities, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. To this end, the United Nations has developed a mental health strategy for uniformed personnel. The framework aims to cultivate mental health literacy and to offer tools that can be used throughout the deployment cycle. I am really grateful for the support that all troop and police contributing countries and capacity providers have already expressed for this vital issue, and I look forward to your pledges in this regard. Excellencies, I would like to conclude by offering a few words about environmental management in field missions. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to hear about some of the inspiring initiatives and partnerships that are leading innovation in this area on the ground. Our vision, as set out in the environment strategy, which has been developed in consultation with all of you, is to ensure responsibility, ambition, and legacy through continuous reduction of our environmental footprint. Missions will be setting concrete performance targets for the years ahead to 2030, looking for ways to reap the operational, environmental, and security benefits of a transition to renewable energy by reducing our reliance on diesel generators, taking concrete steps to increase our efficiencies, and ensuring vigilance on management of solid and hazardous waste as well as wastewater. Troop and police contributing countries, all of us, are vital partners in this endeavor, and I am looking forward to working hand in hand with each of you to implement the pledges that will support these pressing efforts. My team and I will follow up with all member states that express interest to engage on these issues, including to support with identifying possible partnerships wherever useful. Excellencies, distinguished participants, before I hand over to our distinguished panelists, please allow me to express my sincerest appreciation for all the new and expanded initiatives that will be announced today, be they to do with sustainable capacity building or with partnerships. Your enduring commitment is what enables us to make UN peacekeeping stronger and more effective. And as you listen to today's sessions, I ask that you keep in mind the remarkable women and men serving in our peace operations and those who have fallen in the pursuit of peace in those far-off lands this past year and earlier. Their sacrifice and dedication not only deserve the highest honors, but must be an invigoration for us to do even better and even more. Thank you very much for your attention. And as a former acting president of the United Nations General Assembly, a former president of UNICEF, I can really go on. But then we are already pressed for time, so just allow me to say that I count the Honorable Foreign Minister of Bangladesh as my dearest elder brother, from whom I continue to learn from his wisdom and from his experience.
Yeah, it's working. Thank you. Thank you, Under Secretary General Atul Khair, for your introduction. And honorable ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. At the very outset, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to our host, Ghana, for warm hospitality. I also commend Ghana for successfully hosting the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial 2023. Bangladesh is proud to become a part of the process as one of the co-chairs of the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial. We also co-jointly hosted the first preparatory conference of the Ministerial in Dhaka with Canada and Uruguay. Dear Under Secretary General, you have asked one question and let me answer it first. Bangladesh Armed Forces provide pre-deployment training that includes stress management classes, scenario-based exercises, motivational classes, and overview of mission-specific challenges. Once the peacekeepers are deployed in the mission, priority is given to ensure good working environment. Peacekeepers can keep regular contact with their families, avail leave during rotation flight, and access counseling services. Welfare officer treatment facilities, rest and recuperation arrangements are ensured in the mission area. Peacekeepers can avail of privileged leave during the post-deployment period as per our policy. Bangladesh Police provides pre-deployment training on stress management, conflict and trauma management. In the deployment phase, a high degree of priority is given on boosting morale of the peacekeepers and addressing personal problems at the regular welfare meetings. Sports and entertainment programs are regularly organized to foster a spirit of unity and provide pride among the peacekeepers. During the post-deployment phase, mental health support is provided by concerned units on need basis. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we have a mental health section in most of our hospitals. And we've also set up specialized hospitals and clinics for otherwise challenged individuals. However, we need some capacity building. I'd like to take this opportunity as the head of Bangladesh delegation to reflect on Bangladesh's strong commitment and contributions to the UN peacekeeping operations. Guided by the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's foreign policy dictum, friendship to all, malice towards none, our principal position has been a driving force to actively participate in the peace endeavors of the United Nations, including the promotion of culture of peace, facilitating peace building and sustaining peace and contribution to peacekeeping operations. At present, we are the leading TPCC, as Under Secretary General stated, with around 7,000 peacekeepers and serving in 10 peacekeeping operations. Our peacekeepers, police troops, as well as non-uniform personnel, like judges and correction officers, are rendering their responsibilities with utmost professionalism, dedication, and courage. So far, 167 valiant peacekeepers from Bangladesh have made their supreme sacrifice for the noble cause of peace. I pay my deepest tribute to all the fallen heroes. Mr. Chair, I thank you for highlighting the three important issues: partnership, medical environment, which have gradually been critical at a time when we are faced with complex and multifaceted challenges. Harmful use of technology by the armed groups, use of unarmed aerial vehicle like drone, and increasing IEDs in the conflict areas are threats to the safety and security of civilians as well as the peacekeepers. Hate speech, misinformation, and disinformation against the peacekeepers potentially create distance between peacekeepers and the local communities. We need to focus on collective, collaborative, and inclusive approach. We emphasize on educate training of the peacekeepers on the digital tools and other emerging technologies. Capacity build development of the peacekeepers is critical to deliver on mandates, particularly protection of civilians as well as peacekeepers' own safety and security. We urge for an effective coordination between the member states and the Secretariat to identify and address the needs in the evolving scenario on the ground. We also emphasize on swift and timely rotation of the contingent owned equipment in ensuring operational readiness. As the co-chair of the group of the Friends on Leading Environmental Management in the field, we have been working closely with the DOS to reduce environmental footprint of the missions. Excellencies, Bangladesh has 38 pledges already registered in the PCRS, and we are placing more new pledges in this ministerial. We have fresh pledges of 2 infantry battalions, one of which is for co-deployment with the Gambia. We have pledged to provide quick reaction force, transport aircrafts, and demining EOD unit, helicopter unit, an airfield service unit, donation of an EOD remotely operated vehicle, and installation of a 20 kilowatt hour solar panel as COE. We also pledge 2 specialized police teams and 4 FUUs, including riverine element, rapid action team, IUD team, and SWAT. With regard to mental health, we are pledging to increase awareness in partnership with other interested countries. We are providing training on WPS and BIPSOT, and our BIPSOT and training for IPOs to support police pre-deployment. We will continue our efforts in achieving the target set in the Uniform Gender Parity Strategy. We also emphasize on the role of peacekeeping cooperation to support the host country to implement the WPS agenda. In line with our commitment to action for peacekeeping, we will continue supporting the 7 priorities of the SG's action for peacekeeping plus and further way forward. Before concluding, I would like to reiterate Bangladesh's readiness to make peacekeeping operation fit for purpose with more peacekeeping and necessary equipment. I have been a teacher for many years, and during my teaching, mostly in the USA, I used to come across many veterans, young veterans from the war, and many were otherwise had challenges. So we create a special session, counseling session for them. At times we provide extra hours for those veterans so that they can cope up with. And one thing we always try to provide, that hope to them, because many were very depressed after returning. These are young kids, 22-year kids. And so we have in Bangladesh also have started this sort of, the arrangement that we have created many, I must say, and another thing we have been doing in the UN and all across, promoting culture of peace. Because we believe that if we can promote culture of peace, the very essence of it, to create a mindset of tolerance, to create a mindset of respect towards others, irrespective of religion, ethnicity, color, and background. If we can create such a mindset, we believe we can have sustainable peace across nations. And this is important, and we believe we have to do in the host countries as well as those who would be working on those countries to create a mindset of respect towards others. Take all the human beings as human beings, and that can ensure sustainable peace across nations. Thank you, Excellency.
I thank the Honorable Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, not only for his statement, but from his commitment, clearly coming from the heart, of ensuring the good mental health of our peacekeepers, pre-deployment, during deployment, and post-deployment. Thank you, Foreign Minister, also for the 38 pledges already registered and for the 9 pledges announced just now. I would only pick 3 of them. Thank you very much for the provision of helicopter unit. Thank you very much for renewable energy, 20 kilowatt hour. And thank you very much for ensuring that the stigma about mental health is removed and continuous awareness generation is done. With this, we go on to our second panelist, the Honorable Minister of Defense of Nigeria, Mr. Muhammad Badaru Abubakar. But before I give him the floor, I want to recall that Mr. Abubakar has served for many years effectively in promoting socio-economic development. Peace and security cannot be seen in isolation, and we are so grateful to learn from you, Your Excellency, about your experiences, particularly to share Nigeria's experiences in peacekeeping partnership between 2 member states which build sustainable capacity of uniformed peacekeepers. So over to you, Honorable Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much. I think before then, I will want to discuss our involvement in peacekeeping and the pledges. It is with profound pride and deep sense of responsibility that I speak before you today as we gather on African soil for the very first time for this Peacekeeping Ministerial. This is not just the meeting of minds, but the testament of Africa evolving a valuable role as a beacon of peace, unity, and collaboration in these transformative times. Nigeria as a nation has always held the ideals of peace and unity at the beacon, at the core of its identity. Today, I wish to share with you all that in our persistent commitment to the United Nations goals. Nigeria has not just met but surpassed all current and projected targets for female gender parity and participation in the United Nations. For instance, while the 2028 target for females in the peace deployment contingent is 15% plus, Nigeria currently has 22. For the female police unit, while the target is 20 plus, Nigeria has currently 24. These gender parity goals cut across all Nigerian contingents, as well as individual uniformed peacekeepers. This accomplishment is not merely a matter of statistics, but reflects our unwavering commitment to the A for P and A for P plus gender. Women, peace, and security are intertwined, and we believe that empowering our women is pivotal to achieving lasting peace and ensuring a prosperous future. Nevertheless, our commitment to the A for P plus agenda does not end there. We have deeply invested in pioneering innovative, data-driven, and technology-enabled peacekeeping solution. In a world where technology is bridging gaps and forging connections, Nigeria is harnessing its power to enhance the effectiveness of our peacekeeping initiatives. Accordingly, Nigeria's bid to support UN's efforts has just last week, the Nigerian Air Force C-130 aircraft deployed UN-based defense company and their contingent owns equipment to WOW Airport in South Sudan, the first of its kind by a national Air Force carrier into that airfield. The deployment shows Nigeria's capacity and support towards UN peacekeeping missions. While Nigeria is proud of those milestones, we recognize that peacekeeping requires a multifaceted approach. To this end, Nigeria is gearing up to augment our contribution to peacekeeping missions. Our strategy includes infusing our peacekeeping efforts with advanced aviation capabilities, ensuring swift and effective responses in diverse situations. Furthermore, we understand that expertise is as pivotal as equipment. As such, we are dedicated to contributing subject matter experts to missions and supplying gratis personnel to the UN Secretariat. Their insight, experience, and expertise will provide invaluable guidance in shaping the course of our peacekeeping endeavors. Nonetheless, as we bolster our peacekeeping capacities, we remember that our ultimate strength lies in our people. The Nigerian spirit, characterized by resilience, unity, and a dedication for progress, drives our initiative. It is this spirit that we bring to the table as we collaborate with the nations worldwide to sow the seed of peace. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. In this shared journey towards global peace and prosperity, Nigeria is committed to working hand in hand with all nations. Together we can navigate the challenges, scale the obstacle, and chart a course towards a world where peace isn't the exception, but the norm. In the usual Nigerian spirit of sharing and brotherlyhood, we make the following pledges. I think they are all there. A level 2 field hospital, adaptable to any UN field missions, 2 infantry battalions modified to fit any UN field mission, 2 infantry companies modified to fit any UN mission, a signal company, an explosive ordnance disposal company, a military riverine unit, 2 form police unit, an airfield support unit, 1 armed helicopter unit, 1 fixed wing ISR unit, 1 uncrewed aviation unit, 1 uncrewed aviation unit, 1 fixed wing ISR unit, gratis personnel in various fields, aviation, crew and uncrewed, logistic, medical, and ICT, free training slot in Martin Luther Agwe International Leadership and Peacekeeping Training Center for Excellence, and subject matter expert in mission in areas such as intelligence, base defense, post protection, military police, and investigation. Finally, as we exchange ideas, share experience, and forge collaborations during this gathering, let us remember our shared dream, a world where every individual, irrespective of where they came from, can thrive in peace and harmony. Nigeria is ready, and we invite you all to join us in this noble pursuit. And in the issue of capacity building and training, I believe training and capacity building are very important in enhancing performance, safety, and security of peacekeepers, as well as mandate delivery during UN peace mission. In this regard, Nigeria has a peacekeeping center of excellence, the Martin Luther Agwe International Leadership and Peace Center. The center has equipped over 90,000 peacekeepers with the requisite skill and techniques necessary to be effective in dealing with the multinational challenges in mission areas. The center delivers training to Nigerian personnel and those of other countries to ensure peacekeepers are brought to the required UN standard before they are deployed to the field. Like we all know, capacity building and training are capital intensive and therefore requires partnership. In terms of partnership with the UN, Nigerian personnel have taken part in many UN courses organized by the Integrated Training Services, ITS, of the Department of Peace Operations, the Martin Luther Agwe International Leadership and Peace Center, with the support from ITS and sponsorship of the US government, conducted a training of trainers for the United Nations Military Observers Course from 6 to 7 June 2022. Participants were drawn from 8 African countries: Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Togo, Rwanda, and Zambia, with a 52% female representation. Our doors are open as we look forward to hosting more UN courses in the future. It is important to emphasize the importance of partnership in capacity building and training by mentioning our Nigerian partners. The Nigerian Peacekeeping Training Center collaborates with foreign partners like the United States African Contingency Operation Training Assistance, the German Technical Advisory Group, British Military Advisory and Training Team, Peace Operation Training Institute, USA, United Nations Development Program, with funding from the Japanese government, among others. While Nigerian partners with the world to advance peacekeeping, we believe a lot can still be done to advance the frontiers of partnership to enable smaller troops to police contributing countries to build more capacity for peacekeeping. We therefore encourage more partnerships in the capacity for peacekeeping. We therefore encourage more partnership in the form of multinational rotational deployments, joint deployments, rapid deployments and handover, and the deployments of mobile training teams to field missions, among others. Nigeria remains open to those partnerships and is willing to engage with any of you bilaterally or multilaterally in this regard, as we have seen the tremendous advantage that this brings. The contemporary peacekeeping setting places some strains on the mental health of peacekeepers who are deployed in harsh, remote, and insecure environments. Mindful of this challenge, Nigeria ensures her peacekeepers undergo rigorous medical evaluation period to deployments. We provide our peacekeepers with a diverse range of in-mission welfare and recreational facilities and continuous monitoring after peacekeepers return from the mission. The government of Nigeria places a high premium on early identification and rehabilitation of mental health cases of her personnel, and therefore applauds the effort of the United Nations in the development of a strategic framework for the mental health support for the uniformed peacekeeping personnel. Nigeria will share lessons learned on mental health with the UN for the benefit of all. We will provide the United Nations with mental health professionals and strengthen training on mental health across military and police training institutions across the country. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
I thank the Honorable Minister of Defense of Nigeria, particularly for reminding us of the African proverb which emphasizes the need for partnership, the need for unity, and the need for togetherness. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your pledges, particularly in the area of aviation, gratis personnel, the gratis training offered by Nigeria in its Martin Luther Agwai Leadership and Peacekeeping Training Center, and I'm sure that all of us will benefit from these experiences. Thank you also for your recent deployment of C-130 aircraft in Wau in South Sudan. Before I give the floor to our next panelist, the Honorable Vice Minister of Defense of Uruguay, Colonel Rivera Elgudo Campo, I want to mention on a personal level that like myself and another panelist, Mr. Van, Vice Minister is also a former peacekeeper. He served in Angola, in Mozambique, in Cote d'Ivoire, several tours of duty in Democratic Republic of Congo, so he speaks both with an inside and an outside experience. And I would request him to tell us a little bit about how partnerships between member states can and have already improved the performance in peacekeeping. The floor is all yours, Honorable Vice Minister.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will speak in Spanish. Uruguay tiene, como ustedes saben, una larga tradición en misiones de paz. Aún antes de la creación de la Organización de Naciones Unidas, uruguayos participaron como observadores en un conflicto en nuestro continente, en Sudamérica, conflicto entre Bolivia y Paraguay. Desde que se crearon las misiones de paz en 1948, más de 50.000 efectivos de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas han participado en misiones de paz. Es nuestro compromiso contribuir y consolidar a establecer la paz y a proteger la vida, la integridad y los derechos humanos de las personas donde desplegamos nuestros contingentes. Uruguay tiene Fuerzas Armadas sin grandes capacidades tecnológicas, pero sí somos orgullosos de nuestro personal militar, de su profesionalismo y de su solidaridad y empatía. Hemos demostrado que las misiones de paz no solo necesitan la indispensable aplicación de manuales y protocolos, sino que además se debe agregar el componente humanístico indispensable en lugares donde éste se carece, sobre todo donde no llega a los más vulnerables. Dentro de la larga tradición que cuenta nuestro país, y de acuerdo a la Iniciativa de Paz 2018 y a los lineamientos generales establecidos, nuestro país ha presentado propuestas que se detallan en esta diapositiva. Este listado incluye distintas características y unidades. Y en el tema de entrenamiento, quisiera destacar que el compromiso de Uruguay con la Agenda Mujer, Paz y Seguridad ha sido muy importante. En el año 2020 finalizó su estudio de barreras para la participación de mujeres en misiones de paz. En el año 2022 aplicó al Fondo ELSI para establecer acciones para superar las barreras identificadas, y desde el año 2023 estamos realizando las primeras acciones. Ellas consisten en un equipo de información, educación y evaluación que recorre las distintas unidades de las 3 Fuerzas Armadas, donde evalúan particularmente al personal femenino para que determinar las condiciones, si cumplen las condiciones necesarias para desplegar en misiones de paz, informar los criterios de despliegue que tienen nuestras fuerzas y además evaluar su capacidad para ocupar roles operacionales. Esta sería una de las acciones principales. Además de ello, se han establecido con un plan piloto, coordinado con el Departamento de Operaciones de Paz, la posibilidad que el contingente que se designe en el año 2024 y despliegue en el 2025, las mujeres con hijos menores de 12 años y los hombres jefes de hogares monoparentales puedan concurrir por 6 meses. Este plan es un plan piloto por la duración de un año, y el cargo del costo de ese despliegue por 6 meses estaría a cargo del proyecto ELSI. Esto nos va a permitir evaluar si el tiempo de despliegue, como lo identifica nuestro estudio de barreras, es demasiado, particularmente para las madres con hijos menores de 12 años. El tercer punto de ese proyecto es el desarrollo de becas escolares que permiten una educación extendida, o sea que al horario escolar normal se le extiende una segunda parte donde se realizan estudios extracurriculares o la práctica de deportes o cualquier otra actividad que permita la cobertura en esa extensión escolar. Estas 3 acciones somos las que hemos identificado como las principales para superar la barrera donde las mujeres de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas se ven limitadas a participar en las misiones de paz. Quería referirme también que nuestra Escuela Nacional de Operaciones de Paz cuenta con la aprobación a través de UNICEF de un protocolo para el desarrollo de políticas, el tratamiento de niños en áreas de conflicto, y ese protocolo es de aplicación y lo desarrollamos en nuestro Centro de Operaciones de Paz. Además, hemos sido seleccionados por la Fundación Dallaire de Canadá como el centro de referencia en Latinoamérica para la protección y el combate al desarrollo de los niños soldados. Todas estas capacidades que cuenta nuestro centro de entrenamiento nacional está a disposición de las Naciones Unidas, de los países de la región. Uruguay es el único país de Sudamérica que cuenta con un batallón de infantería con la misión de protección de civiles, una protección robusta en la República Democrática del Congo, y además cuenta con una sección de enlace, de Engagement Platoon, también desarrollando esa actividad en la República Democrática del Congo. Por lo tanto, yo sé que estamos cortos de tiempo y que hay muchos países que tienen sus promesas. Las promesas de Uruguay están a la vista. El compromiso de Uruguay está presente desde antes de la creación de Naciones Unidas por la Paz. Lo importante para el Uruguay es ser un socio creíble y confiable. Por último, me desearía agradecer al gobierno de Ghana y felicitarlo por esta excelente conferencia, agradecer a la gente de Ghana por cómo nos han recibido en forma cálida y amistosa, y agradecerle a todos su presencia. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished Vice Minister of Defense of Uruguay, and I give the floor to my dear colleague and friend, the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Mali, Mr. Ergatim Van, to share his experiences very briefly of the challenges which I mentioned earlier, but also the efforts which are being deployed under his leadership to overcome them. Van, over to you.
I think it works now. Thank you so much, Atul, for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion and bring in a field perspective from a mission that unfortunately has faced a number of challenges. As you are all aware, I'm certain MINUSMA is in a process of closing. We have one more base to hand over to the Malian authorities. That will be done at the end of this week. And we are in the process of repatriating units, police, military, and civilian. The process has moved fairly well. 10,400, 500 troops, police and civilian personnel have already been repatriated and will be able to complete the process by 31st December as mandated by the Council. And it was not an easy exercise for a host of reasons, obviously, which I do not have the time to detail here. But let me take this opportunity to express appreciation to all TCCs, PCCs for their outstanding contribution to the work we did. And I see here, just in the panel, Bangladesh, we do have an infantry unit and other unit that did a fantastic job. Nigeria, level 2 hospital in Timbuktu, which also made a tremendous contribution to our work, in addition, of course, to all the other TCCs, a long list which I cannot list here. Now, I believe that the closure of MINUSMA is a good opportunity for us to reflect on the challenges, but also on the innovations that MINUSMA introduced, which I believe can help us enhance the performance of our operations elsewhere. As you know, MINUSMA, over a period of a decade, dealt with a multi-layered crisis in Mali, and were mandated to provide support to a number of political processes, the peace agreement of 2015, the transition towards the constitutional rule, extension of state authority, protection of civilians and promotion and protection of human rights. We operated in a very difficult environment, an asymmetric environment, which often manifested itself in attacks against the mission, and we have earned the reputation of being the most dangerous UN peacekeeping mission. 300 peacekeepers were killed in the course of MINUSMA's decade-long deployment, and more than 700 have been wounded, unfortunately. Now, to mitigate this threat and ensure that our operations proceed, we had to invest heavily in the protection of our peacekeepers. And this includes physical security enhancement to fortify our integrated camps, airfield security, infrastructure work to enhance surveillance, detection and early warning. We have been at the forefront of using technology to ensure the safety of our peacekeepers, and that includes using access control systems, SIRAMs, counter-rocket, artillery and mortar, sense and warning systems in all our camps, camp surveillance suites, perimeter intrusion detection systems, and the tactical use of unmanned aerial vehicles. We have also done a lot in terms of innovation in the area of medical support. Given the high number of casualties we suffered, we had to think outside the box. In this context, we came up with a patient evacuation coordination center that centralized specialized personnel for quick and better decision making. We employed commercial standalone aeromedical evacuation teams, AMET, and medically equipped aeromedical evacuation search and rescue helicopters, as well as mobile damage control surgical teams, all of which help bridge the 10-1-2 challenges confronting our peacekeepers when in operations. These innovations have been replicated in a number of other countries, in Somalia operations, Somalia, Yemen, Congo, Libya, and Afghanistan. We have also, as part of the triangular partnership program, rolled out telemedicine in some of our remote locations. To give you an example, we have camps spread in central Mali and in northern Mali. When you go to the furthest location where MINUSMA was deployed, Tessalit, close to the Algerian border, that is 1,700 kilometers from Bamako, in a situation where there are no roads to speak of. And telemedicine has made it possible to support rapid and accurate diagnosis and treatment in emergency situations prior to transfer of peacekeepers to healthcare facilities. And it has reduced significantly our casualties. We have also been active in mental health, critical given the stressful environment in which we operate, civilians and uniformed personnel alike. And I'm glad to stress that in 2021, MINUSMA Staff Counseling received the Secretary General Award in the category of fostering mental health for its wellness program and online community undertaken during the COVID pandemic. Another point I would like to highlight relates to the participation of women. Here again, MINUSMA has been quite proactive through the LC Initiative Fund. We prioritize gender-responsive camp infrastructure and accommodation, which contributed to the deployment of 56 female peacekeepers from Guinea to the Guinean Base Defense Unit in Kidal. Other projects to increase women in Foreign Police Unit were also on course, but obviously have now to be stopped because of the closure of the mission. Last point relates to the use of renewable energy. Here again, MINUSMA has taken a number of initiatives to ensure that the mission is energy efficient, and that involve the installation of small solar farms, wind energy to back up energy production in many of our field locations. We have also installed solar street lighting in several of our camps, and all these camps will be handed over to the Malian authorities in a functional status. We had a larger project, a pilot solar-powered energy system in Bamako, which would have reduced our diesel generator consumption by at least 75% and reduced our COD emissions by 6,400 tons. Obviously, here again, that project has to be curtailed as a result of the closure of the mission. As part of the closure of the mission, we paid particular attention to environment, and that involved ensuring, of course, that the camps were clean and that inspections were conducted with the Malian authorities to ensure that we met our environmental obligations. And that process was conducted in most of the camps, except in few where security conditions did not allow us to proceed as planned. Overall, I would say that the mission has been a hub for innovations to improve security, safety, address environment issues, increase the participation of women in peacekeeping, and there is a lot to be learned from that experience, and I hope that our discussions and subsequent discussions will make it possible to build on MINUSMA's experience to help other peacekeeping operations improve their performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Van. I would like to thank all panelists for sharing their unique experiences, insights, their foresights for the future on a wide range of issues which concern all of us in making peacekeeping better for our brave women and men who serve in the field. I would now like to proceed with the speakers list that has been established for those member states who have expressed an interest to speak on this agenda item of capacity building, partnerships, training, health. And I commence by first requesting the Republic of South Africa, the distinguished Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Madame Modise, my elder sister, to take the floor. She was also my generous host last year for the first Peacekeeping Technology Symposium, which was held on the soil of Africa. Defense Minister, you have the floor.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me first thank the government of Ghana, the people, for hosting us in this first African country to host this very important matter that we're discussing today. We also want to say that we appreciate all the hospitality and friendship that we have received since our arrival here. The United Nations has a record of 75 years of peacekeeping. That record of 75 years, Chairperson, has translated into very seeable, very predictable promotion of peace and stability, not only in Africa but across the world. We want to say as South Africa that we think we ought to be able to celebrate the achievements of these peacekeeping missions, but we also ought to remember the sacrifices of those men and women who sometimes gave up their lives in the service of the United Nations and its mandates. Chair, we must accept that with the changing patterns of the weather, with the recent COVID and the sluggish performances of the world economies, that there are new threats that are also making movements and survival of our peoples across the world more difficult. We want to say that even though the peace missions are successful, that there is no mechanism that is always perfect. And therefore, we welcome that today we are coming together to see how we can contribute as nations towards making sure that into the future, the peacekeeper is better prepared, is better resourced, is on time and protected. We want to say that today, our pledges, as you see them there, we want to pledge that we we host the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in a time which sometimes will come. We understand that Africa has just had its share, but we will be pleased to host. We also want to say that we want to host the field medical assessment, We want to provide a battlefield advanced trauma life support training to provide mental and welfare professionals, experts, and experts also with regard to the capacity buildings to troop contributing countries. We want to avail our South African Peace Mission Training Center to offer training to senior mission leaders on courses and on peacekeeping intelligence. We want to fully utilize the opportunities by our senior members in the talent pipeline. We want to nominate our women who are senior to the UN missions on leadership positions. We want to provide expert mobile training teams on gender and peacekeeping intelligence. We want to share the experiences, the good practices, and the lessons learned by women who sometimes were not necessarily in the military, but were members pushing for the agenda of women, inclusion of women into the military, and making sure that democratization and the project of democratization takes root in Africa. And therefore, for us, you cannot ignore the contribution of the African women into gender mainstreaming, and you cannot continue to ignore the impact of women in the South African military in the development on the instrument that we are using, Chairperson, on the sexual exploitation and abuse, which we think is something that we can also contribute to training on. We want to say that we are available to provide senior officers, staff officers, military observers. We also want to say that we do have a geospatial information system capability that we wish to share. All of this, we think, should be contributing to making sure that the world is at a better place, that it does not matter where you are, what your gender is, whether you are rich and poor, that your voice and your life matters. We are raising this because we think it is important for us to begin to plan properly, to make sure that when we embark on missions, we are ready, we are properly skilled, we are predictable in the outcomes that we want to make, and we can ensure that when we leave the place, everything is ready. We also place on record that the missions that South Africa and the rest of SADC are involved in are coming to an end soon, but we hope that with the help of the UN, the AU, that the people that we will leave behind after these missions will remember that they were well loved and cared for by the peacemakers, by the missions sent by the United Nations. And I thank you, Chair.
I sincerely thank the Honorable Minister of Defense and Military Veterans of the Republic of South Africa, particularly for her pledges announced just now. Et maintenant, je voudrais inviter la ministre de Sécurité et de Protection civile du Togo, Son Excellence Colonel Majulba, de prendre la parole. Colonel Majulba.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi, au nom de mon pays, le Togo, et de son président, le président Faure Gnassingbé, d'adresser mes chaleureuses félicitations au président Nana Akufo-Addo pour l'organisation de notre rencontre, ce qui est une première en Afrique. Mes chaleureuses félicitations vont aussi au secrétaire général, Antonio Guterres, pour ses efforts en faveur d'un monde plus pacifique plus juste et aussi pour la détermination dont il fait preuve tout au long de son mandat à la tête de notre organisation commune. J'associe cet hommage à l'ensemble des casques bleus des Nations Unies qui travaillent avec courage et abnégation, souvent dans des conditions extrêmement périlleuses et payant parfois le prix le plus élevé pour la cause de la paix. La présente session s'ouvre dans un contexte international où de nombreux foyers de tension persistent dans le monde et plus particulièrement dans notre sous-région où le terrorisme continue de faire des milliers de victimes. En réponse à ces conflits prolongés et à des environnements de plus en plus dangereux, le secrétaire général a eu le mérite de prendre des mesures pour appeler les États membres que nous sommes à se joindre à l'organisation pour élaborer un ensemble de principes d'engagement mutuellement convenus afin de créer des opérations de maintien de la paix adaptées à l'avenir. Le Togo, mon pays, souscrit pleinement à toutes ces actions qui visent l'amélioration de la sûreté, de la sécurité et du bien-être de notre personnel. C'est pourquoi le président de la République ne cesse de s'investir personnellement et au quotidien pour la paix et la stabilité en Afrique de l'Ouest et particulièrement dans le Sahel. Dans le souci d'apporter sa pierre à l'édification de la paix dans le monde sous l'égide de l'ONU, le Togo a eu à déployer 2 unités de police constituées, un bataillon d'infanterie, un hôpital de niveau 2 et du personnel militaire et de police individuel au sein de la MINUSMA, de la MONUSCO, de la MINUSCA, de la MINURSO et de la MINUS. Et dans le même ordre d'idée, notre pays s'est engagé depuis 2018 au niveau du PCRS et dans la catégorie des FPU, bataillon d'infanterie et d'une force de réaction rapide. S'agissant de la participation des femmes dans les opérations de maintien de la paix, il faut rappeler que le Togo, mon pays, a atteint un pourcentage de 10% des effectifs déployés et nous continuons par faire des efforts pour améliorer la participation des femmes dans ces missions. Et nous avons souscrit aussi au projet LC, ce qui nous a permis d'identifier les différentes difficultés qu'il y a et pour améliorer notre participation. Et je voudrais terminer en insistant sur le fait que les mutations actuelles que nous vivons dans le monde nécessitent une adaptation constante de notre organisation pour lui permettre de bien répondre aux exigences des temps présents en vue de construire ensemble et durablement la paix dans le monde que nous voulons et une paix et une sécurité collective. Merci.
Je remercie la ministre de la Sécurité et de la Protection civile du Togo, and I now have the honor to invite State Secretary in the Federal Ministry of Defense of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Nils Hilmer, to kindly take the floor.
Okay, there you go. 9, yeah. Honorable Undersecretary General Kare, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank our host, the Government of Ghana, for its overwhelming hospitality and the organization of this Peacekeeping Ministerial. Germany remains fully committed to UN peacekeeping and will continue to partner with the United Nations and with all troop and police contributing countries. Our police officers and soldiers currently serve in 6 UN peace operations, and we will expand our police participation. Germany continues to be the 4th largest contributor to the peacekeeping budget. Even more significant, we are the largest contributor of extra budgetary funding in peacekeeping and operational support. We care for peacekeeping with its strong focus on Africa, and we aim to continue on our engagement on this substantial level. Today, we would like to announce a variety of new pledges. We will provide adequate personal protective equipment for up to 1,500 women peacekeepers to troop contributing countries, as well as counter-IED equipment and body-first aid kits. Germany fully supports the UN's environment strategy for peace operations. We will source 80% of electricity from renewable energy by 2030 in our camps and peacekeeping operations, for instance in UNIFIL. Together with the Department of Operational Support, we will provide missions and troop contributing countries with renewable energy systems. We also support environmental management training with the Triangular Partnership Program. Germany will host the Women's Military Peace Operations course in Berlin in summer 2024. And we are proud to the contribution to the LC Initiative Fund to promote the meaningful participation of women at all levels in UN peace operations. We continue to support projects fostering the protection of civilians as well as the use of technology in peacekeeping. We support the implementation of the mental health strategy for uniformed UN personnel together with partners from Denmark, Guatemala, Israel, Ireland and the Netherlands, inter alia with the financial contribution to the digital mental health platform. Germany is an important contributor to the Peacekeeping Intelligence Academy in Entebbe and intends to deploy mobile training teams on military peacekeeping intelligence in the future. The German Armed Forces will host the trainer course for UN staff officer in Germany in 2025, and just like the German police, will offer training courses both in mission and through mobile training teams. And last but not least, Germany will foster interoperability between the United Nations and the African Union on operational support. Again, I'm extremely grateful to Ghana for having provided this opportunity and for having facilitated our next steps to boost United Nations peacekeeping. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable State Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Defense for all the pledges announced just now, but I would request all of us to give him yet another round of applause for the very ambitious commitment which they have given, that is 80% of renewable energy in their camps by 2030. Congratulations. I would now like to invite His Excellency General Keeling Shu, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the People's Republic of China. You have the floor, sir.
各位同事、女士们，很高兴参加这次大会。中方赞赏加纳为主办此次会议所做的精心准备和周到安排。我愿借此机会向所有蓝垂卫士致以崇高敬意，向所有出宾国和出境国表示诚挚谢意。当前国际形势变乱交织，安全挑战层出不穷。中国习近平主席提出构建人类命运共同体理念，是有效应对共同挑战的必由之路。中方主张 要践行真正多边主义，坚决维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，推动国际秩序朝着更加公正合理的方向发展。要秉持正确安全观，践行全球安全倡议，为实现普遍安全和持久和平夯实基础。要坚持和平协商方式，秉持公平正义，坚持通过对话协商，以和平方式解决国家间分歧和争端。中国坚定不移推进构建人类命运共同体，为世界和平发展担当尽责。我们致力于维护维和基本原则，坚持维和三原则，坚持安理会决议应该得到完整执行，坚持要根据当地形势和人民意愿，及时制定并落实撤出战略。我们致力于加强维和能力建设，优先派遣待命等级高的部队，加大对发展中国家维和待命能力建设的帮扶，支持维和行动改革，充分发挥区域和次区域组织的作用。我们致力于保障维和人员安全，倡导采取加强科技应用、提升态势感知以及关注维和人员身心健康等综合措施，改善维和人员安全。强调维和行动应遵守安理会授权，不能担负授权外任务。为支持改革和加强联合国维和行动，中方愿作出以下3项举措：一是加强维和待命能力建设，持续提供优质维和兵员。中方8000人规模维和待命部队，包括实征类型28支分队，将随时根据联合国请求派出参加维和行动。二是举办维和国际培训班，助力维和专业人才培养。2024年，中国军队将举办女性维和军官国际培训班、维和情报国际培训班、维和无人机研讨班等，邀请相关国家派员参加。三是开展维和理念经验交流，机制攻关维和转型发展。2024年至2026年，中国将与文莱共同担任东盟防长扩大会维和专家组共同主席国。中方将主办地区维和专家会，邀请联合国及机制内国家代表及维和专家与会，分享经验做法。谢谢。
Distinguished representative of the People's Republic of China, and I now like to invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense, His Excellency Sultan Kamalet Dinov of Kazakhstan, to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Республики Гана, а также Организацию Объединенных Наций за проведенные 5-й министерской конференции ООН по обсуждению вопроса миротворческой деятельности. Безусловно, данное мероприятие высокого уровня является важным в контексте обсуждения ряда глобальных вызовов, а также путей их решения в сфере обеспечения международного мира и безопасности. За свою историю миротворчество показало себя как наиболее эффективный миротворцы, представляющие различные национальности, религии, регионы и конфессии, несут службу в самых опасных местах на Земле, объединившись в самоотверженном стремлении содействовать миру. Они принесли мир и надежду миллионам людей, страдающих от разрушительных последствий конфликта. К сожалению, несмотря на все усилия, очаги различных конфликтов не угасают, а иногда и продолжают разгораться с новой силой. Мы все являемся свидетелями крайне негативных процессов, которые влияют на архитектуру региональной и глобальной безопасности. Полагается, что в текущих условиях усилия мирового сообщества должны быть многократно усилены для достижения мира посредством диалога. В этой связи необходимо продолжить работу в рамках дальнейшей реализации инициативы Генерального секретаря ООН «Действия по поддержанию мира плюс», направленных на укрепление миротворческих операций ООН путем активизации коллективных действий со стороны всех участников миротворческого процесса, включая государства, Совет Безопасности ООН, Генеральную Ассамблею ООН, финансовых доноров, страны, представляющие воинские и полицейские контингенты, принимающие страны, региональные организации секретариата ООН. Казахстан всегда являлся ответственным членом международного сообщества, и отказ на заре независимости от четвертого в мире арсенала ядерного оружия на деле подтверждает стремление нашей страны к достижению всеобщего согласия в мире. Мы полностью понимаем отсутствие альтернативы Организации Объединенных Наций в обеспечении международного мира и безопасности, действенным механизмом которого является миротворческая операция. Существует много факторов миротворческой деятельности ООН, которые требуют переосмысления и разработки новых подходов. Для этого необходимо сосредоточиться на том, как международное сообщество способно использовать успехи, достигнутые за последние 70 лет практики. Для Казахстана миротворчество является одним из самых сильных инструментов для поддержания международного мира и безопасности. Казахстан, первая страна в Центральной Азии, с 2018 года направляет миссию ООН в Ливане свои миротворческие подразделения. На сегодняшний день в указанной миссии приняли участие более 600 миротворцев. Мы выражаем признательность странам-партнерам за уникальное совместное развертывание в составе миротворческой миссии ООН в Ливане и планируем развертывать более крупные подразделения при поддержке других стран, а также самостоятельно. Кроме того, Казахстан, как одна из самых молодых стран, предоставляющих войска, постоянно расширяет свое присутствие в миротворческих операциях ООН. Казахстан направлял своих военнослужащих в миссии ООН в Кот-д'Ивуар, Мали. В настоящее время наши миротворцы проходят службу в миссиях в Ливане, Западной Сахаре, Центральной Республике, Африканской Республике и Демократической Республике Конго. Проводится работа по развертыванию первого самостоятельного миротворческого контингента в миссии ООН на Голландских высотах. Указанное развертывание станет историческим шагом для Республики Казахстан в контексте укрепления вклада в миротворческую деятельность ООН. Также немаловажным является тот факт, что Казахстан – единственная страна в Центральной Азии, которая имеет значительный опыт участия в миротворческих операциях и является региональным представителем миротворчества. В этом контексте Казахстан трансформирует подходы по обучению и подготовке военнослужащих к участию в миротворческих операциях ООН. Основой системы является Центр миротворческой подготовки Министерства обороны, единственный в своем роде в регионе. На базе Центра проводятся курсы, сертифицированные ООН с участием слушателей из разных стран. Хотел бы отметить, что растущие возможности Центра миротворческих операций Республики Казахстан будут использоваться не только для развития миротворческого потенциала республики, но и для укрепления потенциала всего региона Центральной Азии. Также Казахстаном проводятся мероприятия по гендерным аспектам в свете реализации резолюции Совета Безопасности. На постоянной основе поддерживается практика в сфере гендерного равенства, защиты и равноправия женщин и принимаются меры по активизации роли военнослужащих женщин. Им, наряду с мужчинами, предоставлены широкие возможности в реализации гражданских прав и свобод при выборе специальности, продвижении по службе, обеспечении карьерного роста. Проводятся различные мероприятия по гендерной тематике для стран региона Центральной Азии при взаимодействии с различными международными организациями и странами-партнера. Казахстанские женщины-военнослужащие на постоянной основе принимают участие в миротворческих операциях ООН в качестве военных наблюдателей и штабных офицеров. В заключение, я хочу уверить, что для Казахстана большая честь вносить свой вклад в миротворческую деятельность ООН. Республика Казахстан неизменно продолжит соблюдать требования Устава Организации Объединенных Наций, совместными усилиями достигать построения более безопасного, устойчивого и процветающего глобального общества. Хотел бы отметить, что министерская конференция организована на высоком уровне. Принимающая страна Республика Гана на протяжении многих лет играет одну из ведущих ролей в миротворческой деятельности ООН и вносит значительный вклад в дело поддержания международного мира и безопасности. Пользуясь случаем, хотел бы поблагодарить еще раз руководство Республики Гана за теплый прием. Надеемся на плодотворное обсуждение в рамках мероприятия и практическую реализацию достигнутых договоренностей. Спасибо за внимание.
I thank the Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense of Kazakhstan, and I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Parliament Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Canada, Her Excellency Pamela Fraser-Damoff. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. We thank Ghana for hosting this UN PKM and for convening us today. At this important juncture in the history of peacekeeping, as we face new threats and opportunities, Canada remains steadfast in our commitment to work with partners to revitalize our collective global peace and security architecture, multilateralism, and the rules-based order. Canada has supported UN peacekeeping since its inception. Over 125,000 Canadians have donned the blue helmet since 1948, and 123 have paid the ultimate sacrifice in the service of peace. As we gather here in Ghana, I want to reaffirm that Canada is ready to advance the Action for Peacekeeping agenda and help the UN respond to the priorities identified. We pledge to continue implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda to increase the meaningful participation of women in peacekeeping, and we're determined to support the protection of civilians, the safety and security of peacekeepers, and specialized training to increase the effectiveness of peacekeeping operations. We will continue to deploy Canadian expertise and capabilities in support of global peace operations. Canada currently has more than 100 personnel deployed to international peace missions around the world, both UN-led operations and others, like the multinational force and observers in Egypt. Since 2019, we've provided tactical airlift of necessary goods and equipment to UN peace operations in Uganda, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and in South Sudan. I'm pleased to announce today that we will be renewing this support until 2025. Our financial and training support for peace operations will continue. Canada is the 8th largest financial contributor to UN peacekeeping and the 3rd largest provider of voluntary funding, contributing $90 million Canadian dollars in extra budgetary funds to support peacekeeping operations since 2017. We're proud to be contributing $70 million over 3 years to the UN Peacebuilding Fund, and we're pleased to pledge more than $26 million today in additional funding support to international partners, including the UN Department of Peace Operations and the UN Department of Operational Support. This includes $9.2 million to support the WPS agenda and the ELSI initiative. Women's meaningful participation in peace operations and the achievement of long-term sustainable security go hand in hand. Canada is committed to making UN peace operations more inclusive by supporting gender-responsive leadership and environments within UN peace operations and through police training in an effort to overcome systemic barriers in peacekeeping operations. Up to $7.4 million in new support for implementation of the Vancouver Principles and capacity building with a focus on child protection, human rights, and strengthening accountability for SEA, including ongoing work with the Child Protection Team in the UN Department of Peace Operations to mainstream the Vancouver Principles. $2.1 million to support the safety and security of peacekeepers, including support for the creation of an emergency response team to enable humanitarian aid delivery in the most complex contexts, in addition to multi-year support towards explosive threat mitigation. And $7.8 million for specialized military and police training and capacity building initiatives with a focus on the protection of civilians, leadership training, uniformed women's outreach courses, and countering misinformation and disinformation in peace operations. Mis and disinformation makes it harder for peacekeeping operations to implement their mandates and has put the safety of peacekeepers at risk. Canada's commitment in this area is anchored in its broader efforts to protect information integrity. The erosion of information integrity, including disinformation, weakens democracy by hindering public debate on important issues. In response, Canada and the Netherlands recently launched the Global Declaration on Information Integrity Online to develop international norms to protect information. 34 countries have endorsed the declaration to date. With these commitments, Canada is proud to continue investing in peacekeeping capacity and specialized capabilities at this important juncture. We look forward to working with partners to face new challenges and embrace new opportunities together. Thank you. Merci.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Canada, and now I have the honour to invite His Excellency Secretary of State of Serbia, Excellency Mr. Starovic. You have the floor.
Mr. General, distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the Republic of Ghana for hospitality and for organizing such an important gathering in close cooperation with the United Nations Secretariat, particularly having in mind very difficult circumstances in which, sadly, there are armed conflicts that rage all over the world, for which it becomes ever more difficult to find appropriate, compromising and long-term solutions, both at regional and global level. Regardless of the ever more complex security situation in the world and internal challenges that the Republic of Serbia faces to preserve its own territorial integrity, it continues to be steadfastly oriented towards providing continued contribution to peace under the auspices of the United Nations. Members of the Serbian Armed Forces and Ministry of the Interior are being engaged in 4 out of 12 peacekeeping operations under the mandate of the United Nations, with more than 270 members. With its engagement in peacekeeping operations, the Republic of Serbia stands among the most significant European contributors. Also, in the previous period, the Republic of Serbia has provided a significant contribution in the field of mental health support for uniformed personnel of the United Nations through engagement in various projects. In the years to come, the Republic of Serbia will continue the long-standing practice of providing support to United Nations peacekeeping operations. As a significant contributor, the Republic of Serbia carefully keeps track of the challenges that peacekeeping operations face, and it supports the efforts made by the Secretary General and the United Nations Secretariat, including the initiatives titled Action for Peace Initiative and the New Agenda for Peace, aimed at adapting the approach to peacekeeping through the acknowledgement of the reality of current conflicts. Apart from contributing to United Nations mandated peacekeeping operations through the engagement of its military and police troops, the Republic of Serbia intends in the upcoming period to dedicate more attention and energy to providing support to the Secretariat of the United Nations in terms of training and building capacities for the needs of the peacekeeping operations. Having this said in mind, it is my honor to pledge new contribution to peacekeeping under the auspices of the United Nations. As a host country, the Republic of Serbia is ready to support the Secretariat of the United Nations during the realization of 2 courses planned in the first half of 2024, as well as 1 course to be conducted in the year 2025. The realization of the courses in 2024 has already been agreed, and final stages of their immediate preparations are in progress. Furthermore, in the next 2 years, the Republic of Serbia stands at the disposal of the Secretariat of the United Nations to second 3 mobile training teams to member states that require such a support. By supporting United Nations Triangular Partnership Program, the Republic of Serbia will, in 2024 and 2025, provide certified instructors for the conduct of United Nations Field Medical Assistance course. Apart from the announced pledges in terms of new contributions, allow me to reiterate the commitment of the Republic of Serbia to remain, in the period to come, a reliable partner in peacekeeping under the auspices of the United Nations, including the participation in current initiatives relating to arriving at ways to enhance these peacekeeping operations. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all.
I thank the Secretary of State of Serbia for the new pledges, and I now invite Her Excellency Deputy Minister of Defense of Norway, Excellency Mari Lamo Vikanes, to kindly take the floor. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ministers, colleagues, and supporters of UN peace operations. Norway is pleased to be a co-sponsor of the first Peacekeeping Ministerial that is taking place in an African country. As most UN peacekeeping operations take place on African soil, it is high time, and I would like to commend Ghana for hosting this important meeting. Norway is strongly committed to ensure that UN operations continue to play an important role in the maintenance of international peace and security. Our efforts will be threefold: through participation with highly qualified personnel, through project support, and through training and capacity building. Firstly, we will continue to provide personnel to UNTSO in the Middle East, as well as to the missions in South Sudan and in Colombia. We also second civilian experts to several missions. In addition, we will work together with our Nordic partners to provide a specialized police team. Second, we will continue to provide extra budgetary funding to strengthen the capacity of UN missions to deliver on their mandates. This includes support to the Secretary General's digital transformation strategy, as well as support to enhance peacekeeping intelligence, to strengthen the protection of children in armed conflict, to combat conflict-related sexual violence, to address mis- and disinformation, to gender-responsive UN police activities, and to the development of thematic manuals under the Strategic Guidance Framework for International Policing. Thirdly, we aim to increase our support for capacity building and pre-deployment training of UN personnel, both nationally and with partners. We believe that as small countries, we can make an even bigger difference by rallying our efforts in selected areas. We are currently working towards providing training courses within UN prioritized fields, together with the Nordic countries and other partners. This includes the co-sponsoring of a UN Police Commander course in Kenya in 2025 with the UK and the US. Excellencies, it is important to keep in mind that lasting peace cannot be achieved nor sustained by military engagement alone. The UN Security Council must ensure that the primacy of politics remains a central tenet of peace operations. They must be deployed based on and in support of a clearly identified political purpose and process. Women's meaningful participation in such processes must be ensured. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the Deputy Minister of Defense of Norway, and I now invite the Secretary General of the Federal Ministry of Defense of Austria, His Excellency Mr. Arnold Kamel, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Under-Secretary General Kare, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to Ghana for hosting this year's UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in close cooperation with the United Nations. As you are aware, Austria has a long-standing tradition in UN peacekeeping, with more than 100,000 Austrians having served in UN peacekeeping operations over the last 6 decades. It's therefore my privilege and pleasure to announce the following pledges on behalf of the Republic of Austria. Austria pledges to continue the project on networked multilateralism, upgrading partnerships to build stronger and efficient partnerships between the United Nations, regional organizations and member states. We will also continue our commitment to UN peacekeeping with the 5 missions in which we are also currently participating. We further pledge to register additional uniformed military capabilities in the PCR, where we also try to respond especially to natural disasters in UN peacekeeping mission areas. Austria pledges to form a national pool of both justice experts focusing on bringing perpetrators of crimes against peacekeepers to justice and correction experts focusing on training in prison security and treatment of prisoners as well as prison engineering. We also stand ready to support efforts of developing peacekeeping doctrines and policy as a host country for writing workshops both in 2024 and 2025, and we are also pledging to support the UN as host nation for a training of trainer course on mis- and disinformation covering all expenses. In the framework of the Light Coordination Mechanism, Austria pledges to expand its course offers to contribute to bilateral training and capacity building efforts, and we will further grant full sponsorship to selected international participants. In supporting the peacekeeping intelligence, Austria will continue providing subject matter experts for the human peacekeeping intelligence courses in support of the Peacekeeping Intelligence Academy. In terms of WPS, Austria will designate slots for our international courses exclusively for female participants, and Austria will continue to conduct the Safeguard training for women ammunition technical experts on international ammunition technical guidelines in 2024 with full sponsorship for selected international participants, and we will continue to fund one position within the JPO program in support of UN Women. Looking at the strategy for the digital transformation of UN peacekeeping, Austria pledges to provide experts and expertise to help design a future-proof information system concept tailored to the user's specific needs. In terms of reducing our environmental footprint in peacekeeping operations, it's my pleasure to announce that Austria, in close cooperation with the United Nations, will pledge on a possible project to transform our UNIFIL compound into a green camp, piloting innovative solutions, including renewable energy systems, the reduction of water consumption, as well as improving water, waste and energy management. We will also look to continue as, in this regard, serving as a model facility for other troop contributing countries as well as for the armed forces of the host nation. Finally, let me reiterate that Austria will remain a reliable partner for the UN peacekeeping agenda, and I am very proud to point out that our pledges have both significantly increased in terms of quality and quantity, reaffirming our long-standing support for UN peacekeeping operations in the years to come. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kamel, and I now invite the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Defense of Zambia, His Excellency Norman Shipaku Paku, to kindly take the floor. Zambia, you have the floor, sir.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. Your Excellency Jean Pierre Lacroix, UN Secretary, Under-Secretary General Peace Operations, honorable ministers present, all protocols observed, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my appreciation to the government of the Republic of Ghana and other strategic partners for hosting this prestigious and well-organized conference. Mr. Chair, Zambia is a long-standing partner of the United Nations in peace operations for more than 3 decades now, with our first observer mission in Chad in 1988. And we have played our role since then until now in Central African Republic. Since then, Mr. Chair, several strategies have been put in place with the help of cooperating partners and the United Nations in New York to build capacity and train our peacekeepers. We each cover a wide range of topics, including conflict analysis, human rights protection of civilians, gender mainstreaming, the rule of law, renewable energy, strategies, technology, and mental health. The content of these courses and training sessions is tailored, Mr. Chair, to the specifics of each mission which we send. In this regard, Zambia would like to pay tribute to the contributions made by our strategic partners and many others who have supported us in equipping our troops with the necessary skills and tools during the pre-deployment training at our prestigious Kenneth Kaunda Peace Training Center, KKPTC. For example, the construction, Mr. Chairman, of cooking facilities at KKPTC and at our training center in Miltez, which is the military establishment of Zambia, using renewable energy funded by the US, will give us, our troops, a pragmatic experience on the benefits of renewable energy. Afterwards, this program will also be rolled out to all our units deployed in the UN. Chair, I wish to reiterate that in order to foster peace, Zambia is available for participation in future UN operations, and in this regard, already subscribed pledges in the peacekeeping capability readiness status, which is the PCRS. We had a successful assessment advisory visit by the UN team, which took place in November 2023, and we await the report. The pledges made by the Zambian government include the following, without any operational caveats, Mr. Chairperson. A, we pledge an infantry battalion of 640 troops capable of deploying and sustaining a temporal tactical command post, TAC, for the duration of the operation. B, a quick reaction force of company strength capable of high-level alertness and readiness for short-notice deployments. Each quick reaction platoon will have a portable vertical takeoff micro UAV system for 90 minutes real-time surveillance and situational awareness. These assets, Mr. Chair, are deployable within 90 days. C, a level 2+ deployable hospital with an attached light mobile forward surgical module, which is easily transportable and allows for quick deployment, especially in tactical operational bases. It is equipped, Mr. Chairman, with various basic and orthopedic surgical procedures and services. This level 2 hospital can be deployed for UN operations within 60 days. D, medium utility helicopters, Mr. Chairperson, for either troop transportation, casualty evacuation, cargo and troop insertion. They can be deployed for UN operations within 90 days. E, Mr. Chairperson, we pledge a C-27J Spartan tactical airlift transport aircraft deployable for UN operations within 30 days. F, we pledge 3 UAVs to each QRF with portable micro US system for real-time surveillance and situational awareness. G, we also pledge, Mr. Chairperson, MI-17 full motion simulator for pilot recurrency training in Zambia. We also pledge, finally, Mr. Chair, a formed police unit of 150 troops currently on level 2. In addition, and as already alluded to, Mr. Chair, our previous submissions, Zambia is in full support of the United Nations peacekeeping operations policy on gender equality and women participation in peacekeeping. Currently, our female engagement team, FET, in Central African Republic is performing very well. We once again want to thank the US and the Netherlands for the initiative to support our female peacekeeping folk with tailor-made body armor. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Zambia reaffirms its commitment to continue working with the United Nations and other member states to strengthen peacekeeping operations. In this regard, I'm glad to mention that our Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, made a clarion call to the United Nations Secretary General that Zambia intends to increase the level of our UN participation. Mr. Chairperson, Zambia currently holds the chair of SADC Political Defense and Security Troika. We commit that we will continue to work for 1 year to maintain peace in the Southern African region. Mr. Chair, we have elections in a number of countries coming soon, and our job is to make sure that we keep peace during these elections. We have so far had very, very peaceful elections in the region. We're looking forward to peaceful elections in Congo in the next few weeks. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And on behalf of our delegation, we thank the Ghanaian officials for your hospitality. We are grateful to come back home. We consider Ghana as home. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Norman Shipa Kupaku for the extensive pledges announced just now. And I wish to not only thank him, but also to thank others who have made similar pledges. I would also request you to kindly keep your permanent representations in New York informed, because for all pledges, particularly which are being made on the field of environment, on the field of logistics, in the field of aviation, and in the field of medical support, my team will be immediately in contact with your permanent representations to give real meaning to these pledges within a matter of weeks. I don't even talk of months. And with that, j'ai l'honneur de donner la parole à mon ami, le représentant permanent de Maroc auprès des Nations Unies à New York, Omar Hilal. Ambassadeur, vous avez la parole.
Secrétaire général adjoint à Toulkari. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, il me plaît de remercier le gouvernement du Ghana pour sa chaleureuse hospitalité et le féliciter pour l'excellente organisation de cette première édition africaine de la conférence ministérielle sur le maintien de la paix des Nations Unies. Un rendez-vous d'autant plus important pour notre continent qui abrite 6 des 12 opérations de maintien de la paix onusienne et qui fournit près de la moitié du personnel déployé à travers le monde. Excellences, l'environnement politique et opérationnel dans lequel sont déployées les opérations de paix connaît des profondes mutations, particulièrement sur le continent africain, où le maintien de la paix fait face à de nombreux défis en termes de performance, d'adaptation des mandats, de sécurité des casques bleus, de menaces terroristes et de prolifération de la désinformation et des discours de haine. Cela devrait nous pousser dans notre quête constante d'un maintien de la paix performant et adapté au contexte opérationnel, à nous projeter vers l'avenir en tirant les leçons adéquates des expériences passées, qu'elles soient des réussites comme pour les échecs, et en effectuant une cartographie proactive des défis et mobiliser la volonté politique pour les relever. Dans cette démarche, il est nécessaire d'assurer l'élaboration de concepts opérationnels, à la fois plus réactifs et plus holistiques, avec une démarcation claire au sein du continuum. Prévention des conflits, maintien de la paix, consolidation de la paix unis par un objectif ultime, celui de la mise en œuvre des solutions politiques pérennes. Monsieur le Président, conformément aux hautes instructions de Sa Majesté le Roi, chef suprême et chef de l'état-major général des forces armées royales, le Royaume du Maroc a l'honneur d'annoncer ses engagements dans les domaines suivants. 1. Formation et élaboration des référentiels. Une douzaine de formations, notamment dans les domaines de la protection des civils, la télémédecine, la santé mentale, les engins de chantier de génie, les points focaux d'environnement. Des référentiels sur la base de l'expérience des forces armées royales en matière de bonnes pratiques écologiques, des informations et protection des civils à même de contribuer à l'harmonisation des normes et des pratiques dans le domaine des opérations de paix. 2. Dans le domaine sécuritaire, des capacités sécuritaires avec 4 équipes synoptiques, cynotechniques, une capacité drone, une compagnie de génie mixte et un bataillon d'infanterie. Dans le domaine de la représentativité féminine, déploiement d'une équipe d'engagement féminin au sein du contingent des phares MINUSCA, l'organisation de formations conseillères militaires en matière du genre CMJ et points focaux genre PFJ, ainsi que l'adhésion à l'initiative du fonds ELSI pour les femmes dans les opérations de paix. Enfin, dans le domaine sanitaire, les capacités médicales, notamment une capacité d'accueil hôpital au niveau 4. Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire général adjoint.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. بالأصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن السيد وزير الدفاع والإنتاج الحربي والسيد وزير الخارجية، أتقدم بالشكر والامتنان لدولة غانا الشقيقة على استضافتها المتميزة لهذا المؤتمر الأممي الهام الذي ينعقد داخل القارة الإفريقية لأول مرة، في إشارة واضحة وإن كانت متأخرة بعض الشيء بأهمية ومحورية القارة الإفريقية في جهود حفظ السلام وما تقدمه دولها من تضحيات لنجاحها. ولا يفوتني أن أتقدم بأسمى معاني التحية والتقدير لجميع أفراد حفظة السلام في شتى أنحاء العالم، وعلى مدار تاريخ حافل بالإنجازات والتضحيات الغالية على ما يقدمونه نحو عالم يسوده السلام والأمن والاستقرار. السيدات والسادة، تدرك مصر الدور المحوري لعمليات حفظ السلام الأممية. معذرة سيدي الرئيس. تدرك مصر الدور المحوري لعمليات حفظ السلام الأممية وتؤمن بأهميته وبرسالته السامية في حقن الدماء وإرساء السلام. ومن هذا المنطلق فلمصر إسهامات ممتدة في مجال حفظ السلام تحقيقا للسلم والأمن على المستويين الدولي والإقليمي، وبناء عليه تزايدت المساهمات المصرية بشكل ملموس مما يضعها باستمرار في مصاف كبريات الدول المساهمة بقوات عسكرية وشرطية في عمليات الأمم المتحدة لحفظ السلام. فمنذ بداية أول مهمة أممية لحفظ السلام في الشرق الأوسط عام 1948 أنتسو، تطورت مهام عمليات حفظ السلام، حيث أضحت تنفذ ولايات مركبة، وبالتالي تواجه صعوبات غير مسبوقة تتطلب القيام بمهام معقدة في بيئة عملياتية غير تقليدية، وفي وقت لا تتوافر فيه بالضرورة الموارد الكافية لتنفيذ ولاياتها. وبالتالي تتمحور رؤية مصر بشأن منظومة حفظ السلام الأممية في أولوية الدفع بالحلول السياسية وأهمية تحديد ولايات عمليات حفظ السلام بحيث تكون واضحة وقابلة للتحقيق وذات أولويات متدرجة مع ضرورة اتخاذ التدابير اللازمة لتحقيق أمن وسلامة حفظة السلام وتوفير الموارد المالية اللازمة، دعم وتطوير وتنفيذ تدريبات حفظ السلام، ومواصلة مساعدة الدول المضيفة في بناء واستدامة السلام لا سيما أثناء المراحل الانتقالية، فضلا عن دفع الجهود الرامية إلى تعزيز الشراكة بين الأمم المتحدة والترتيبات الإقليمية بشأن عمليات السلام. سيدات والسادة، ترى مصر أنه في أعقاب إنهاء ولاية بعثة الأمم المتحدة لحفظ السلام في مالي مينوسما أنه يتعين على منظومة الأمم المتحدة إجراء مراجعة استراتيجية فيما يتعلق بالسياسات والآليات الأممية، بما في ذلك كيفية تحقيق مفاهيم الملكية والقيادة الوطنية لا سيما خلال المراحل الانتقالية. ولعل هذا يعد من أهم الدروس المستفادة الواجب أخذها في الاعتبار في مهمات مستقبلية، فلقد لقنت هذه التجربة المجتمع الدولي بأسره درسا مهما، ألا وهو أن استمرار موافقة الدولة المضيفة ليس أمرا مفروغا منه، لا سيما في خضم التطورات السياسية التي تشهدها الدول التي تمر بمراحل انتقالية، ولعل ما تتعرض له البعثة الأممية في مالي المنتهية ولايتها لخير دليل على ذلك. سيدي الرئيس، اسمحوا لي أن أتناول الدور الهام الذي تطلع به منظومة التدريب الوطنية في مجال حفظ السلام وما يمثله هذا من أساس دولي متكامل استثمرت فيه مصر على مدار سنوات متعددة لرفع القدرات والكفاءات اللازمة للقيام بالمهام الأممية وما يصاحبها من تعقيدات متزايدة في عالم متغير، حيث نجحت الجهود الوطنية في بناء قدرات الكوادر المصرية والإفريقية والعربية من حفظة السلام الأمميين، وتشمل تلك المنظومة نموذجا وطنيا فريدا من التكامل على أساس تضافر جهود كافة المكونات المدنية والعسكرية والشرطية، وذلك من خلال مركز القاهرة الدولي لتسوية النزاعات وحفظ وبناء السلام CCPA، الذي تركز أنشطته على المكون المدني وعلى الشق المرتبط بالسياسات الأممية الإطارية، وكذلك المركز المصري للتدريب على عمليات حفظ السلام الذي يركز على المكون الشرطي، فضلا عن مركز الرئيس الراحل محمد أنور السادات لصنع وحفظ وبناء السلام المزمع تدشينه وتفعيله قريبا في سياق المكون العسكري. في ذات السياق وانطلاقا من مسؤولية مصر كإحدى كبريات الدول المساهمة بقوات عسكرية وشرطية، ودعما منها لمبادرة السكرتير العام A4P وإعلان الالتزامات المشتركة، نعيد التذكير بوثيقة خارطة طريق القاهرة كايرو رود ماب التي أقرها الاتحاد الإفريقي في أكتوبر 2020، والتي تشمل خطة عمل وإطار تنفيذي متوازن. سيدات والسادة، بالإضافة إلى تجديد تعهداتنا السابقة بشأن الوحدات المدرجة بالفعل ضمن منظومة القدرات الجاهزة لحفظ السلام الأممية PCRS، وهي كتيبة مشاة ميكانيكية وسرية مهندسين عسكريين ومستشفى ميداني مستوى ثان، وحدة شرطية مشكلة FPU جاهزة للنشر، وكذلك عدد 2 سرية تدخل سريع وخبراء في تحليل الصور الجوية ضمن بعثة الأمم المتحدة لحفظ السلام في إفريقيا الوسطى. تسمحوا لي الآن أن أستعرض التعهدات الوطنية الجديدة من جانب جمهورية مصر العربية في إطار مراكز التدريب الوطنية الثلاثة المشار إليها سلفا. أولا، تنظيم دورات تدريبية للكوادر الإفريقية المشاركة أو المخطط مشاركتها ضمن بعثات حفظ السلام الأممية الموكل إليها مع مهام نزع السلاح والتسريح وإعادة الدمج DDR. ثانيا، التعاون مع دائرة التدريب المتكامل ITS لتنفيذ دورات تدريبية للكوادر الإفريقية وفقا لقائمة احتياجات الأمم المتحدة، وكذلك تنظيم دورة حول المناخ والسلم والأمن في سياقات عمليات السلام. ثالثا، تدريس اللغة الفرنسية لحفظة السلام المصريين بالتعاون مع المنظمة الدولية للفرنكوفونية، وكذلك ترجمة بعض المواد التدريبية من اللغة العربية إلى اللغة الفرنسية في مجال حفظ السلام. رابعا، تنظيم دورات ما قبل النشر لإعداد الكوادر الوطنية النسائية المخطط مشاركتها في عمليات حفظ السلام الأممية مع التركيز على قضية منع الاستغلال والاعتداء الجنسي، وكذلك تضمين محاضرة حول دعم الصحة النفسية لحفظة السلام المصريين خلال دورات ما قبل النشر. خامسا، إجراء جلسة نقاش مع الجهات الوطنية المعنية لاستخلاص الممارسات المثلى حول موضوع الصحة النفسية لأفراد حفظ السلام. كما لا يفوتني سيادة الرئيس أن أنوه إلى الاستعداد الدائم من جانب كل من مركز القاهرة الدولي لتسوية النزاعات وحفظ وبناء السلام، ومركز السادات لصنع وحفظ وبناء السلام، والمركز المصري للتدريب على عمليات حفظ السلام لإعداد وتنفيذ برامج تدريبية مشتركة مع الجهات الأممية المعنية، فضلا عن الاستعداد لترجمة محتويات تدريبية أممية إلى اللغة العربية. ختاما، أعيد التأكيد في إطار هذا المحفل الأممي الهام على الأولوية التي توليها بلادي لمسائل حفظ السلام، وعلى التزامنا التام بالعمل على تعزيز كافة الجهود الوطنية والإقليمية الدولية الرامية إلى دعم واستدامة منظومة حفظ السلام للأجيال القادمة، بما تمثله من ركيزة أساسية لصون السلم والأمن الدوليين في نظام دولي متعدد الأطراف، وتطلعنا للعمل مع كافة الدول المحبة للسلام لضمان ديمومتها وتطورها، بما في ذلك من خلال إبراز أهميتها في ميثاق المستقبل المزمع بلورته خلال العام المقبل، تمهيدا لقمة المستقبل الأممية في ضوء مبادرة السكرتير العام. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
I thank the Assistant Minister of Egypt for his statement and for his pledges. Distinguished delegates, the lunch is more or less ready, so therefore we will take one last speaker, and that is the Assistant Minister of Defence, Veteran Affairs and the Republic of the Commonwealth of Australia, His Excellency Mr. Matthew Thistlethwaite, and then we will break for lunch. Other speakers, and I apologize to all of them in advance, they will be accommodated in the third session as we move forward. So with that, I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Matthew Thistlethwaite, and then we break for lunch. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Under Secretary General, and thanks to Ghana for hosting this very important ministerial. The UN was founded in the wake of the devastating experiences of the Second World War with the purpose of maintaining international peace and protecting the human rights of all. But those important goals are increasingly under pressure as the world becomes more contested and complex. The UN's peacekeeping mission under the UN Charter is now more important than ever. It's a mechanism that gives states the opportunity to pursue peace and stability in accordance with international rules and norms rather than use force. It's for these reasons that Australia has been committed as a contributor to the UN peacekeeping missions since the first group of UN peacekeepers deployed in the late 1940s. As committed supporters of peacekeeping ever since, we acknowledge that today UN peacekeeping is facing significant challenges. Peacekeepers are increasingly targets of attack. Misinformation and disinformation is fracturing relationships between peacekeepers and the communities that they protect. And peacekeeping needs to keep pace with the technological advances that are happening around it. Australia is focused on supporting regional approaches to peace and security, strengthening peace building and conflict prevention, supporting more effective and inclusive peacekeeping, and innovating for the future. To achieve that, we need to address the immediate challenges facing UN peace operations and work together to drive reforms that will ensure they are effective into the future. Australia's experience in leading and contributing to peace operations in our region shows that regional challenges are often best addressed by regional approaches, which is why we support the call from African states for predictable and sustainable financing, including through UN-assessed contributions for African Union-led peace operations. Australia pledges to contribute to strengthening regional peacekeeping capacity, including through the delivery of UN pre-deployed and preparedness training for Pacific law enforcement officers. We also remain a firm supporter of the Women, Peace and Security agenda and commit to new funding to the ELSI initiative and to delivering the Women in Peace Operations training course in Southeast Asia. Our pledges also reflect our deep national commitment to taking meaningful action on climate change and our resolve to ensure that UN peacekeeping missions leave a positive environmental legacy. Australia supports the Secretary-General's call for more nimble, adaptive and effective peacekeeping mission models, recommended through the new Agenda for Peace. In support, we pledge to establish a research and dialogue series to address contemporary challenges in the peace operations system and to promote an ongoing culture of innovation and better integration of technology. We have contributed to the establishment of the Peacekeeping Innovation Hub in the Department of Peace Operations. It's vitally important that we are meeting today here in Africa, colleagues. African states have more experience with peacekeeping than any other region in the world. And that's why I'm here today to listen. It's a signal that my government's commitment to be part of the solution and to be sure that the operation and the function of peacekeeping is appropriate for the modern era. I make you this promise. Australia will always be an active supporter of peace operations because they are critical to a critical feature of the international rules-based order and central to the UN Charter, which we strongly support. We will bring that resolve to our term on the UN Peace Building Commission, which we take up in 2025, and as we seek election to the UN Security Council for the 2029-2030 term. In these roles, we pledge to listen, to act, and include all stakeholders to ensure a more stable, secure, and prosperous world for us all. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Thislit for his statement and for the pledges of support and cooperation. I want to thank all of you, those who made the pledges. I want to thank all of you, those who did not get an opportunity and are kind towards me to be accommodated in the third session. I wish on your behalf to thank all the distinguished panelists who were along with me for their excellent contributions, and above all, I want to thank through you our brave women and men in the field who every day continue to work under extremely difficult circumstances, bringing peace and security and hope to people who have none. Thank you very much.
And we all want to thank you, Your Excellency Arturo Kare and the Secretary General, for such a masterful moderation. How about a group photo? Photographers, please. And so, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you've shown extreme dedication and commitment and stamina. We want to reward you now by inviting you to lunch, which is taking place right outside in the tent where we had the gala dinner yesterday. We have 30 minutes for lunch, and we shall reconvene here for the third and final plenary. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is my pleasure and an honor to open and moderate this session on conditions for success. We have a distinguished group of panelists representing two governments, one of our peacekeeping missions, and civil society. Before we hear from them, allow me to offer a few thoughts on what success may mean for peacekeeping missions and some of the conditions for success. Regarding the conditions for success, we have already heard quite a lot during the side meeting yesterday and in the plenary earlier today. My colleague, Mr. Lacroix, emphasized how important it is that member states provide their unified support, especially in the Security Council. In the first two plenary sessions, we heard about the kinds of capabilities and partnerships we need to make our missions more effective. We should keep in mind that success in peacekeeping can take many forms, depending on our mandates and the context in which our missions are deployed. In many cases, peacekeeping missions have helped countries make the transition from conflict to sustainable peace. In other contexts, our missions prevent conflict from recurring, often for many decades, as has been the case in Cyprus, or they prevent the escalation of conflicts, as our colleagues in UNIFIL are doing at this very moment in southern Lebanon. Even when conflict has been ongoing for years and political solutions seem out of reach, peacekeeping missions are often able to reduce the levels of violence against civilians significantly, or they may separate thousands of children from armed groups or support victims of conflict-related sexual violence. These actions are immensely meaningful to those most affected by conflicts, even if they don't resolve them or bring sustainable peace. And even in these circumstances, our missions can accomplish remarkable results against enormous odds and with limited resources. So our mandates, the resources we are given, and the context in which we operate, to a large extent, dictate the kinds of successes we are able to achieve. But there are a few factors that matter across every context, some of which we have listed in the title of this session: host government support, inclusion, conduct, and strategic communications. The active support of member states is crucial in all of these areas, whether at the broader political level or in the form of very specific commitments or expertise. Allow me to say a few words about each of them. First, on host government support. As a consent-based tool, peacekeeping missions need the support and cooperation of host governments to succeed. Sometimes that consent is withdrawn, as happened in Mali in June, and a mission has to withdraw. In other contexts, host governments have violated status of forces agreements, resulting in reduced access or other restrictions on our missions. We know that proactive and constant engagement with those host governments can produce some positive results. For example, in South Sudan, a monthly ministerial-level coordination mechanism between UNMISS and the government has helped to reduce access denials and other SOFA violations. Beyond our own engagement with the host government, including at the New York headquarters level, we rely on consistent political backing from member states, and especially the Security Council, in ensuring unimpeded implementation of our mandates. Troop and police contributing countries can also play an important role in some cases when they engage host governments on restrictions that affect their contingents. The second condition relates to inclusion. We know that more inclusive political agreements are more implementable and sustainable. More inclusive processes and agreements result in greater ownership, enjoy greater legitimacy, and better reflect differentiated needs and grievances. Inclusion matters at different levels and during different stages. Our missions promote greater inclusion of women, youth, minority groups, and others at the national level through our SRSGs and deputy SRSGs and their engagement in national political processes. They also do this at the local level through our civil affairs, human rights, and other civilian colleagues who are working on local level conflict resolution and reconciliation. Inclusion is not just a process issue. It matters just as much in the outcome and during the implementation of agreements. And I'm sure the Honorable Alokir will touch on this during her intervention, given her prominent role during the different stages of the peace process in South Sudan. Serving as a peacekeeper under the UN flag is an honor for all member countries and troop contributors. We should recall that the United Nations has won the Nobel Peace Prize for our collective work in peacekeeping. This is something we can be proud of and celebrate as a collective accomplishment. Let me now turn to a condition that has to do with our own behavior as peacekeepers. Every peacekeeper, civilian or uniformed, has to serve with honor, upholding our standards and the image and credibility of the entire United Nations. This is an essential requirement for acceptance by local communities and to effectively implement our mandates. When it comes to our uniformed personnel, we have to work in close partnership with the troop and police contributing countries to ensure that those standards are met. The vast majority of our peacekeepers meet that responsibility honorably and with distinction. We have worked closely with many member states and troop contributors to learn from and disseminate good practices in conduct and discipline that can be expanded. Unfortunately, the terrible actions of a small minority cast a shadow on the honorable work of so many, some of whom have given the ultimate sacrifice. We have launched an initiative for member states to establish national prohibitions against the most gruesome of misconduct, sexual exploitation and abuse. We note that progress has been made and look forward to receiving further updates. Managing the risks of sexual exploitation and abuse with a focus on prevention is a collective responsibility, and we are enhancing an integrated approach to risk management for peacekeeping missions. A key priority is to ensure that all uniformed personnel receive mandatory training on the United Nations Standards of Conduct and that commanders receive the newly released UN Reinforcement Training Program as part of their pre-deployment training. When allegations of misconduct occur, we call on member states to conduct timely investigations, providing the Secretariat with the required information on results of those investigations and the accountability measures taken where applicable, including for criminal conduct. Efforts are still needed to conclude long-standing open matters, and to that effect, we have developed a platform that provides access for member states to all cases involving their own personnel. With reports of sexual exploitation and abuse, often come paternity and child support claims. To attain the just resolution of such claims, we're focusing on strengthening our partnership with member states, including to identify the actions required to enable paternity issues to be resolved and, when established, for effective child support to be provided. Finally, noting the victim-centered approach adopted by the United Nations Secretariat, I thank those member states that have voluntarily contributed to the Trust Fund in support of victims of sexual exploitation and abuse, and would welcome any further contributions from others. The projects funded by the Trust Fund have provided much-needed support in building the capacity of victims of sexual exploitation and abuse to sustain themselves. The final condition that I will mention that is critical for our success is strategic communications and addressing mis- and disinformation. This issue has become more urgent and important with every month that passes, and was rightly elevated to be one of the themes of this ministerial meeting. We need your support to echo and amplify the voices of our missions, to help manage expectations, and to demonstrate the tangible impact of our work through strong and compelling narratives that help build credibility and trust. We also need support to deal with the dramatic increase in mis- and disinformation that is threatening communities and peacekeepers. We have taken some important steps this year, including the creation of a dedicated team in the Department of Peace Operations, but much more needs to be done. This includes building the resilience of societies against the onslaught of mis- and disinformation and hate speech, as we heard during the first session today. I look forward to hearing our panel members' perspectives on these and other areas. Let me now introduce each of them before we begin our dialogue. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield has been the permanent representative of the United States of America to the United Nations since February 2021. She has had a long and distinguished career with the United States Foreign Service, serving in roles such as Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Director General of the Foreign Service, and the Director of Human Resources. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield's Foreign Service career includes an ambassadorship to Liberia from 2008 to 2012, and postings in Switzerland at the United States Mission to the United Nations, Geneva, as well as to Pakistan, Kenya, the Gambia, Nigeria, and Jamaica. Nicholas Haysom has been the Special Representative for South Sudan and Head of UNMISS since January 2021. Before being SRSG and UNMISS, he served in many other senior positions in the United Nations, including being the Special Advisor to the Secretary General on Sudan, the Special Representative of the Secretary General and Head of the United Nations Mission to Somalia, and the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Afghanistan and Head of the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan. Before he worked for the United Nations, he served in the government of South Africa, including as Chief Legal and Constitutional Advisor in the Office of President Mandela from 1994 to 1999. Alokir Malwal Ogier made history as the only woman to have signed the peace agreement in South Sudan in 2015. This set a milestone for the future of women's participation in South Sudan, and through the United Nations support and Alokir's advocacy efforts, the number grew to 7 women signatories of the revitalized peace agreement in September 2018, Alokir being one of them. Alokir's advocacy efforts helped broker the adoption of a 35% quota for women's representation in decision-making, and she continues to advocate for its implementation. Today, she chairs the Technical Committee for Truth, Reconciliation, and Healing Commission, and she's a member of the Constitution Review Commission representing civil society organizations and the revitalized Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission. She chairs the South Sudan Civil Society Alliance and is a member of the South Sudan Women Peace Monitoring and Advocacy Group. Major General Irving Nia Arite is the head of the National Defense College of Ghana and a former Deputy Force Commander of UNIFIL. I would now like to invite the panelists to come to the stage. Libya, but they are, okay, let me. Thank you all to the distinguished panelists for being part of this occasion. So let me now start with the first question. And the first question goes to the ambassadors. Since the first Peacekeeping Summit, co-chaired by then Vice President Biden in 2014, the United States has been playing a leading role in the Peacekeeping Summit and ministerial processes. So, Ambassador, could you tell us about current United States priorities and any new commitments or pledges that the United States is going to make at this meeting? Over to you.
Hello? Yes. It's not red, but it's on. Thank you so much for that question. And I'm really going to break the first rule because our commitments have been so strong that I can't repeat them all off the top of my head, so I'm going to have to read them. But let me just start by thanking Ghana for hosting this amazing event that brings all of us together in the room to talk about our commitments to peacekeeping. And again, seeing so many of our delegates in uniform says to me how strong those commitments are. So the United States is the world's largest peacekeeping capacity building provider. Since 2005, we have invested nearly $1.8 billion in assistance. In fiscal year 2023 alone, that's this year, we committed $74 million to the U.S. Global Peace Operations Initiative and our International Police Peacekeeping Operations Support Program. And a consistent theme of our peacekeeping support and a key theme of this ministerial is partnerships. As you'll see from our pledges, we believe that strengthening peacekeeping efforts takes all of us. And so today we're proud to reaffirm our longstanding commitment to partnerships and to support peacekeeping globally, specifically through 6 core pledges. First, we're empowering women peacekeepers and the communities they serve. Our commitment to the meaningful participation of women in peacekeeping is a cross-cutting priority. It informs all of our efforts to strengthen peacekeeping capacities. In particular, together with the Netherlands, we're investing nearly $3 million as part of a quadrilateral partnership with Ghana and Zambia to equip deployed women peacekeepers with women-specific body armor. And we hope this partnership will serve as a model that others can replicate. Second, we're addressing persistent gaps in high-demand capabilities like aviation, intelligence, and explosive ordnance disposal. On aviation, after delivering on previous aviation support pledges that have directly supported aviation units deployed in UN missions, this year the United States is committing over $10 million in support of the Republic of Korea helicopter donation pledge made at the 2021 Seoul Ministerial. We are completely also refurbishing 8 of the donated helicopters and delivering them to Kenya. With regards to intelligence in support of a previous ministerial deliverable, we invested more than $30 million to enable Bangladesh's development of an unmanned aerial system for UN peace operations. We're now committing more than $20 million to assist Nepal with its development of a reconnaissance unit capability for UN peace operations. To address gaps related to explosive hazards, we are committing nearly $2 million to the UN Mine Action Service to help them field a threat mitigation advisory team. The team will support mission-specific explosive hazard awareness training during troop contributing countries' pre-deployment training and exercises. Third, we're investing in cleaner and greener UN peacekeeping. Yesterday, the United States hosted an event on improving environmental management in UN peace operations. We were pleased with the results, lessons learned, and action-oriented discussions. We previously committed more than $5 million toward a trilateral hybrid solar power generation pilot project with Nepal and the United Nations. Now we're fully realizing the project and replacing the diesel generators used by Nepal's UNMISS contingent with a renewable energy system. And we're committing an additional $2 million to expand this project to incorporate a solar energy storage system which could further reduce the carbon footprint and the need for diesel fuel. We're exploring replicating this project to support other UNMISS troop contributing partners, as well as committing extra budgetary funding to ensure member states have the staffing support needed to pursue similar environmental initiatives. Fourth, we're helping African partners enable regional peace operations. As Africans increasingly deploy regional operations to address emergency security threats, it's critical to strengthen the peacekeeping capacity of African partners. This year, we're committing nearly $35 million through our peacekeeping capacity building programs to support our African partners, including with equipment, infrastructure improvements at training centers, peacekeeping and logistics advisors, pre-deployment training, and more. Fifth, we're enhancing police peacekeeping capabilities. Police play essential roles in peacekeeping missions, including protecting civilians from threats in urban environments where military operations pose threats. We will provide expertise, instructions, and up to 6 UN-certified development courses to the new UN Police Job-Specific Training Program, and we will fund women police peacekeepers' attendance at the Women's Commander course, among other training and events. And finally, 6, we're enhancing performance and accountability capacity at UN headquarters. We're committing $1.6 million in extra budgetary funding to sustain key staff positions, doctrine and standard development, and training courses. We're also providing subject matter experts to support the UN's development of specialized training material on countering myths and disinformation, a challenging issue that threatens the safety and security of peacekeepers in the fields. Friends, these 6 pledges address the host of needs in peacekeeping, but they are all grounded in partnership, safety, and innovation. We hope that other member states will join us in this commitment to peacekeepers and the communities they serve. Thank you, and sorry for the long list, but it was a long list.
Thank you, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield, and to the United States government for those pledges. My second question to you is, how does the conduct of the United Nations peacekeepers contribute, both positively and negatively, to the success of peacekeeping operations? I know that I touched on it in my intervention, but it would be good to hear your perspective.
And I fully agree with your comments during your interventions. Peacekeepers wear the blue hat. They don't just represent their countries, they represent the United Nations. And their actions and behaviors reflect on the United Nations. If peacekeepers are doing a great job, they're working closely with host countries, with the support of host countries, we see that they are respected in these host countries. And if their behavior is not respected, they are committing acts of sexual exploitation or other acts that victimize the people that they have been sent to protect, then it reflects badly on the United Nations as well as on the countries that they come from. So it is really, it's a real danger for peacekeepers in the field in terms of safety and security if they have not followed the behavior that we would expect of them. And tragically, we've seen some peacekeepers lose their lives, but worse, we've seen communities who have been negatively impacted by bad behavior.
Thank you. And my last question to you, as also I mentioned in my intervention, we've seen a tremendous rise in mis- and disinformation as well as hate speech in recent years in the theaters where our missions operate. How do you see these developments, and what do you think we can do about them from the perspective of UN peacekeeping?
Well, first and foremost, we have to fight against mis- and disinformation regarding peacekeepers, because that's dangerous as well. Peacekeepers are there to protect. And again, they are there to represent the UN and their countries. So any attacks, verbally or otherwise, on peacekeepers put their lives in jeopardy, and it puts their missions in jeopardy. So it's really important that we hit hard against these threats of mis- and disinformation, any kind of anti-UN sentiments that will put UN missions in jeopardy. And we as host countries and as member states of the UN have to be a part of the strategic approach in terms of our communications to ensure that peacekeepers are protected as they try to do the work that we have mandated for them to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those interventions. Let me now move on to SRSG Haysom. And based on your experience, and most as an SRSG in several missions, and now most recently as SRSG of UNMISS, Mr. Haysom, what lessons have you learned, and how to have the most impact with a peacekeeping mission? It's a very broad question. Please.
Hello. Yes. Thank you very much, Catherine, for that question. Let me start off my response with dealing with the mandate that peacekeeping missions get given. And just to allude to three aspects of the mandating process which I think can hamper or enhance missions. First is the tendency for mandates to grow and grow, what we call become Christmas trees, as layers, each year's sensibilities get inscribed in a mandate but never seem to get removed. And it inevitably leads to a crowding of priorities in the mandate. The one example, one way of dealing with that, and I pay credit to the pen holder, which is the United States on the UN mission, on the UNMISS mission, is to give the mission a vision, a 3-year vision mission, which can act as a lodestar as it attempts to deal with the numerous prescriptions. I should mention that in the UNMISS mandate, there are, according to at least one of my colleagues, over 200 prescriptions, directives, and requirements which they are required to follow. A lodestar gives you some capacity to measure that. Secondly, the mandate should look at what is possible. There's inevitably a wish list, and the Security Council needs to talk firmly to the host country frequently, but it's critical that missions be allocated tasks within their resources and capacities. And thirdly, I would just remark that the process of delivering a mandate to a mission takes place somehow disconnected from the process of allocating resources. Now, those three taken together mean that you have the capacity of overpromising, under-resourcing, which inevitably leads to underperformance. So that would just be my take on the mandate itself. In regard to the UNMISS mission, I would say our most marked response has been to attempt to increase its mobility and its reach. I'll just give you a snapshot of what the mission is trying to deal with. It's dealing with a country which has had 2 civil wars in a decade. Those civil wars have morphed into 6 or 7 mini civil war conflicts, which are strongly presenting as tribal conflicts. The country is in a humanitarian crisis. It's engaging and weathering severe climatic shocks, including 4 years of drought. And it's now dealing with the spillover of the war from Sudan, and over 400,000 returnees from South Sudan have arrived. Within that context, we simply don't have the resources to properly and adequately protect people through a static guarding function. We have had to look at ways in which we can increase our reach, project our force, and extend what we can do in regard to particularly protection of civilians. That has meant, in our case, use of micro bases. It's meant the greater use of patrolling. It's meant the deliberate creation of a rapidly deployable reserve so that we can not only spread ourselves around the country, but can move to new hotspots as they arrive. Let me say, it's quite catchy to say we are agile and flexible and mobile, but it's much more difficult to achieve in practice. At least one of the conditions to be more mobile is what we call mindset. Mindset, that's the ability to take the risks which the situation requires you to take as a peacekeeper. And I think mindset is one of those issues in which there is no silver bullet. What we know about mindset, it has to be constantly emphasized, but that primarily the lead on mindset comes from the leadership of the mission, and particularly the force leadership. On a second issue relating to our operational practice, we have placed a great premium on the integration of our civilian staff with our military staff, the integration of our policing capabilities with our military capabilities, to have, and with our agencies' funds and programs, so that we have a properly integrated approach and holistic understanding of the protection of civilians. Civilians need to be protected by peacekeepers who not only secure the safety around them, but provide an opportunity for political negotiations and dialogue with the communities with which they are in conflict. In other words, it's only through those political processes of engagement with neighboring communities that the peacekeeping function has any sustainability. We cannot stand guard outside every tukul in South Sudan. We have to be able to move to where the hotspots are. Let me say something about some other conditions which I think are particularly important. My notes would take me beyond the time, so I'm going to be quite brief. I think the point you've made about the conduct of peacekeepers is critical. There is nothing more toxic to the work that we do and to the achievement of our mandate than either sexual exploitation and abuse, or not having the mindset and communicating at great reputational risk that peacekeepers are prepared to stand by while civilians are attacked. So the conduct of peacekeepers is critical. Host country relations, you've mentioned in your earlier presentation, are important, but I need to stress it's more difficult than it sounds. Managing host country relations has worked very well for us in securing at least the smoothness of our operation and our capacity to function. But every time we release a human rights report, there's an upsurge in tension. We have learnt ways and means of at least engaging with the host government on even the difficult question of their responsibility for human rights violations. And that has involved giving them a copy of the report so that they can digest it and engage, but also so that they can take ownership of the remedies to the extent that they want to do that. And it avoids the accusation frequently made to human rights monitors that we have ambushed the host government with the human rights report. In UNMISS, we also make use of surveys. We do at preference surveys amongst the population, because maintaining good relations with the host communities is as important as maintaining good relations with the host country, the host state. We're aware that reputations and popularity contests don't necessarily reflect the information you want to achieve and extract. But we are learning, also with the help from headquarters, that surveys give you an opportunity not only to find out how popular you are, and I'm happy to report that our surveys have shown that UNMISS is well regarded in its country. It's one of the few missions that can claim that. But we also note that there are periods and there are places where it's not so popular. What we need to do is to learn from those discrepancies to see what is it that we're doing that meets expectations and what is it that we're doing that falls below expectations. Surveys have been usefully used by missions, but increasingly by UNMISS to give us that reach. I spoke earlier about the importance of being responsive. And being responsive requires effective information and early warning systems. Certainly when I arrived at UNMISS, I was struck by how much attention was given to the early warning system. And quite frankly, I don't think anything that happened there that we didn't respond to properly was on account of the lack of early warning. We picked up the early warnings. Our weakness was an early response. It's what do you do with the warnings? And so we've increasingly tried to integrate systemically into the mission a proper evaluation of our response and to be able to track it. There are one or two other issues which you've mentioned. I would just want to underline them. Partnerships are critical. When we look at the task which lies ahead of us over the next year, we recognize that we can't do it all on our own. We need partnerships. We need partnerships with our international partners, with member states, but we also need partnerships with our domestic partners as well. And in particular, I would refer to two groups with whom we are quite closely engaged, that is civil society groups. Last week I met with 100 civil society groups as part of an exercise to look at their capacity to undertake coalition building, but also to undertake the important task of monitoring an election if the country is going to go ahead with its election plan. We're undertaking the same exercise with faith-based leaders because we recognize their importance in South Sudan society, their reach and their acceptability. And they have agreed similarly to engage with us to examine whether they could play a mediation role throughout the electoral period. Strategic communications is obviously critical. That's the way we communicate with our public. In my view, we do not tell a good enough story. We need to improve the telling of our narrative, which I think should be a positive one, and particularly in South Sudan, where our radio station is the most popular radio station by far. And we have the greatest access to the public, the audience, and we need to be using it. We certainly intend to use it for things like civic education, but I think it's also an important avenue for strategic communications. Misinformation has not been as yet an issue that we've had to confront as seriously as many of our sister missions in other parts of Africa, but we realize that that can change overnight. So it's a question of the readiness and the capacity to respond to misinformation and hate speech, which we fully expect to emerge in force if the country heads towards elections. Let me just, as a final point, just indicate an additional part of our mandate that we're taking increasingly seriously, and that's climate change or climate shocks and the role of climate change as a driver of conflict. I can't think of a country where the connection between climate shocks and conflict is as clear as South Sudan, where we've had 4 years of droughts and has seen the extraordinary shrinkage of available common grazing land, has set communities up against communities, and we have taken very seriously the obligation to help communities develop the resilience they need to face down climate shocks. but also the means to engage with neighboring communities as to methods and ways of sharing available grazing land and other livelihood opportunities with their neighbors. I think that's enough from me.
Thank you, SRSG Hesam, for all of those insights that have been very, very interesting. Let me now move on to the Honorable Alukir and welcome, and let me note that she is making history and that she is the first civil society representative to address a peacekeeping ministerial meeting in a plenary session. So welcome. So my question for you is about inclusion and women's role, and women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in peace and political processes is a political priority for UN peacekeeping. So based on your experiences in South Sudan, what would your recommendations be to UN peacekeeping, member states, and other stakeholders to achieve inclusive and sustainable peace and political processes, including strengthening women's full, equal, and meaningful participation? Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a pleasure and honor. I'm really excited to be with you. Thank you for the lovely introduction I heard about me and the great invitation which I got from the UN, and also the thanks cannot be left behind if I don't mention the beautiful sister country of Ghana, which has hosted this meeting today. Let me just start by saying being in peace process is a process. In fact, it's not easy. It's not like distracting or things when they fall apart. So it's a process which we are nursing together, and you can't go through it alone. That's where the partnership and the role of all the other UN agencies are playing a great partnership in this process. I wanted to say that it is sincerely good and great to have such a meeting at this time, because we in South Sudan or around the continent, there are issues where we find ourselves, we need to work together and feel like one. And especially when it is under United Nations, then you feel you are part of that great nation. And this is where our role comes to appreciate most of the work we have been doing together. Recently, as civil society, and where I'm coming into this conversation, we had been having a meeting in Tanzania to evaluate and see the process and the implementation of our peace agreement, which was signed in 2018. As I said, it is a process. It is slowly going, but it is not like when we are in war or fighting or killing each other. Civil society had been part and parcel of this process of peace agreement. And again, while we are implementing the agreement, civil society also is doing a great role. But we can't do that alone unless with our partners and the involved other UN agencies with us. We have UN, which had also gave a space for women in South Sudan to participate deeply within the process of peace. There was no like discrimination when we were trying to be part with our own, representative of the peace process at the time. But the agreement where we have done a great role has given us a chance of 35%, which we have also worked hard to gain and to obtain while we were in the process. it was not easy for women to be in this process unless they were also supported and backed up by the agencies which were really deeply involved with us, like the UN mission. I can really remember and recall very well His Excellency, Mr. Haitham, when we were in Khartoum. All the nights we can be standing up like until 3 in the morning, and he's also there backing up, especially the civil society organization, to be part and parcel. I still remember the statements when some of us left from Khartoum back to Juba, and the process was held a little bit. Then it's like, no, we will wait for the civil society so that we continue. So that's where we feel the work went successfully, because there was another hand helping the civil society to do. Civil society had made it very clear, even in putting the framework of the peace agreement and putting the reforms which we are now trying to implement. It's a long process. We had been on it in the National Constitution Amendment to make our constitutions, in the political parties to make sure that 35% is really implemented, even though all the parties did not do it accordingly, but we make sure that women are well aware and they know that it is their right to be part and parcel of this. We are now looking ahead to the elections to come and to the constitution to be made, but it can't also be easy without a lot of training, civic education, and networking among the civil society organization. And he mentioned earlier now that there are coalitions coming up, and so that they feel they reflect the voice of the people while they are in the process. And we, the women of South Sudan, we feel like making the constitution is very important, because it will give us another chance where we will implement most of our national plan agenda, which was drawn from 1325 in women issues and family issues, and also the participation in political and decision making. And we have seen also women being together is always better than each organization working alone. It is also one of the things which we feel like if we are doing projects with international UN organization, they should look for mega projects than smaller projects with individual organization. And I think this is the latest policy we are heading to, that we do bigger projects will have a great impact in the community and the society, and you feel that there is a change which you left in a certain region or a certain state. And also the issue of giving enough information by the UNMIS groups or unit about their mandate. It's very important. Some of us, unless you go and read for yourself, or fine, but the most population who are not aware, don't have access to read or get information, it's also important to put that part of the informing the communities so that they know the borders, they know the relationship between them and the troops. In general, I can just say, like any normal citizen where we represent them, when you see people in uniform, you feel a little bit not easy, comfortable. So we want it to be like, when they are also foreigners doing their work in their, it should be more friendly and they feel they are attached. It's a safer zone than we fearing somebody in uniform. And that is bringing us to other of our programs, like I stated yesterday in our site event with women issues, that we need women in uniform to be more integrated with the peacekeeping missions, so that we teach our women at local level a lot of their rights, and so that they can also claim how to get promoted and to get a leadership position within the military. Maybe we manage with the political part of it, which you can easily, if you are strong and bold enough to talk in your community, they may also nominate you But with military, it needs more professionalism so that you get promoted and get the advance. We are doing that in the security reform centers with UNIMIS groups who are with us in South Sudan, and we start having those networks of women from all the organized forces. And that is a great achievement that our women now felt like next time, within 1 year or 4, they will be also part of the troops we can contribute to make the world a better place for everybody. And that they also pay back how far they have benefited from the peacekeeping. I remember when the war started in 2013 after our independence, most of the people ran for the protection centers, and they were kept there safely until gradually they found themselves back to their homes. The same things are not easy. Recently we have our population which are coming back from the Sudan, because that is our former sister country, and it's affected a lot of our people who were left behind there. But also this connection will bring them together by this time. And if our women also were having that enough lifting up or inclusion in the process of doing peace around their communities, they can also support like the displaced and the returnees, you know, at the level of how the UN also do that. We also felt like civil society, when we were doing the peace, you know, you grab the chance for yourself, it will not be given to anybody. So we made sure we are part and parcel of all the process and the implementation mechanism of the agreement. Now, for example, we have like almost 20 women in the coming constitution making process, but we are still demanding more because we're supposed to be like 35% out of the 57 membership of the constitution. I'm one of the members in which I feel we need to raise the voice of the normal citizen, and we reflect the needs of the families, and also to feel the inclusion of everybody in need is taken with us went through. I think I have taken a lot of your time, but I'm privileged and happy, and I would like to say thank you also again to all the UN who invited us, and to the IGAD who also made it possible for our peace with African Union, my government also, which is trying to implement and host and be in a good relationship with the United Nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alokir. We'll now move to our final panelist, Major General Ariti. And if you can tell us from your perspective, having served in several different kinds of peacekeeping operations over the years, what do you believe to be the most important conditions of success for peacekeeping missions?
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, and thank you for inviting me to join this panel. As you said, I've served in 8 peacekeeping missions in 6 different countries. So it means that there were some that I went twice, and for one, I was there for 3 years. And 4 of them have closed down or ended. So if you want to say that mission accomplishment means success, then you can say 4 were successful. But I think it's a little bit more than that. If you ask me, I would say no. It doesn't mean that it's been successful, and we can talk about that later on. But I want to use the 4 conditions that you talked about and address those issues, and later on I may add 1 or 2 others, because I know that these are the issues at stake now in the A4P and A4P plus documents. So let me first talk about host government support, which was the first issue you addressed. And usually we say that we got consent of the host government, and then there's a SOFA, which is a status of force agreement. So then the expectation of a mission is that then everything works well. It doesn't happen that way. I think, in my opinion, the first thing is that I even disagree with the concept of host government support. I think we should be talking about host nation support, because, and there's a thin line between host government support and host nation support. Because most of the time when we go in, that government may just be governing a small part of that country. And it gives us consent, and we go in, and we insist that we have a SOFA, and we should then be able to do the things that are on the SOFA. And it doesn't work usually that way, because what we need is the inclusion of everybody. So I think what we should be attempting now is to be going towards host nation support. It means that involving everybody in trying to fashion out a SOFA, in order that we can then have a condition we are a little bit more sure of in achieving success. The second issue that I will talk about, host nation support, is the fact that usually this SOFA, within a very short period, doesn't really work anymore. And I realize that in most missions, we continue to keep that SOFA. The last mission the SOFA was signed somewhere in 2009. And we are in 2000 from the UN itself to start looking at these SOFAs and review them as and when I think that they should be reviewed. The third thing about host government support or host nation support is the fact that once you finish preparing that SOFA, the interpretation from both sides are usually different. The way we look at it is different from the way the host government looks at it. And sometimes we are adamant and want to implement it the way it is. I think we should be changing this concept and go back again. I'm saying go back and try and look at that, what the differences are, and renegotiate or review the SOFA so that it can lead us to the success that we want in a mission. Now, the second one I will address is inclusion. My experience is that there's so much rhetoric about inclusion, but most of the implementation is almost nothing. Because the first thing I think is that we don't even understand what inclusion is. And I have a lot of experience to share, being in a mission where we thought that inclusion should be part of what we do. You see that a lot of people are naive about what inclusion is. And you address other issues about inclusion. I'm talking about in-mission inclusion. And I realize that the perspective which people have, the culture with which they come in, is innate. It is very difficult to change that kind of attitude. And so I think we should find another way to deal with this, probably in the standards of tests that you do and things, how we can find out how to deal with it. It is desperation that calls people to, makes people invite them into their countries. But the fact is that nobody wants peacekeepers roaming their streets and showing them how to live and where to walk and what time to sleep and what time to wake up. It's not something any human being likes. So what we should understand is that the people we go to support, to assist, we are not their liberators. That is the impression we have. So immediately you see that there's disrespect sets in. If we want to do away with that, then we have to educate peacekeepers. That the moment that you start seeing that you are getting backlash from the citizens, it tells you that the conduct disrespect has started. And that is a time, if we've not succeeded, that is a time we should show the best conduct of ourselves. Otherwise, we'll end up losing the success factor that we want to address at that time. Now, the other one is Stratcom. And I think that most of the time, we end up listening to ourselves. It's because we have a set kind of communication in trying to communicate properly. We end up listening to ourselves because we think that we are the only people in the theater. We forget that all the stakeholders are also trying to communicate. So if all of them are trying to communicate, we have a responsibility to listen to all of them and try and find out what they are also trying to communicate. And then that we can fashion our communication properly. Otherwise, we'll end up communicating to ourselves and not making any impact on the Stratcom. Finally, let me address the issue of mandate, which was also addressed by Mr. Ambassador SRSG. Now, what I noticed is that most of these protracted missions that are turning into one-dimensional missions is because I think that from the beginning we got a mandate wrong. And the last mission that I was in, I still think is protracted because the mandate is wrong. The mandate is not what, that's my personal opinion. But I think that there's something wrong with the mandate. Once we get the mandate wrong, we would continue to be there. The problem we have is that even when the mandate is renewed and the inputs from the missions go, you realize that you still get back the same thing. Because those who make the decisions about the mandate are not those in the mission area. And sometimes they don't even understand the situation on the ground when they make those decisions on the mandate. So I think that we should be listening to the missions more. We should be understanding where they are coming from in order that we can fashion out the correct mandate. Otherwise, in a mission that I was in, from the beginning of the mission in about 40-something years ago, they've continually said that the mandate is wrong and it has remained the same. Those are the points that I can share for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General, for your insights and perspectives. So now we have just over an hour left, so I am going to open up the speakers list. Thank you so much for being with us. And the first speaker on my list is the Minister of Defense for Cyprus.
It's an honor, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's an honor to represent the Republic of Cyprus at this United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting here today in the lovely city of Accra. Sincere thanks to the Republic of Ghana and the United Nations Secretariat for organizing these important events. At the outset, allow me to pay tribute on behalf of the government of the Republic of Cyprus to all United Nations service personnel, men and women, who have served as peacekeepers around the world, including in Cyprus, to achieve conditions of peace, security, and stability. Distinguished delegates, we find ourselves at a significant and critical geopolitical juncture. Our world faces complex, multifaceted challenges that threaten international peace and security. In the current turmoil and instability, United Nations peacekeeping operations have a vital role to play. Cyprus has a clear understanding of the necessity and invaluable contribution of the United Nations in the field of peacekeeping. As one of the longest-running peacekeeping operations in the world, as Madam Undersecretary said, the United Nations Forces Cyprus retains its significance in maintaining the ceasefire on the island, preventing escalation and protecting our civilians. The ongoing occupation of part of the Cyprus territory and the constant challenges to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Republic of Cyprus and the latest violation within the buffer zone in Cyprus by the Turkish occupation army prove that the presence of the United Nations peacekeeping force in Cyprus is indispensable to maintain peace, security, and stability. UNFICY's mandate, as agreed to by the Republic of Cyprus, aims to unfold the United Nations Charter and implement relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. In addition to hosting a peacekeeping mission, Cyprus provides access to facilities and infrastructure to support pre-deployment training and to facilitate military mobility for the United Nations peacekeeping operations. Distinguished delegates, let me state Cyprus' support for the implementation of the Women's Peace and Security Agenda. We welcome efforts for greater deployment of women in United Nations peacekeeping operations and greater participation of women in peace processes. The United Nations force in Cyprus was the first United Nations peacekeeping force to appoint a woman as its force commander, and also have women lead all its components, political, military, and civilians. In this context, and responding to the call of this ministerial to strengthen United Nations peacekeeping missions, Cyprus pledges to organize and host 3 different training courses: demining training courses, seminars dedicated to promoting the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, and search and rescue operations training, including medevac. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Cyprus will remain a strong supporter of United Nations peacekeeping operations, acknowledge their valuable contribution to maintain peace and stability. In closing, let me thank once again the government and the people of Ghana for their warm welcome and the amazing hospitality. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those pledges. I'll now give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan. Pakistan. Oh, okay. Okay. Is the microphone for Pakistan working? No? I think they're bringing on you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. At the outset, let me thank Republic of Ghana for hosting this important ministerial and for the warm and generous hospitality accorded to us. Excellencies, the safety of peacekeepers and the populations they serve is a shared interest. Every day, men and women serving under the UN flag put their lives at risk to deliver on a host of mandates, including vital mandate of protection of civilians. UN peacekeeping is at crossroads. It faces great challenges such as surge in deadly attacks, increasing complex mandate, emergence of new conflicts, and the string of old disputes. Rising to these challenges require a renewed commitment and a robust partnership among member states and the United Nations. Peace is Pakistan's enduring aspiration. We are committed to peace in our region and beyond. For the last 6 decades, we have contributed more than 230,000 of our brave sons and daughters to the UN peacekeeping operations. They have served with dedication and honor. 171 of them made the ultimate sacrifice in service of peace. Today, Pakistan has around 4,300 peacekeepers deployed in 9 UN missions. This includes infantry units, aviation, and medical personnel, formed police units, and those serving in leadership positions such as the police commissioner. In addition to being a major troop contributing country, Pakistan is also host to one of the oldest peacekeeping missions, the United Nations Observer Group in India and Pakistan, UMOGIP. I am pleased to note that the preparatory meeting held in Islamabad on August 30th and 31st, 2023, on the theme Safety and Security of UN Peacekeepers contributed to the broader objectives of this ministerial meeting. I am honored to present Pakistan's concrete pledges as displayed to strengthen our commitment to UN peacekeeper. Some of these include Strategic Communication Unit, enhancing the percentage of women staff officers to 21% by 2024, and light armored helicopter unit, etc. These pledges show Pakistan's dedication to global peace and security. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks and those pledges. I now give the floor to the State Minister, Ministry of Defense for Ethiopia.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I wish to express my gratitude to the government of Republic of Ghana for the successful organization of 2023 United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial Meeting, which is taking place in Africa for the first time. I would also like to recognize the commendable work of those member states that hosted preparatory meetings culminating in this ministerial meeting. Madam Chairperson, Ethiopia hopes that this meeting will contribute to the multiple efforts designed to improve the efficiency and the capability of peacekeeping operations. In this regard, Ethiopia once again reaffirms its commitment to successful implementation of the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping and Action for Peacekeeping Plus agendas, which are indispensable in making peacekeeping operations fit for today's purpose. Ethiopia has always been among the top troop contributing countries to peacekeeping mission since its first participation in UN peacekeeping mission in 1951. Over 118,000 Ethiopian peacekeepers were involved to date. Embracing peacekeeping as one of the 4 pillars and constitutional mandates of the National Armed Force of Ethiopia, Ethiopia has distinguished track record in the maintenance of global peace and security. Our troops have made the ultimate sacrifice in implementing the UN mission's mandate of keeping and sustaining the peace and collaboration with their host countries. Ethiopia's long-standing commitment to peacekeeping emanates from its enduring belief in collective security. Despite the unfair and unjustified vetting mechanism imposed in 2021, Ethiopia has never backed down from its unconditional commitment to UN peacekeeping efforts. Ethiopia once again is ready to play a more robust peacekeeping role as it has overcome its own internal and external challenges. Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, challenges we are facing today in the field of peacekeeping are, in one way or another, related to the global security architecture. Hence, Ethiopia reiterates its call of a global collective security system that fully respects the sovereignty of member states and it is capable of preventing conflicts. The critical role of national and continental ownership of security responsibilities in ensuring sustainable peace needs to be recognized. In this regard, the decision to effect the drawdown of ATMIS without creating a security vacuum should be properly evaluated in real time. A rash decision could jeopardize the gains the African Union has made thus far at a huge cost. The international community also needs to take note of the acute shortage of resources for AU-mandated peace support operations. Predictable, flexible, adequate and sustainable funding is the major challenge facing missions like ATMIS. Within this context, Ethiopia commends the efforts of the UN Secretary General to make the case for the financing of the African Union peace support operations from the UN-assessed contributions. We also commend Ghana for its leadership in the negotiation for a Security Council resolution calling for the same. Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, protection of civilians is the primary goal of peacekeeping. Ethiopian peacekeepers are known for their success stories in the commitment to protecting civilians, sometimes at the cost of their own life. However, ensuring the safety and security of both host communities and peacekeepers requires rethinking. In this regard, the use of new technologies and their implication to the relationship of missions with the host government and communities, as well as on sovereignty of the host countries, should be properly studied. The success of peacekeeping mission should be evaluated, among others, based on its contribution towards realizing sustainable political solutions. Thus, Peacekeeping missions must reinforce the national efforts to build national security and governance institutions. Reinforcing the efforts of regional and sub-regional organizations also has a crucial role considering their comparative advantage in conflict prevention and peacekeeping and peace reinforcement. The Women, Peace and Security Agenda is another top priority of both Action for Peace and Action for Peace Plus agendas. In this context, Ethiopia is proud of being one of the leading nations in women peacekeepers, even though it is still barely representative. In its effort to empower female military personnel, our National Defense Force has recently promoted 1 female to Major General and 4 female personnel to Brigadier General ranks. These high-ranking military leaders are assigned at top-level leadership positions. As of October 2023, out of 1,490 Ethiopian peacekeepers deployed to UNAMIS, 256, this means 17.18% of the contingent are women. The Ethiopian Peacekeeping Center is developing a project with our partners to develop a special training package designed only for the potential women peacekeepers in order to support their meaningful participation and ensure their full range of occupational positions. Moving forward, Ethiopia will continue to be committed to playing a robust peacekeeping role motivated by its desire to see a more secure and safer world. Thus, it pledges to avail the following to UN peacekeeping missions. 1 infantry battalion, 2 1 infantry company, 3 1 special force company, 4 1 force protection company, 5 1 quick reaction force company, and the 6 1 utility helicopter unit with all the required major equipments and self-sustainment. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Republic of Ghana for hosting this meeting, the outcome of which I hope will enhance our collaborative efforts to improve efficiency and capability of UN peacekeeping operations. Once again, I thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks and the pledges. Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I'd just like to let delegations know that we will continue this session until after 6. I still have a lot of delegations who wish to speak, and so we are going to try and accommodate as many as possible in the time that we have before we have to close the meeting. So we will continue beyond 5 o'clock. I'll now give the floor to the State Secretary, Vice Minister, Federal Department of Foreign Affairs of Switzerland.
Madam Under-Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank the Republic of Ghana for hosting this year's Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting and for the warm hospitality which our generous hosts have offered us. We are meeting here in Accra at a time when conflict and violence are globally on the rise, and when the international community is faced with ever more complex challenges in the peace and security space. As a matter of fact, today's operational environment, marked by the arrival of new actors, technological advancements, such as drones, mis- and disinformation, or the use of social media, have become increasingly multi-layered and dangerous. In order for peacekeeping missions and multilateral peace operations to remain relevant and effective, a more nimble, inclusive, and adaptable approach is required. As an elected member of the Security Council, Switzerland will continue to do its utmost to ensure that mandates of peacekeeping missions are in sync with the requirements highlighted by Under-Secretary General Lacroix this morning and emphasized by your panelists this afternoon, Madam Under-Secretary General, including, or in particular, I should say, when it comes to the protection of civilians. If we want peacekeeping missions to successfully navigate complexity and disruption and overcome the challenges of our insecure time, we have to make sure that they are adequately configured, equipped, and capacitated. To this end, Switzerland plans to organize and support 8 courses in 2024, including the Senior Mission Leadership course together with Kenya. Moreover, in the Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping Plus strategy, the use of new technology for data processing has been identified as a critically important cross-cutting theme. This is why Switzerland does not only welcome, but will actively support the Comprehensive Planning and Performance Assessment System, CPAS, from 2024 onwards, a tool which allows missions to systematically assess their operating environment and evaluate how best to achieve their objectives based on data-driven analysis. Switzerland is also determined to continue to help reinforce a culture of good conduct, discipline, and integrity, and gender equality in peacekeeping. As sexual exploitation and abuse, sadly, continues to be a reality in some contexts, the focus on victims needs to remain strong. This is why we attach importance to tools such as the Trust Fund in support of victims of sexual violence, which we will support financially. The Secretary General's new agenda for peace emphasizes the importance of a serious reflection on the future of peacekeeping. Switzerland is actively engaging in this reflection. For instance, we are supporting a workshop series convened by the International Peace Institute on prioritization and sequencing of UN Security Council mandates, as well as a study by the Geneva Center for Security Policy, GCSP, and the Effectiveness of Peace Operations Network, EPON. The study attempts to identify lessons for future deployments on the basis of a thorough analysis of the oldest peacekeeping mission, UNSO, currently headed by the Swiss Major General Gauchat. The first finding of this study will be presented in New York next week. We also need to rethink the way in which the United Nations collaborates with regional organizations on the issue of peacekeeping, in particular with the African Union. In this context, we are pleased that the ongoing negotiations in the Security Council related to the resolution on the financing of AU-led peace operations are well underway. And let me take the opportunity to thank our host Ghana, as well as Gabon and Mozambique, for their valuable efforts in this regard. In conclusion, Madam Under-Secretary General, Switzerland envisions a future where UN peacekeeping remains adaptable, versatile, and responsive to emerging challenges. A future where missions are equipped with effective and sophisticated capabilities and highly skilled staff, and where the safety, security, and mental health of peacekeepers continues to be a top priority. It is this forward-looking approach to UN peacekeeping to which Switzerland will remain fully committed and which we will continue to support wholeheartedly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks and the pledges. I now give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense of Zimbabwe.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, delegates, I'd like to thank the United Nations for hosting this excellent dialogue and the hospitality that has been extended to us since the day of arrival. Honorable Chair, the 2023 Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting is particularly important as it coincides with the 75th anniversary of the United Nations peacekeeping. This signifies the long journey the community of nations has traveled in search of world peace. Honorable Chair, the government of Zimbabwe places importance in the participation of women in all spheres of our economy and in all pillars of government, including peace and security. Zimbabwe has particularly enacted a number of pieces of legislations which specifically promote gender balance and women empowerment. We are therefore pleased to note that the United Nations is at the forefront of calling for the inclusion of women at all levels in United Nations activities, especially in the honorable role of peacekeeping. Madam Chair, we welcome that the United Nations is implementing various programs seeking to address barriers to women participating in peacekeeping, such as the Secretary General's Uniform Gender Parity Strategy targets for 2024. Zimbabwe, for its part, has a long and rich history in participating in United Nations peacekeeping missions. Notably, Madam Chair, our deployment in the United Nations Angola Verification Mission, UNAVEM 3, where we not only provided a force commander, but also we contributed one of the biggest troop contribution countries. We also at one time provided the deputy force commander in the United Nations Assistance Mission in Somalia, UNISOM 2, where our troops served with honor and distinction. Currently, Honorable Chair, Zimbabwe has 78 uniformed forces deployed in 5 different United Nations peacekeeping missions in various capacities, such as military observers, staff officers, military experts on mission, individual police officers, and correction officers. In addition, there are 6 military and police officers on secondment with the United Nations Secretariat on contracted professional posts. In our current peacekeeping deployments, Madam Chair, we as a government have made sure that we adhere to and surpass the Secretary General's Uniform Gender Parity Strategy guidelines in our respective category. In that regard, Honorable Chair, of the 78 Zimbabwean uniform peacekeepers currently deployed in United Nations missions, 70% are female, thus surpassing by far the gender parity strategy guidelines that require that at least 50% of deployed officers be female. Allow me, Madam Chair, to emphasize that Zimbabwe will continue to play its part in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, especially in the following areas. Firstly, the provision of individual uniformed personnel as staff officers, military experts, military observers, police officers, and corrections officers. Second, cooperation with the United Nations Secretariat to undertake pre-deployment training in all aspects related to the conduct and discipline of our deployed peacekeepers. Thirdly, surpassing the Secretary General's uniformed gender parity strategy targets for 2024 in all our deployments. And fourth, assessment of the barriers in full and ensuring equal participation of women in leadership roles, national security institutions, and during deployment, as well as share the lessons learned with other member states. Honorable Chair, let me conclude by assuring you that Zimbabwe remains committed to contributing towards the United Nations peacekeeping missions in line with its desire to contribute to global peace and security. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks. I now give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense of Armenia.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, at the outset, allow me to express my gratitude to the United Nations, the government of Ghana, and other co-hosts for organizing this ministerial meeting and for their valuable efforts aimed at its successful outcome. United Nations peace operations are essential instruments for promoting and maintaining international peace and security. This ministerial meeting presents significant opportunity to participate in a discussion focused on strengthening peacekeeping operations in line with the ongoing reform outlined in the Secretary General's actions for peacekeeping initiatives and the A4P Plus implementation strategy for 21-23, which are aimed at emphasizing key priorities to enhance the impact of peacekeeping missions. At the same time, I am pleased to introduce the progress that Armenia has made in developing uniformed personnel for UN peacekeeping and confirm Armenia's commitment to contribute to the international efforts supporting peace and security in the world. In addition to our ongoing contributions to UNIFIL mission in Lebanon and substantial contribution to the NATO-led peacekeeping operations, Armenia is developing two specialized capabilities: a field hospital and EOD engineering unit, along with an infantry battalion to contribute to the UN peacekeeping missions wherever needed, with no caveats. Our pledges have been registered in the peacekeeping capabilities readiness system, and we are waiting for UN professional evaluation and advice to elevate those units to the PCRS level 3 or RDL, ensuring their prompt deployability. Meanwhile, with the support of our partners, we are developing a national peacekeeping training capability to ensure that our troops are sufficiently trained before their deployment on the ground. The ultimate aim is to obtain certification for this training capability as an international peacekeeping training center offering UN certified courses and making it available for the training of peacekeepers from other nations. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, finally, I reiterate Armenia's commitment to contribute to the UN peacekeeping operations and our readiness to work diligently and expand our participation in UN peacekeeping missions with well-trained and equipped troops to the extent Armenian capabilities allow. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks and the pledges. I'll now give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs of Namibia. Microphone for Namibia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Namibia congratulates the government of Ghana for hosting 5th Peacekeeping Ministerial, marking a historical moment as the first to be hosted on the African continent. This ministerial provides a timely platform for us to collectively reflect on the complexities surrounding current peacekeeping initiatives, navigate the evaluation of peacekeeping efforts, and address associated challenges. It also offers us an invaluable platform to advance reforms and development within UN peacekeeping so as to align with the exigencies of the present day. At its core, peacekeeping exemplifies a global partnership founded on solidarity. Let me therefore express our deepest appreciation to all peacekeepers who continue to make immense sacrifices, but above all, pay homage to those who have lost their precious lives in the pursuit of international peace and security in service of humanity. Their dedication underscores our collective obligation and commitment to fostering global peace. Namibia commends the initiative of Action for Peacekeeping and Action for Peacekeeping Plus, launched in 2018 and 2021 respectively. These initiatives are pivotal in steering priorities that enhance the effectiveness of peacekeeping missions. As the United Nations strengthens its collaboration with the African Union, Namibia underscores the necessity for increased investment in both peacekeeping and peace building. Recognizing the importance of advancing political solutions and fostering common objectives to respond to crisis, we advocate for joint conflict analysis and assessment in alignment with the joint United Nations African Union framework for enhanced partnership in peace and security. It is imperative that we collectively strive to ensure adequate, sustainable, and predictable financing for peace building and peace support operations, including funding AU-led peace support operations through assessed contributions. Regional leadership is an indispensable asset to peace building, and financial constraints should not hinder this critical contribution. Namibia takes pride in its advancement in the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, notably through the implementation of its National Action Plan, NAP, 2019 to 2024. As our NAP approaches its conclusion, we propose the establishment of a structured peer review mechanism to facilitate peer learning from member states that have successfully implemented their first or second generation NAPs. Namibia offers to spearhead this initiative through the International Women's Peace Center, which we launched in 2020 to mark the 20th anniversary of the adoption of Security Council Resolution 1325. Furthermore, prioritizing the mental health of peacekeepers cannot be overemphasized, and Namibia applauds Ghana for the choice of theme. Drawing on our own experience as a post-conflict society, we recognize the integral role of psychosocial support within the armed forces and welcome its inclusion in the peacekeeping planning. In an era dominated by misinformation and disinformation, strategic communication is integral to the success of peacekeeping missions. Namibia appreciates the recognition of this reality and welcomes its inclusion in the core themes of this ministerial meeting. As a UN success story in multidimensional peacekeeping, Namibia reaffirms its commitment to contributing comprehensively to peacekeeping, peace building, and peace support. Over 30 years since the success of the United Nations Transitional Assistance Group, UNTAC, we remain dedicated to constructive collaboration, notably through our current role on the AU Peace and Security Council and within the ambit of the AU-UN partnership, working tirelessly to advance the strengthened and responsive peacekeeping. Madam Chair, in conclusion, I express our gratitude for the opportunity to share our respective contributions. UN peacekeeping is indispensable to the maintenance of international peace and security. It is a collective pillar to collective peacemaking and peace building. Therefore, Namibia remains steadfast in its commitment to the principles and objectives of UN peacekeeping. Once again, Madam Chair, thank you very much for according me the opportunity, and thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency, for your remarks. I now give the floor to the Secretary of State for Defense for Angola.
Excelências, distintos ministros e chefes de delegações, distintos delegados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, antes de mais, permitam-me agradecer por me ter concedido a palavra. Gostaria de agradecer às autoridades do Ghana, em nome do governo angolano, pela organização desta reunião ministerial. Quero igualmente agradecer pela hospitalidade e caloroso acolhimento reservado a mim e a delegação que me acompanha nesta bela cidade de Accra. Excelências, ao longo de décadas, a ONU ajudou a pôr fim a inúmeros conflitos no mundo através do Conselho de Segurança, órgão com responsabilidade primária de garantir a paz e a segurança internacional, tal como previsto na Carta das Nações Unidas. Neste contexto, a diplomacia preventiva, a promoção e manutenção da paz devem continuar a ser prioridade na agenda internacional. Esta reunião ministerial acontece no momento em que o mundo enfrenta
CADC em estado de alerta, nomeadamente a missão preventiva da CADC no Reino de Lesoto, SAPMIL, e a atual missão da SADC em Moçambique, SAMIL, e também a participação de efetivos da Polícia Nacional nas operações de manutenção de paz no Sudão do Sul. Outro sim, foi aprovada no país no ano 2021 a Lei 1521, que consagra o envio de contingentes militares e forças militarizadas angolanas ao exterior do país, no quadro das operações de ajuda humanitária, operações de apoio à paz e missões decorrentes de compromissos internacionais assumidos pelo Estado. Apesar de Angola ainda estar na fase embrionária da sua participação nas missões de operações de paz da ONU, o país tem estado a trabalhar com o Departamento das Operações de Paz para uma atuação mais efetiva, visando a preparação de um pequeno contingente de tropas para futuros desdobramentos, preparação de meios aéreos, nomeadamente helicópteros, a seleção de oficiais para treinamento, capacitação e familiarização do ambiente multilateral, instrução e informação técnica e apoio para a organização do Centro de Instrução de Operações de Apoio à Paz. Para concluir, reitero que Angola continua a defender o diálogo como forma de resolução de conflitos, bem como identificar as suas causas profundas, por formas a encontrar soluções duradouras e sustentáveis para a sua resolução. Acreditamos que a nova Agenda para a Paz, proposta pelo Secretário-Geral da ONU, poderá trazer uma oportunidade para melhorar a capacidade e a eficácia das operações de paz num contexto marcado pela transformação e evolução digital. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those remarks. And I now give the floor to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Defense of the Gambia.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to begin by thanking the government of the Republic of Ghana for being a generous and exceptional host to our delegation. We are proud of Ghana for being the first African country to host such meetings. Excellencies, we are meeting at a very challenging time for peace in today's world order, polarized with heightened geopolitical tension, new and evolving conflicts, and limited enabling conditions to address matters of international peace and security. For 75 years, United Nations peacekeeping operations have served as our organization's most effective tool to practicalize our vision for war to peace transitions. Many success stories have been registered, and so have the challenges also multiplied. The unprecedented nature and dynamics of today's conflicts continue to put our most effective tool to its greatest test. In recent years, however, our frustration have led some to question the whole idea of UN peacekeeping in light of the significant challenges being faced by some missions to achieve their mandates. To the question of doubt, I wish to quote the wise words of the former UN Secretary General and Ghanaian statesman, Mr. Kofi Annan, who said that more than ever before in human history, we share a common destiny. We can master it only if we face it together. And that is why we have the United Nations on code. The unprecedented threats to peace that our world is facing today requires multilateral solutions led by the United Nations with a renewed commitment from all its member states to address these challenges. Despite the burdensome and complicated mandates, growing threats and hostilities on the ground, dwindling resources for peacekeeping amidst hostile geopolitical realities, United Nations peacekeepers continue to render extraordinary service to humanity by helping to restore peace in some of the most dangerous conflict zones around the world. They represent our collective decisions to act in the pursuit of peace, protecting civilians from violence, and building trust belligerent parties to reach a sustainable peace process. The government of the Gambia reaffirms its strong support and commitment to the UN peacekeeping operations and will always prioritize its role as a troop and police contributing country to the United Nations as our contribution to the maintenance of international troop and police contributing countries to address its critical gaps. The Gambia is also committed to improving the performance of its officers in the various UN missions by creating more training opportunities to build on existing capacities, committing more resources to address our capacity gaps and needs, and prioritizing the women, peace, and security agenda within the context of peacekeeping operations as we continue to accelerate efforts at the national level to increase our female participation in peacekeeping by incorporating a gender perspective in all our military and police deployments. We're also working closely with several partners to avail more capacity building opportunities to our women in uniform to increase their deployments in areas requiring special skills. In light of our willingness to increase our contribution to the good work of the United Nations peacekeeping operations, I have the honor to announce the following pledges by the government of the Gambia to serve in future deployments, in addition to our existing contributions. One quick reaction force company independently, and 1 infantry battalion co-deployment with Bangladesh, and 1 transport company, 1 military police company, 10 staff officers, and 15 military observers. Our sincere appreciation and profound gratitude to Bangladesh for their readiness to co-deploy with the Gambia. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you for those remarks and for the pledge. I'll now give the floor to the Director of the United Nations Directorate, Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Merci Madame la sous-secrétaire générale.
Microphone for France.
Merci Madame la sous-secrétaire générale. Mesdames, Messieurs. Merci Madame la sous-secrétaire générale. Comme ça, tout le monde a eu l'occasion de récupérer son casque, car je vais parler en français. Madame la sous-secrétaire générale, Mesdames, Messieurs, je joins tout d'abord ma voix à ceux qui ont remercié et félicité les autorités ghanéennes pour l'organisation de cette conférence à un moment important, dans une atmosphère à la fois très, très chaleureuse et très, très professionnelle. Je salue également toute l'équipe de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, notamment les secrétaires généraux adjoints, messieurs Lacroix et Atul-Carré. Chers collègues, en cette année de 75e anniversaire des casques bleus, il est important que nous nous retrouvions pour redire le rôle essentiel qu'ils jouent dans le maintien de la paix et de la sécurité internationale. Sur tous les continents, les casques bleus ont sacrifié leur vie pour servir cet idéal de paix. Nous avons été plusieurs ici à rendre hommage à la mémoire des 4337 casques bleus décédés en mission depuis 1948 aux 56 casques bleus tombés en 2023. Je cite ces chiffres car nous ne pouvons pas rester indifférents lorsque ces soldats qui portent ce très iconique casque bleu et qui défendent ce très iconique également drapeau bleu des Nations Unies se voient attaqués physiquement sur le terrain, mais se voient aussi cible de discours de haine. Et je ne peux que rejoindre tous les panélistes et les intervenants qui ont estimé que nous devions réagir collectivement face à ces attaques contre la sécurité et la réputation de nos casques bleus. Mesdames, Messieurs, j'évoquerai aujourd'hui 3 points. Tout d'abord, le maintien de la paix reste très pertinent pour la paix et la sécurité au XXIe siècle. Plus de 70 000 casques bleus sont aujourd'hui déployés dans le monde au sein de 12 opérations. Et avec la diminution des effectifs, du nombre de missions, et puis récemment des demandes de départ précipitées de casques bleus dans certaines situations, on a entendu une petite musique négative. Ce sont les doutes qu'évoquait ma collègue de la Gambie dans son intervention. Certains disent que le maintien de la paix dans la forme que nous connaissons est passé. Nous croyons, comme d'autres, que le maintien de la paix n'a jamais été aussi nécessaire. Après avoir fait 43 000 victimes civiles en 2023, nous savons déjà que les conflits armés vont impacter les civils de manière exponentielle dans les années qui viennent. Sur le rôle des soldats de maintien de la paix, je crois qu'on doit citer l'exemple très présent et très éloquent, tout d'abord, du Liban. Du Liban où aujourd'hui même, les casques bleus, 9500 et plus d'1 millier de civils en soutien, s'efforcent de faire respecter le cessez-le-feu, protègent les civils contre les violences et surtout s'efforcent d'éviter un embrasement régional qui serait catastrophique. Cela ne signifie pas, bien sûr, que les opérations de maintien de la paix que nous créons ont vocation à s'éterniser dans tel ou tel pays. Le but premier reste de créer un espace nécessaire au règlement politique durable. La ministre de la Défense du Portugal le disait très bien ce matin, il faut co-construire avec les autorités locales, avec la société civile, des espaces de sécurité où la transition politique peut se faire, où un processus électoral se dérouler. Nous avons eu un exemple positif tout près d'ici, tout près du Ghana, en Côte d'Ivoire, où l'ONUCI a été fermée après avoir contribué à la stabilisation du pays. C'est donc possible. Deuxième point, la France veut jouer tout son rôle dans le soutien au maintien de la paix. En tant que membre permanent du Conseil de sécurité, nous travaillons en tant que plume sur plusieurs opérations de maintien de la paix et nous tenons à travailler en étroite coordination avec les États hôtes, les autres pays contributeurs de troupes, afin que les mandats adoptés par le Conseil de sécurité soient robustes, réalistes et ajustés aux situations locales. Il y a une intense réflexion avant l'adoption des résolutions du Conseil de sécurité sur les mandats pour assurer cette convergence entre les objectifs et la situation, le contexte particulier du pays. Je voulais me féliciter à ce titre de l'excellente coopération qui a présidé aux dernières concertations sur la MINUSCA avec la République centrafricaine et sur la MONUSCO avec la République démocratique du Congo. Beaucoup d'intervenants avant moi ont souligné qu'une fois définis les mandats, il convient de faire en sorte que les capacités soient adaptées. La France, en réponse à cette nécessité, s'investit dans le maintien de la paix en déployant près de 700 casques bleus sur le terrain, principalement au Liban, que j'évoquais tout à l'heure. Outre cette présence, car il est important de connaître le terrain et de voir les opérations de maintien de la paix de près et non pas simplement depuis nos capitales, outre cette présence, la France maintient un effort soutenu en matière de formation des casques bleus. Je ne vais pas vous lire les pledges, mais notre objectif est de former 10 000 soldats par an à travers 3 axes. 8 centres d'entraînement que nous soutenons, centres d'entraînement au maintien de la paix à travers le monde et où la France a détaché des coopérants militaires. L'un de ces centres, le Ghana le connaît très bien puisque c'est le Kofi Annan International Peace Training Center. Deuxième axe, le soutien à des formations spécifiques organisées par le secrétariat. La France contribuera prochainement à la demande du secrétariat à des programmes de formation mobiles des casques bleus. Nous allons également tenir à Paris, en janvier prochain, la première session francophone du cours conseiller militaire genre. Un dernier axe, ce sont les formations linguistiques, et nous les menons directement ou, comme d'autres pays dans cette salle l'ont mentionné, en lien avec l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie. Tous ces efforts nécessitent des moyens financiers, bien sûr, et outre sa contribution au barème des opérations de maintien de la paix à hauteur de 300 millions de dollars par an, la France est le premier soutien financier aux initiatives du département des opérations de paix et du département de soutien opérationnel dans le cadre du programme Action pour le maintien de la paix plus, avec plus de 4 millions de dollars en 2023. Troisième point, nous devons penser l'avenir du maintien de la paix et nous avons entendu aujourd'hui beaucoup de propositions. C'est le sens du nouvel agenda pour la paix souhaité par le secrétaire général et auquel nous avons fait des contributions et des propositions. Nous souhaitons notamment, et cela a été dit, relancer les processus politiques sur lesquels sont adossées les opérations de maintien de la paix. On ne peut pas maintenir la paix quand personne ne veut de la paix. Il faut une transition politique, il faut des objectifs politiques. Il faut également mieux intégrer les efforts de l'ONU et des organisations régionales en utilisant tous les leviers à notre disposition. Et là, comme d'autres avant moi, je souhaite vraiment relever l'effort qui est fait en ce moment au Conseil de sécurité pour approfondir le sujet du soutien des Nations unies aux opérations régionales de paix, en particulier les opérations africaines de paix. Dans ce cadre, les efforts du Ghana pour présenter une résolution au Conseil de sécurité et pour tenter d'aboutir cette année à une résolution cadre permettant de fixer les critères d'un financement partagé de ces opérations est tout à fait exemplaire. À travers cet exemple, nous constatons que le maintien de la paix évolue après les opérations de première génération, dont certaines sont encore en place, après les opérations de seconde génération ou multidimensionnelles. Nous allons voir un nombre croissant d'opérations régionales autorisées et soutenues par les Nations unies, comme la récente
Thank you, Madam Undersecretary. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, also from my side, I'll start off with a warm thank you to the Republic of Ghana for hosting this year's UN Peacekeeping Ministerial. Ghana being a key contributor to the UN peacekeeping efforts, it is highly appropriate that we all are gathered here in Accra today. Now, allow me to make these remarks on behalf of the Danish Minister of Defense. Peacekeeping is one of the key tasks of the UN and will continue to be so as an essential tool for creating the conditions for lasting political solutions and peace in war-torn societies. Yet peacekeeping operations are admittedly faced with several changes that undermine the ability to deliver on their mandates. For peace operations to be efficient and effective, they must have clear, realistic and achievable objectives. They must be flexible, adaptable and agile, and they must be provided with sufficient funding and capabilities. Denmark remains committed to playing a constructive and positive role as we jointly develop and enhance US peacekeeping to make it fit for purpose. Today, Denmark wishes to pledge support in 5 key areas. First, managing the environmental impact of UN peacekeeping operations is a cross-cutting issue that impacts the efficiency of operations, the safety and security of UN peacekeepers, and the legacy that peacekeepers leave behind. Denmark will partner with Ghana to establish a renewable energy system for the Ghanaian battalion in UNMISS in South Sudan and provide a sustainable training capacity for Ghana. Secondly, improving the safety and security of UN peacekeepers by improving medical support and ensuring the care and well-being of our personnel is a key obligation for member states. Denmark pledges to support the implementation of the mental health strategy with financial contribution to the digital mental health platform and by reaffirming support to improve casualty evacuation capabilities in peacekeeping operations. Thirdly, training is a precondition for successful peacekeeping. Therefore, Denmark is pledging to host a UN infantry battalion training materials revision workshop and a UN senior national planner course. Fourthly, it remains paramount to establish mechanisms that address the structural barriers to women's participation in peace processes. To strengthen the role of women in peacekeeping at all levels and in all positions, it will be strengthening peacekeeping itself. Denmark reiterates its support to the Women, Peace and Security agenda with new financial support to the UN Senior Women Talent Pipeline and the DPO UN Stratcom, and by reaffirming our support to the LC initiative. Fifthly, Denmark will also work towards providing training and capacity building to local and national policing counterparts to a UN mission. This could be in the form of a jointly Nordic specialized police team focusing on promoting gender equality and the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Lastly, Denmark reaffirms its continued personnel contribution to UNSO, its financial contributions to projects supporting the A4P and the A4P+, and the logistical support that we have offered to the withdrawal and liquidation of MINUSMA. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks and the pledges. I now give the floor to the Army Chief of Bhutan.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank the Government of Ghana for hosting the UN Ministerial meeting. Our appreciation and acknowledgement also goes to the co-host for hosting the preparatory meetings. Since this is the first time my delegation is taking the floor, we would also like to remember and pay tribute to all those who have sacrificed their lives serving under the UN flag in order to maintain peace and protect the vulnerable. Bhutan attaches great importance to peacekeeping, and we are pleased to be a partner of United Nations as a troop and police contributing country since 2014. Since then, we have gradually deepened our peacekeeping engagement in keeping with our desire to contribute meaningfully, although in a small way, to the cause of peace and security. In doing so, our peacekeepers have and will always adhere to and uphold the highest standards of integrity, ethics, and professionalism in the discharge of their responsibilities. Bhutan's commitment also remains unconditional, where our peacekeepers are deployed without national caveats. Bhutan has 223 peacekeepers serving in various capacities in UN peacekeeping operations and contributing to global efforts. Bhutan has also implemented the pledges made previously. We have already contributed a light quick reaction force comprising of 180 personnel to MINUSCA. We have met 20% target set for 2023 as per the Uniform Gender Parity Strategy 2018-2028. Bhutan is also a member of the Group of Friends for Gender Parity since 2018. Our pledged Found Police Unit is currently under Level 3 in the Peacekeeping Capability Readiness System. We hope to have the FUP in the rapid deployment level by the first half of 2024 and thereafter ready to deploy at the request of United Nations. Recognizing the important role that women have in the maintenance of peace and security, nearly half of the FPU strength will comprise of women police officers. Towards broadening and deepening Bhutan's engagement and contribution to UN peacekeeping operations, we are pleased to pledge at this ministerial an engineering unit which is currently registered in PCRS under Level 1. Through this pledge, we hope that Bhutan will be able to support peace-building efforts by the missions and host state to enhance our contribution to peacekeeping and to generate fully trained peacekeepers who meet UN standard. Bhutan established a UN Peacekeeping Center in 2015. We are pleased to announce that Peacekeeping Training Center in April 2024 will be hosting a course on Train the Trainers, Preventing Investigating Sexual and Gender-Based Violence for police officers in partnership with Integrated Training Service of United Nations and the Federal Republic of Germany. Bhutan supports strengthening the UN peacekeeping operations to meet new demands and deliver its vital services in the most effective and efficient manner. Bhutan was pleased to endorse the Action for Peacekeeping and Declaration of Shared Commitments. We note that A4P Plus action brings renewed focus on developing concrete deliverable to A4P agenda and that it would revitalize the collective effort in making such peace operations effective and coherent. Peace and security is a shared concern and responsibility, and Bhutan remains committed in strengthening our engagement and partnership in the very important and critical work of United Nations relating to peacekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks and the pledge. I now give the floor to the Director General for Policy in the Ministry of Defense of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Undersecretary General. Excellencies, for 75 years, more than 2 million peacekeepers have worked to save and change lives in the world's most fragile situations. I would like to express my deep respect and appreciation for all military, police, and civilian personnel currently serving in those missions. As a former DSRSG in MINUSMA, I want to pay particular tribute to those 311 blue helmets who gave their lives in Mali and their families. The motto of this conference rightly is, "Peace begins with me." We all have a duty to peace. To fulfill our duty, we have to adapt to the conflicts of today and tomorrow. That is why in 2018, the Netherlands played its role in the Action for Peacekeeping initiative to keep peacekeeping operations fit for purpose. We're proud to be a champion
on the protection of civilians and performance and accountability themes. We are proud co-sponsors of this conference. And of course, we also support the new Agenda for Peace and the upcoming Summit of the Future. With joint efforts, we can provide peacekeepers and their missions with the right tools and mandates. For the Netherlands, a people-centered approach based on inclusion is essential for the future success of UN peacekeeping. The needs, experiences, and ideas and solutions of people and communities themselves should be front and center in our efforts. This is the central thread for our financial pledges, which include support for the Peacekeeping Intelligence Academy in Entebbe, Uganda, support for the implementation of the UN Mental Health Strategy to improve the access of UN peacekeepers to mental health care, the new DPO civilian harm mitigation projects which we support, and also the development of women's body armor, which we support together with the US, Ghana, and Zambia. We had a side event about that yesterday. Also, we will contribute to the International Peace Institute and their efforts on the implementation of A4P. The Netherlands will continue to encourage women to serve in UN peacekeeping. As stated during the Women, Peace and Security event yesterday, we need women to bolster the success of our missions and increase the effectiveness of our operations. Greater diversity brings a broadened skill set and new perspectives. Many women, peace and security initiatives we do not support alone, fortunately, but together with many partners across the globe, including the ELSI initiative. Let me end with sincere words of thanks to Ghana for organizing this important and timely conference and for being a leading country in peacekeeping and women, peace and security. To all of you here today and to our peacekeepers deployed in countries far from home. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks and the pledges. I now give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General for Development from Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be given the opportunity to share Malaysia's perspective on capacity building and training at the United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting today. At the outset, allow me to congratulate the host Republic of Ghana for the excellent arrangement in hosting this conference despite the challenges that are affecting us all. Excellencies, taking note of the events around the world today, sustainable peace will be the most important agenda that we must uphold, and I'm pleased to see that all nations are working closely together in sustaining peace across the globe. Malaysia welcomes the Republic of Ghana's initiative on capacity building and training, particularly on mental health in peacekeeping. Indeed, Malaysia hopes to see this initiative possibly leading to more effective UN peacekeeping operation. Malaysia is confident that with the Republic of Ghana's vast experience in peacekeeping operation, this initiative can be implemented and will be certainly bring great benefits to all participating nations, particularly on mental health. Excellencies, Malaysia remains deeply concerned with increased attack against UN peacekeepers. We pay tribute to men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of maintaining peace. Despite our collective efforts to stabilize countries in conflict with the deployment of more peacekeepers, we must continue to ensure the safety and security of our peacekeepers. There should not be any compromise on this matter. All stakeholders are responsible for the moral safety and security of peacekeepers. Thus, their well-being must be taken care of as a top priority. This will require peacekeepers to have the necessary skills, training, equipment, and mandate. Malaysia strongly believes in the critical role of training in ensuring effective peacekeeping. The Malaysian Peacekeeping Center, MPC, continues to be recognized as a premier training center in the region. The center regularly offers courses such as course for contingent commanders and gender advisors, comprehensive protection of civilians, sexual exploitation and abuse, women, peace and security, gender mainstreaming, and preventing sexual violence initiative to domestic and international participants. Malaysia also believes in engaging women and youth in capacity building programs as they are vital for sustainable recovery and long-term peace. Therefore, the role of women and youth in peace and security should be further socialized, strengthened, and mainstreamed. Malaysia is highly committed to supporting the agenda of women, peace, and security. Currently, MPC has instructors who specialize in implementing a wide range of training and courses. Malaysia's work and commitment to training in the service of peace received the highest acknowledgement from the UN with a visit to MPC by the then Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, on 22nd March 2012. This is a testament to Malaysia's continuous commitment to global peace, which is the cornerstone of our national defense policy. In celebration of the visit by the Secretary General, MPC's main auditorium at MPC's was named in his honor. Excellencies, Malaysia continues to deploy a battalion of armed forces personnel in South Lebanon under the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL. Known as Malbat 850-11, it is the 11th battalion since the first deployment of Malaysian peacekeepers in 2007 as part of UNIFIL to enforce Resolution 1701 of the United Nations Security Council to resolve the 2000 Lebanon war. Apart from the UNIFIL, Malaysia is also participating in 4 other UN peacekeeping operations by sending observers at United Nations missions for the referendum in Western Sahara, United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in Democratic Republic of the Congo, United Nations Interim Security Force for the ABA in ABA, and United Nations mission to support the Al-Qaeda agreement. Excellencies, Malaysia has continued to maintain having 10% women personnel serving in the Malaysian Armed Forces to achieve its commitment towards United Nations Security Council's Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, or WPS. For the past 3 years, we aim to increase the involvement of women personnel in UN peacekeeping operations in the future. I would like to conclude that the United Nations should not be left alone to shoulder the burden of this heavy responsibility of ensuring sustainable peace around the world. Malaysia once again reaffirms its strong commitment to peacekeeping effort under the ambit of United Nations and will continue to work with others towards a better world and global peace. On that note, I once again wish to thank the Chair for giving me the privilege to deliver a speech during this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. I now give the floor to the Undersecretary for Capability Assessment and Development in the Department of National Defense of the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam, for that generous introduction. At the outset, and on behalf of the Philippine delegation, allow me to congratulate and express our most profound gratitude to the Republic of Ghana for the excellent hosting of this ministerial meeting. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the United Nations peacekeeping, with the theme, Peace Begins With Me, which recognizes the service and sacrifice of Blue Helmets, past and present, and pays tribute to the resilience of the communities they serve despite many obstacles to peace. The year also marks the 60th anniversary of Philippine participation in United Nations peacekeeping operations. Since we sent our troops to Congo in 1963, the Philippines has never wavered nor faltered in its commitment to peacekeeping missions. As a peacemaker, our proud tradition of 60 years has seen over 14,000 Filipino troops to 21 United Nations peacekeeping and special political missions. Today, we reiterate our readiness to increase our engagement in peacekeeping operations. We pledge to increase our contribution to UN peacekeeping operations around the world, with more Filipino peacekeepers on the ground as our contribution to the maintenance of international peace and security. The Philippines will continue to deploy military and police personnel in any area, regardless of the security threat level. Our personnel will be following very strict standards of conduct and behavior in the performance of their peacekeeping duties. We will continue to ensure that our pledges under the UN Peacekeeping Capability Readiness System are met. Our government is committed to make available all necessary resources for peacekeeping operations within the agreed response time. Your Excellencies, I am also pleased to confirm that our armed forces is ready to commit one quick reaction force company and one military engineering company to the UN PCRS as new pledges, in addition to the existing force headquarters support unit and the aeromedical evacuation module that are now at level 1 and level 2 respectively. The Philippines will also continue providing UN-certified trainers for UN mobile training teams, UN military experts on mission, and staff officers in various mission areas composed of mostly female officers. This is the Philippine contribution to enhancing the holistic approach to peacekeeping operations. More skilled and trained female peacekeepers are vital to the success of peacekeeping operations. The Philippines is also building up a formed police unit in addition to currently deployed individual police officers in the United Nations mission in South Sudan. And finally, the Philippine National Police has expressed its intention to host the 2024 rollout of the United Nations Certified Instructors Development Course catering to international participants from neighboring police contributing countries. Our Constitution enshrines that the Philippines adhere to the policy of peace, equality, justice, freedom, cooperation, and amity with all nations. This national policy is reflected in our constructive engagements with the United Nations to forge and maintain peace, to promote sustainable development, and further respect for human dignity and human rights. As a trusted partner, innovative pathfinder, and committed peacemaker, the Philippines is motivated to play an active role in securing lasting peace, freedom, and prosperity in our world community. We commit to adhere to these values, most especially in our quest for a non-permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council for the term 2027 to 2028. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for your remarks and for the pledges. I now give the floor to the Chief of Department of the Main Directorate of International Military Cooperation of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation.
Ваше Превосходительство, уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, для меня большая честь выступать перед вами. Прежде всего, хотел бы поблагодарить правительство Республики Гана за высокий уровень организации мероприятия и гостеприимства. Россия, несущая в качестве постоянного члена Совета Безопасности ООН особую ответственность за предотвращение и урегулирование вооруженных конфликтов, нацелена на укрепление миротворческого и антикризисного потенциала Всемирной организации. Роль миротворческой деятельности ООН особенно важна сегодня в условиях крайней степени турбулентности в сфере международной безопасности. Выполнение поставленных Советом Безопасности ООН задач в миссиях организации все чаще, к сожалению, достигается высокой ценой потерь жизни и здоровья миротворцев. В этой связи повышенное внимание уделяем вопросам обучения квалифицированных кадров для полевых миссий ООН. Российская система подготовки специалистов-миротворцев основывается на 50-летнем опыте успешного функционирования. Первый набор слушателей был организован на базе старейшего учебного заведения высших офицерских курсов «Выстрел». В последующем правопреемников курсов «Выстрел» стал военный учебно-научный центр сухопутных войск общевойсковая ордена Жукова Академия Вооруженных сил. За все время функционирования курсов специальную подготовку для миссии ООН прошли более 2000 человек, включая 230 иностранных специалистов из 22 стран. С 2010 года на регулярной основе обучение проходят военнослужащие женщины. Руководством курсов проводится систематическая работа по совершенствованию учебных программ для военных экспертов полевых миссий ООН. В первую очередь их адаптация к современным реалиям. Российские курсы имеют сертификаты секретариата ООН. Инструкторы принимают участие в работе международной группы по оказанию методической поддержки странам-поставщикам воинских и полицейских контингентов ООН. Российские военные и полицейские эксперты представлены в 7 полевых миссиях организации в Африке, Европе и на Ближнем Востоке. В целом, Россия входит в десятку основных государств-плательщиков в бюджеты операций по поддержанию мира. Продолжаем работу по участию в системе готовности миротворческого потенциала ООН. От вооруженных сил России зарегистрированы 4 подразделения: инженерно-саперная рота, батальонная тактическая группа, батальон военной полиции и полевой военно-медицинский госпиталь. Что касается наших приоритетов в миротворческой деятельности, то хотелось бы выделить следующие направления. Первое. Разработка механизмов задействования миротворческого потенциала Организации договора о коллективной безопасности в интересах миссий ООН. Второе. Обмен опытом подготовки миротворцев, включая обучение иностранных специалистов в российских учебных центрах. Третье. Направление российских миротворцев в профильные структурные подразделения секретариата ООН, а также региональные представительства организации. Одновременно исходим из того, что основной площадкой по принятию решений по деятельности ООН по поддержанию мира остается специальный комитет Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН по миротворчеству Си-34. Именно за государственными членами последнее слово, когда речь идет о реформенных предложениях секретариата ООН, в том числе о новой повестке для мира. В заключении своего выступления хотел бы отдельно поблагодарить переводчиков и других сотрудников, обеспечивавших работу конференции. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you for your remarks. I now give the floor to the J5 Chief Secretariat of the National Defense of Mexico.
Buenas tardes a todos. Me es grato expresar en nombre de México el agradecimiento a las Naciones Unidas y al Gobierno de Ghana por llevar a cabo esta conferencia tan importante. Sin duda es una oportunidad para intercambiar y fortalecer la cooperación multilateral para hacer frente a los desafíos globales actuales y futuros en el ámbito del mantenimiento de la paz. A 8 años de que México reanudó su participación en las operaciones de mantenimiento de la paz de esta organización de manera gradual, se ha avanzado en el cumplimiento de los siguientes compromisos que hemos anunciado, particularmente en las conferencias ministeriales para el mantenimiento de la paz de 2019 y 2021. Primero, en cumplimiento con nuestro compromiso de continuar desplegando personal mexicano de manera gradual, aumentando la participación de personal femenino en estas operaciones. Se han realizado más de 170 despliegues individuales, incluidas 47 mujeres uniformadas en 9 operaciones de paz. Segundo, el Centro de Entrenamiento Conjunto para Operaciones de Paz de México, CECOPAM, ha capacitado a 1,203 elementos de las Fuerzas Armadas mexicanas y 241 extranjeros. Este centro ofrece capacitación de primer nivel mediante cursos y ejercicios certificados por Naciones Unidas en instalaciones modernas y con tecnología de punta. El Departamento de Operaciones de Paz otorgó a este centro de entrenamiento la certificación de los cursos de oficiales de Estado Mayor de las Naciones Unidas, observadores militares y protección de civiles. Me es grato reiterar la invitación de mi país a los Estados miembros de la ONU para participar en las distintas capacitaciones que ofrece el SECOPAM. Tercero, me es grato compartir también con ustedes que en seguimiento a los compromisos anunciados en la conferencia de Seúl en el año 2021 y conforme a los procedimientos marcados por la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, recibimos en octubre de este año la primera visita por parte del Departamento para las Operaciones de Paz de la ONU, para la evaluación y asesoramiento de la Compañía de Ingenieros Conjunta de México para las Operaciones de Paz y un sistema aéreo no tripulado que fueron registrados en el Sistema de Requerimientos de Capacidades de Operaciones de Paz de la ONU. Expresamos nuestro compromiso para que con el apoyo de las Naciones Unidas logremos avanzar de manera conjunta para concretar el despliegue de la SINCOMPAZ y el Sistema Aéreo No Tripulado en algunas de las operaciones de paz de esta organización en los próximos meses. Cuarto, como parte del compromiso con la Agenda Mujeres, Paz y Seguridad, actualmente alrededor del 40% del personal mexicano que participa en dichas operaciones son mujeres uniformadas. Asimismo, en el marco del despliegue de una compañía de ingenieros, destacamos que el contingente estará integrado por más del 27%, a fin de continuar incrementando la participación sustantiva de las mujeres en las operaciones de paz. Estamos explorando ampliar la colaboración con la Oficina de ONU Mujeres para impartir en México el primer curso para mujeres militares en operaciones de paz dirigido a países de América Latina y el Caribe. Igualmente, México ha presentado un proyecto a la consideración del Fondo de la Iniciativa ELSI. Quinto, México ha continuado apoyando las iniciativas de las Naciones Unidas, Acción para el Mantenimiento de la Paz, Acción para el Mantenimiento de la Paz Plus, Declaración de Compromisos Compartidos y con ello seguir contribuyendo a mejorar la capacidad operativa y estratégica de estas operaciones. En esta ocasión quiero aprovechar la oportunidad para expresar el interés de México para adherirse al mecanismo ligero de cooperación, a fin de contribuir en el fortalecimiento de estas operaciones con equipos de entrenamiento móvil y con capacitaciones en el Centro de Entrenamiento Conjunto de Operaciones de Paz de México. Finalmente, deseo expresar que México continuará participando activamente en estas operaciones y refrenda su compromiso para seguir contribuyendo con miras a lograr el funcionamiento óptimo de estas importantes herramientas para el cumplimiento de los objetivos de la organización. Muchas gracias y muchas gracias al Gobierno de Ghana por su hospitalidad.
Thank you for those remarks and for the pledge. I now give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General for Economic and Global Issues of the European Union.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the United Nations and Ghana for organizing this ministerial conference. Let me focus a bit on a specific issue, foreign information manipulation and interference, or FIMI. FIMI, including disinformation, is a growing political and security challenge for the EU, its member states, and its international partners. It is a global problem that threatens the functioning of democracies as well as the well-being of societies around the world. FIMI is not only a communication issue, it is also directly a security threat to the EU's foreign and security policy objectives. It has impacted the effectiveness of our missions and operations, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, but in other regions as well. We need to respond to such threats. We need to ensure that our deployments are more resilient, especially at local level in different theaters. In this context, the EU has been continuously advancing our efforts in identifying, preventing, and countering FIMI and disinformation with a multi-layered approach, notably by development an EU FIMI toolbox. The EU FEME Toolbox puts forward a more systematic use of the full range of available tools, including situational awareness, resilience, and capacity building. This we have included in our missions and operation, all of these aspects of the toolbox. In line with our commitments in the strategic compass of the European Union, over the last 18 months, we have strengthened our missions and operation capacity to detect and analyze disinformation and information manipulation conducted by hostile actors in their areas of operations. We have created a dedicated strategic communication team to support the CSDP missions and operations, not only on FEME analysis, but also on responding to FEME attacks. We're currently looking into the development of specific guidelines to hand out to all of our CSDP missions. Lessons identified, however, prove that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and there is a crucial need for a tailored approach as well as specific guidelines in our areas of deployment. On the response front, while debunking or exposing is of paramount importance, we know it's not sufficient to counter the long-term effects of FEME. We are currently building a capacity in our newly created task force working on Africa, which will be dedicated to strategic communications, including work with media community and raising awareness of the impact of FEME. The specific mandates of our CSDP missions and operations do not allow this type of long-term approach, which is why we are increasing our cooperation with our delegations on this aspect. But this issue of FEME is not ours alone in the EU. We have seen UN peacekeeping missions being contested in some areas, just as the CSDP missions are, the most critical example being in Mali. Our credibility is being challenged, and the need to join our efforts against FEME targeting or presence have never been so relevant. We are facing similar challenges, and I believe there are many windows of opportunity to work together against these threats. We should be eager to learn more about our experience together and the lessons learned around the withdrawal of MONUSCO and MINUSMA, for example. We, on our side, would be happy to discuss the implementation of our FEME toolbox and share our best practices. We are committed to work with our partners and like-minded at global level to prevent, deter, and respond to this substantial and fast-evolving threat. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks. Before I go to the next speaker, just to announce that there will be a press conference taking place in Conference Room 1 for those delegates who may wish to attend. I'll now continue and give the floor to the Chief of Joint Operations of Sweden.
Madam Undersecretary and distinguished guests, firstly, allow me to express my gratitude towards the Republic of Ghana for your hospitality in welcoming us and arranging this ministerial meeting. I would especially like to thank you and the UN Secretariat for the excellent cooperation in the successful side event yesterday regarding Women in Peacekeeping, together with the Chief of Defense Women, Peace and Security Network, currently chaired by Sweden. The international rule-based world order is being challenged at its core. A foundation of the international rule-based order is the UN Charter. It is paramount that we continue to work together to safeguard the Charter, as the values of the Charter must not be diluted. Peacekeeping remains an important tool to maintain and keep peace and stability. Sweden will follow up yesterday's side event on VPS by pledging additional funds to realize the capacity building and training participation of uniformed women in peacekeeping. I would also like to highlight the importance of safety and security of peacekeepers in order to succeed they need the best possible precondition, resources and training. For this reason, Sweden would like to pledge an increased support to the capacity building of military peacekeepers and support in conducting pre-deployment training within certain expertise areas, with the aim of building institutional knowledge with troop contributing countries. Sweden would also like to pledge that we intend to significantly increase our financial support to the UN to ensure that the missions and peacekeepers have the available resources and methods needed. These funds will especially focus on developing the UN peacekeeping intelligence capacity, efforts against mis- and disinformation, technical innovations, mission leadership development, women, peace and security, and the advancement of female peacekeepers, safety and mental health of peacekeepers, as well as climate and security. I would also like to underline the importance of the integrated model. The police and corrections components are essential parts of multidimensional peacekeeping missions and vital for tackling criminal activities that are intertwined into today's conflict dynamics. To this end, Sweden would like to pledge to host the UN Police Commanders Course Review Workshop in 2024 and plan to host the UN Police Commanders Course in 2026. Additionally, Sweden pledges to continue to provide police personnel, including specialized police teams, and encourages the UN to specify needs and requirements of additional teams. If possible, a joint Nordic team will be provided. Sweden pledged to support the police pre-deployment training
l'appropriation par les pays hôtes pose problème en certains cas. La fonction du Conseil de sécurité est parfois remise en question. Dans ce contexte, nous avons tous un rôle à jouer et des engagements à prendre. Un rôle dans la présence sur le terrain, évidemment. Un rôle dans la manière dont nous nous assurons que les missions puissent opérer conformément aux réalités de terrain. Un rôle dans la préservation de la paix, afin d'éviter de devoir requérir aux missions de paix. Et dans la reconstruction de la paix, afin d'éviter que les conflits ressurgissent. Le Fonds de construction de la paix de mon pays est un contributeur important, joue un rôle important dans ce contexte. Une attention toute particulière est également due aux conditions d'une transition qui précède la clôture d'une mission. Conjointement avec le Bureau de liaison pour la paix et la sécurité à Bruxelles, mon pays a organisé en juin dernier une conférence relative à l'impact de la désinformation sur les missions. Outre l'aspect technologique, il s'agit d'un facteur qui affecte l'effectivité et la sécurité des missions sur le terrain. Nous devons en être conscients et coopérer pour affronter ce défi extrêmement complexe qui ne cessera de gagner en importance. Madame la Présidente, nous nous réjouissons de l'importance qui est donnée par les organisateurs de cette conférence à la réalisation de l'agenda Femmes, Paix et Sécurité. Celui-ci doit rester une préoccupation cruciale dans le cadre des opérations de maintien de la paix. Et nous saluons les efforts des départements d'opération de la paix et des pays contributeurs aux opérations de la paix, du soutien opérationnel à cet égard. La paix ne peut se faire que quand les droits des différents acteurs sur le terrain sont respectés, quel que soit le contexte d'opération ou l'environnement dans lequel les missions évoluent. Nous soutenons le secrétaire général dans sa politique de tolérance zéro envers les abus et violences sexuelles sur le terrain d'action des missions de l'ONU. L'impunité est inacceptable et la formation, l'éducation et le respect des cadres de conformité ainsi que leur correcte intégration dans les mandats et ressources des missions sont autant de facteurs contribuant à éradiquer de tels abus. Nous nous réjouissons du fait que nous nous retrouvons pour la première fois dans un pays africain pour discuter du maintien de la paix dans un tel format. Et je remercie une nouvelle fois le Ghana pour l'excellente organisation. D'une part, cela démontre le rôle prépondérant que l'Afrique continue à prendre dans l'établissement de la paix et de la stabilisation du continent et des régions soumises à de terribles conflits qui nous affectent tous. D'autre part, c'est une nouvelle opportunité de réfléchir tous ensemble à la meilleure manière de nous assurer que les opérations de paix sous mandat ONU aient un avenir. Mon pays attache la plus grande importance à ce qu'elles soient configurées de la manière la plus appropriée, qu'il s'agisse de leur mandat, de leur financement ou de leur caractère multilatéral, y compris dans un format régional. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for those remarks. I now give the floor to the Chief of Staff, Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs of Burkina Faso.
Merci beaucoup de nous donner la parole en cet instant où la courbe d'attention a beaucoup baissé. Surtout que lors du déjeuner, j'ai vu qu'il y avait du vin sur les tables. Je ne condamne personne puisque moi-même, je me suis fait le plaisir d'en prendre. Aussi, j'ose souhaiter qu'une partie de notre intervention soit suivie par une partie de l'assistance. Mesdames et messieurs, en vos qualités et fonctions, tout protocole respecté, avant tout propos, je voudrais, au nom de son Excellence le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, président de la transition, chef de l'État, féliciter le gouvernement du Ghana pour l'organisation réussie de cette importante conférence ministérielle des Nations Unies sur le maintien de la paix, la première du reste sur notre continent africain. Ma délégation et moi-même exprimons notre sincère gratitude au peuple et au gouvernement du Ghana pour l'accueil chaleureux dont nous sommes l'objet depuis notre arrivée. Nous exprimons également notre appréciation aux Nations Unies pour avoir fourni cette plateforme permettant aux États membres de se réunir et de traiter des questions cruciales liées à la paix et à la sécurité mondiale. Mesdames et messieurs, le Burkina Faso continue de faire face à d'immenses défis sécuritaires liés aux activités des groupes armés terroristes. Leurs attaques ont occasionné des déplacements de plus d'1,5 million de personnes à l'intérieur du pays et de plusieurs milliers d'autres vers les pays voisins. Dans ce contexte, garantir la sécurité et la stabilité au Burkina Faso et dans notre région du Sahel reste notre priorité absolue. Malgré notre situation sécuritaire interne, le Burkina Faso continue avec du personnel aux opérations de maintien de la paix des Nations Unies et est fier d'être parmi les principaux pays contributeurs de troupes, de police et de personnel de sécurité pénitentiaire. Nous saluons le courage et le dévouement des hommes et des femmes qui servent dans les opérations de maintien de la paix, car nous reconnaissons qu'autant le maintien de la paix est un outil essentiel à la préservation de la paix et de la sécurité internationale, autant le maintien de la paix est une entreprise complexe et difficile. En effet, dans les crises actuelles, les casques bleus sont souvent déployés dans des zones de conflit caractérisées par le terrorisme, la criminalité organisée et le changement climatique. Les défis auxquels ils sont confrontés sont immenses. Ils opèrent dans des environnements extrêmement volatiles face à des menaces asymétriques. Nous devons nous assurer qu'ils disposent de la formation adéquate, de l'équipement et du renseignement nécessaires pour s'acquitter de leur mandat avec succès et surtout de rester en vie. Mesdames et messieurs, le Burkina Faso reste déterminé à soutenir le maintien de la paix des Nations Unies. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement du Burkina au processus de paix et à la prise de décisions à long terme et un développement durable. Le Burkina Faso reconnaît l'importance de cette inclusivité dans les efforts de maintien de la paix et s'engage à promouvoir l'égalité des sexes dans tous les aspects des initiatives de paix et de sécurité, ainsi que dans le déploiement de son personnel sur les théâtres de maintien de la paix. En conclusion, le Burkina Faso réaffirme sa détermination à travailler avec les Nations Unies et les partenaires internationaux pour contrer le terrorisme et instaurer une paix et une stabilité durable au Sahel. Il invite tous les États membres de l'ONU à apporter un soutien financier et logistique aux opérations de maintien de la paix, car il s'agit d'un investissement avéré en faveur de la paix et de la sécurité mondiale. Enfin, nous les exhortons à davantage de soutien aux forces du Sahel central dans leur lutte contre le terrorisme. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you for those remarks and for the pledges. I now give the floor to the Political Director of the Ministry of National Defense and Deputy Head of Department of Defense Policy Planning and International Relations of Romania.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Republic of Ghana for hosting this important event. I do believe that this ministerial meeting sends a strong message that Africa's contribution to peacekeeping is not only materialized in troop contribution, but stable countries like Ghana are also offering important forums for discussions and finding the best ways to address the current and future challenges. Romania will continue to support UN efforts to ensure international peace and security. Romanian armed forces have a record of 32 years of continuous contribution with troops to the UN missions. We remain committed to implement Action for Peacekeeping and Action for Peacekeeping Plus priorities. Romania has integrated one of the commitments of the Action for Peacekeeping, the gender perspective, into all aspects of national endeavors on security. We have a national strategy and associated action plan to implement the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. Also, the Ministry of National Defense has taken the lead in promoting and implementing Women, Peace and Security agenda at national level. Recently, Romania has joined the Compact on Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Assistance sector. Speaking about continuity, Romania has been supporting since 2016 the activity of the UN Office of the Special Coordination on improving the be finalized without delays in order to deploy our contingent already in 2024. We have to acknowledge that the global security environment becomes more dynamic every year, more unpredictable, and we are facing a new and large spectrum of challenges expanding from the classical military conflict to hybrid complex threats. Nowadays, more than ever, a comprehensive and integrated approach to security is key to achieving international peace and security, and we remain committed to the UN efforts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks and for the pledges. I now give the floor to the Director for International Organizations in the Foreign Ministry of Brazil. Microphone for Brazil,
Maybe now it's
please.
working. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, USG Pollard. Thank you very much. Let me express my appreciation to Ghana for hosting us so warmly and organizing this impressive, huge event. Besides offering us this platform for exchange and cooperation on peacekeeping, this conference is also an opportunity to reflect more broadly on peacekeeping as a tool for achieving peace and security. As an elected member of the Security Council in 2022-23, alongside Ghana, by the way, Brazil worked towards the protection of civilians and the safety and security of peacekeepers, with a particular emphasis on strategic communications. We believe peacekeeping continues to be a central piece in our collective security architecture. We must stand for it while we work to improve it. We hear expressions of discontent, frustration, and dissent, especially from some countries, some host countries, and we should listen to them carefully and respond to them without losing sight of the importance of doing every transition in a sensible manner, leaving the basis for peace building and durable peace. Madam Chair, since 2018, all MONUSCO's force commanders have been Brazilian. But a less known fact is that a Brazilian mobile training team is in place in the DRC since 2019. It specializes in jungle warfare, and it has trained more than 2,000 troops. This is an example of Brazil's investment in becoming a relevant capacity building provider. Our peacekeeping training centers host regular courses, support drafting and revision of UN policies and manuals, and contribute to pre-deployment training of TCCs, including through the UN Triangular Partnership Program. Last September, Brazil hosted a course for UN police training within the TPP. The Brazilian government is committing now to expanding partnerships in training and capacity building in Brazil in the following areas: engineering equipment maintenance, horizontal engineering, renewable energy management, environmental management, well drilling, UN military riverine units, UN Maritime Task Force, UN military intelligence officers in peacekeeping operations, protection of civilians, mine action, civil-military coordination, and national investigation officers. We are also pledging to offer mobile training teams to deliver courses in other countries under trilateral partnership projects. This will encompass engineering project management and environmental management. A mobile training team is also available to deliver capacity building on riverine peacekeeping. Madam Chair, reaffirming our commitment to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, we will continue providing courses tailored for meaningful participation of women in peace operations. We are also maximizing efforts to meet the targets for women's participation as uniformed personnel set by the UN. Brazil is firmly committed to United Nations peacekeeping, and we seek to contribute effectively to tangible results aligned with the UN's training and capacity building needs. And I thank you very much.
Thank you for the remarks and your remarks and the pledges. I now give the floor to the Special Envoy of the President of Sri Lanka to the 2023 Peacekeeping Ministerial High Commissioner and the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam. At the outset, let me bring the greetings of my President, Honorable Ranil Wickremesinghe, to this august assembly. We have weaved the role of the United Nations in keeping peace and building peace. And this reflects, going by all the contributions that were made by the distinguished delegations, the commitment we all share towards making this world a better place for all of us. May I also commend the organizational aspect of this important event. Ghana must be complimented fully to made us equally welcome, comfortable, and being able to contribute in a meaningful manner in this assembly. My appreciation go both to the United Nations and that to the government of Ghana for all these splendid arrangements. I am proud to recall that Sri Lanka has been committed, contributed to UN peacekeeping over 6 decades. We have a long history been associated with peacekeeping operations since the late 1940s. Since then, more than 21,000 Sri Lankan peacekeepers have played an important role in many peacekeeping endeavors. Through active and unwavering participation in most challenging peacekeeping missions, Sri Lanka plays an important role in promoting an environment favorable to resolving conflict peacefully through action for peacekeeping. This includes bolstering diplomatic endeavors aimed at securing enduring solutions. Operating within the rapid change in character of conflicts, these personnel are committed to fulfill their roles as peacekeepers by making significant contributions to the promotion of sustainable peace, stability, and development. Sri Lanka acknowledges the formidable challenges the peacekeeping missions are confronted with. Operating in regions with persistent conflicts, highlighting violence, challenging terrains, and complements the agenda for peacekeeping. Sri Lanka is concerned with the safety and security of peacekeepers, including their mental health, where Sri Lanka maintains a very specific and targeted relationship towards building mental health in our peacekeepers and in our troops. We have had long-time experience in combating terrorism in our own soil. Our soldiers have been made to gear in terms of the capacity they were built in through the process of greater discipline, army training, and mental focus to complement their roles in any given terrain anywhere in the world. With that, Sri Lanka acknowledges the need for us to be committed to the obligations in spirit and in deed as troop contributing country in the interest of global peace and security. The continuity of presence is of paramount importance for Sri Lanka's peacekeeping operations. Sustained engagement in these missions enables Sri Lankan personnel to build long-lasting relationships with local communities and enhance the effectiveness of Sri Lanka's contributions. It also ensures a stable and a reliable presence that can adapt to evolving circumstances and contribute meaningfully to the pursuit of lasting peace and security in regions that they serve. Madam, Sri Lanka will continue to commit for peacekeeping endeavors of the United Nations. For this noble cause, the government of Sri Lanka is willing to pledge high-performance specialized units that are required diversified tasks for action for peacekeeping. I also would like to assure that with the better conviction of the significant role played by the female peacekeepers, Sri Lankan women peacekeepers who are specialized in special domains such as demining, explosive, security, and civil military operations are ready to deploy within a given short time. Our female soldiers have had the adaptability to humanitarian crises that we ourselves engage with and encountered in our own soil. Their humanity has far exceeded the human tolerance, but they have served the cause of humanity in their best efforts. Now that we are into pledges, may I have the indulgence of this august chamber in order to bring out Sri Lanka's pledges. Pledge 1. Deploy 1 Foreign Police Unit, 2 Force Protection Companies, including 1 all-female, Infantry Battalion, Quick Reaction Force Company, 1 Special Forces Company, 2 Explosive Ordnance Disposal Companies, 1 Combat Convoy Battalion, 1 Airfield Support Unit, 1 Signal Company, 2 Military Police Companies. May I now invite the attention for Pledge 2 by the Government of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka Institute of Peace Support Operations Training Center is ready to conduct trainings, exercises for all troops contributing countries. May I now invite Pledge 3. Deploy military staff, officers, military observers, and individual police officers for any level of headquarters and any missions. With these pledges, we want to continue our relationship and the nexus of peacekeeping in terms of our role as an active member of the international community in serving the ultimate goals of peace through the UN mechanisms. Our military personnel are well prepared to undertake new missions in that global quest for peace. We consider this an opportunity not only to continue our contributions to global peacekeeping, but also to showcase the capabilities of our dedicated personnel. Sri Lanka seeks a positive response from the United Nations in this regard, as we remain fully committed to the pledges we have made to support the noble cause of international peace. Sri Lanka is ready to engage with the Department of Peace Operations to further strengthen our contributions to UN peacekeeping. With this, may I once again thank the United Nations for their splendid and their commitment towards ensuring peace for all in the globe. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you for your remarks and for those pledges. I now give the floor to the Special Ambassador for Peace Operations in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Spain.
Muchas gracias. Señora Presidenta, distinguidos delegados, hoy celebramos el papel esencial que desempeñan las operaciones de mantenimiento de la paz para llevar seguridad y esperanza a millones de personas. Nos reunimos en Accra al amparo del Gobierno y el pueblo de Ghana, a quien agradecemos la hospitalidad y su ambición en garantizar que las operaciones de paz tienen éxito. Las operaciones son sobre todo una herramienta política para avanzar en los procesos de paz. Por lo tanto, el primer requisito para respaldar la paz es que alcancemos la unanimidad en el diseño del mandato de cada operación. De no alcanzar dicha unanimidad, las ponemos en riesgo o hacemos ineficaz su misión. Los mandatos han de ser, además, realistas, sin crear expectativas incapaces de satisfacer. En este sentido, España apoya la nueva Agenda para la Paz del Secretario General, Antonio Guterres, y las líneas de trabajo de acción para el mantenimiento de la Paz Plus, en especial la seguridad del personal desplegado y su salud mental, la transformación digital de las operaciones y la lucha contra la desinformación y el odio. Bajo esta perspectiva, cobra sentido el reconocimiento de Naciones Unidas, España y la Unión Europea sobre la importancia de relanzar la Agenda para el Desarrollo Sostenible de 2030 y la Cumbre del Futuro de 2024 para alcanzar un pacto por el futuro. Efectivamente, no puede haber paz sin desarrollo, ni desarrollo sin paz y derechos humanos. Por consiguiente, tendremos que seguir trabajando para abordar los factores que originan los conflictos. En España y la Unión Europea creemos que hay ciertos pilares fundamentales para sostener la paz. Somos firmes partidarios de un orden multilateral sostenido por el respeto del derecho internacional. Reafirmamos nuestra defensa de la democracia y los derechos fundamentales. Estamos convencidos de la necesidad de promover la igualdad de género como mejor antídoto contra el extremismo y la violencia. Perseveraremos en la aplicación de las resoluciones sobre mujer, paz y seguridad para hacer realidad un sector de seguridad más inclusivo, con más mujeres, pues las mujeres juegan un papel primordial en la prevención de los conflictos, atajando las causas subyacentes a los mismos. Y reconocemos los riesgos relacionados con el cambio climático y la degradación del medio ambiente, considerando que Naciones Unidas debe centrarse cada vez más en el nexo entre clima, paz y seguridad. Así, el Grupo de Amigos sobre el Clima y la Seguridad afirma que el Consejo de Seguridad y las agencias de Naciones Unidas deberían integrar la naturaleza y la paz en el mismo nivel estratégico, con el fin de prevenir conflictos en todo el mundo. Permítanme ahora dar la palabra al general Armada, que va a concretar los compromisos de España en esta conferencia.
Pasando a los compromisos en las operaciones de paz, España siempre ha priorizado la calidad y la eficiencia sobre otros criterios cuantitativos. Prueba de ello es el esfuerzo que hacemos en una zona tan necesitada de paz como es Oriente Medio, donde aportamos capacidades en UNIFIL, no solo en fuerzas, sino en el mando y control de la Brigada Multinacional Este, siendo un catalizador para unidades de diferentes países e integrando además en nuestro contingente personal y unidades de El Salvador, Serbia, Brasil y Argentina. En la actualidad tenemos el orgullo de que el mando de la misión recaiga en un general español, el teniente general Haroldo Lázaro. Con motivo del mando español de la misión o en respuesta a necesidades operativas, España ofreció como capacidades adicionales para UNIFIL un radar de vigilancia aérea que está pendiente de trámites administrativos finales para su despliegue y, a la espera de contestación, una unidad Outreach, una unidad de helicópteros, una compañía de reacción rápida y una unidad de cooperación cívico-militar. Pasando a las ofertas, la primera, acabo de recibir la confirmación de que España acepta la reciente solicitud del Departamento de Operaciones de Paz y generará un equipo adicional de desactivación de explosivos, EOD, en el sector este y bajo mando del sector este en UNIFIL. Dada la situación actual en Oriente Medio, es importante resaltar aquí el compromiso de España con las capacidades desplegadas en el sur del Líbano. El siguiente ofrecimiento es en el ámbito de la resolución 1325 sobre mujeres, paz y seguridad. Y dado el éxito de los cursos online en español de asesor de género en operaciones realizados este año, con más de 3.300 estudiantes de 20 países diferentes, España ofrece para los próximos años continuar con estos cursos online para países de habla hispana. Finalizamos felicitando al Departamento de Operaciones de Paz y sobre todo a las autoridades de Ghana, país comprometido con la paz y foco de estabilidad en la región, por acoger la conferencia. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you for your remarks and for the pledge. I now give the floor to the Ambassador at Large in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Latvia.
Thank you. Thank you for giving the floor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank also the government of Ghana for hosting this event and providing excellent hospitality. Latvia is advocate for robust actions in order to strengthen response and ability to carry out the change that is necessary for more effective peacekeeping. Partnerships, training, and capacity building of our partners are some of the key aspects in achieving the objectives of credible peacekeeping efforts. Since 2016, Latvia has been actively contributing to the United Nations peacekeeping efforts. Currently, our officers are serving in Middle East in UNIFIL and UNSO. In the coming years, Latvia aims to expand its participation in UNIFIL by providing such capabilities as civil-military cooperation team and force protection unit. Latvia's troops has served in the past in MINUSMA mission in Mali, and Latvia is represented in KFOR mission in Kosovo, which was established according to UN security mandate. We recognize the link between peacekeeping and peace building, which is important to ensure long-term stability. Latvia has served in the UN Peacebuilding Commission in 2022 and has been consistently supporting the UN Peacebuilding Fund. Latvia aspires to become a first-time member of the United Nations Security Council at the elections in 2025 for the term of 2026 and 27. Latvia's bid, we believe, confirms our readiness to contribute to international peace and security and protect international law and advance effective multilateralism more directly. On behalf of Latvia, let me mention Russia's war for aggression against Ukraine. We stress the need for strong cooperation in international fora, defending the principles of UN Charter, including the principle of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states. We are deeply concerned about the dramatic escalation of violence in the Middle East, including the appalling terrorist attacks and devastating humanitarian situation developing. Ladies and gentlemen, the ongoing impact of wars and conflict on women, which we continue to observe, and underscores the critical need for their active involvement in peacekeeping. Latvia remains steadfast in its commitment to women, peace and security agenda, recognizing the vital role of women play in fostering peace and security. Latvia supports the need to adapt UN peacekeeping in line with the evolving security situation and development of new technologies. We note the increasing risk posed by disinformation against UN peacekeeping activities. We recognize the progress made at the UN in addressing this challenge. We believe that resources and training directed to improving strategic communications of UN missions play a vital role in ensuring their effectiveness and resilience. As we respond to current disinformation landscape, we also have to prepare for even more sophisticated challenges, including through AI-generated visual and audio materials which may easily be used to impact public perceptions and increase tensions. As member of Special Committee on Peacekeeping, Latvia has been actively engaged in efforts to improve conduct of the UN peacekeepers. We stress the importance of preventing misconduct and ensuring zero-tolerance policy on sexual exploitation and abuse. And finally, we support the efforts to develop a broader approach to conduct, including by encompassing environmental aspects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for those remarks, distinguished delegates. We have to close this session now because the closing ceremony for the Peacekeeping Ministerial is about to begin. I would like to thank all the delegations for their speeches and for the pledges. For those who were not able to speak this afternoon, we would like you to please send your statements and your pledges to the Secretariat of the meeting, and they will be posted online and published as part of the meeting. Thank you all for participating in this session, and to thank our generous hosts for the Government of Ghana for all the arrangements this afternoon. Thank you all.
Shall we please give Her Excellency Catherine Poland, the United Nations Under Secretary General for Management, Strategy, Policy and Compliance, another round of applause for moderating this session very excellently. Thank you very much, ma'am. We will now take a short musical interlude while we set the stage for the closing ceremony. May I now invite the Ghana Forces Band and the Police Service Band to give us a short musical interlude while we set the stage for the closing ceremony. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the closing ceremony. May I crave your indulgence and respectfully ask you all to please be seated. Thank you all very much for your cooperation. It is now time for the closing remarks. May I now respectfully invite Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botwe, Ghana's Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, to give her remarks. Shall we please give her a round of applause as she comes forward to give us her remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, at the start of this ministerial, I outlined the expected outcomes of the conference with a sense of optimism about the prospects of the meeting. Today, I am extremely excited to witness broad consensus on the need for urgent action to close the gaps in peacekeeping. The positive outcome of this meeting has reinforced my confidence in our collective will and readiness to provide specialized capabilities for UN peacekeeping operations in the face of new, daunting, and cascading challenges. The concrete pledges that have been generated by this historic event will provide the cushion United Nations peace operations require to execute complex mandates in complicated environments. It is particularly encouraging that each of the themes selected for the conference has received significant attention by way of pledges, signifying the importance of the issues of protection of civilians, strategic communications, and the inclusion of women in peacekeeping, as well as safety and security and mental health of the men and women who make huge sacrifices in pursuit of lasting peace for communities that are torn apart by protracted conflicts. Your Excellencies, there's a reason for such an inspiring outcome. The preparatory meetings in Dhaka, Islamabad, and Kigali, as well as the online preparatory meeting convened jointly by Ghana and the Republic of Korea on mental health of peacekeepers, have been instrumental in framing our conversation in this ministerial and providing context and momentum for the pledges mobilized today. The issues we have addressed in this meeting are some of the most important challenges peacekeeping needs to address to remain a relevant and effective tool for the maintenance of peace and security in our world. The targets for the insertion of women in the peace continuum are critically important, but not the end in themselves. Our ambition cannot be limited to how many women you can count in peacekeeping. We must consciously accelerate efforts to eliminate barriers to women's participation in decision-making in order to harness the peculiar strengths of the brave women involved in peace operations. The discussions we just had also underlined to the importance of protecting vulnerable populations caught up in war, a mandate which is well-rounded in international law. The protection of civilians is a responsibility which includes all parts of a peacekeeping mission, civilian, military, and police functions, and intersects with several other mandated tasks. The effectiveness of our response to threats of physical violence against civilians within deployment areas defines the nature of the relationship between missions and host communities. At a time of increasing hostility against peacekeeping, strengthening missions' capabilities to protect civilians must remain a high priority. This charge
does not absolve host governments of their primary responsibility to protect their respective populations. There is little to add to the ideas that have emerged from the discussions on prioritizing the mental sanity of uniformed personnel. The difficult operational environments create hidden psychological challenges that are often given less attention because of the fear of stigma. I am glad that the scope of our discussions on the topic was broad enough to emphasize the importance of pre- and post-deployment screenings, which are needed for early detection of traumatic stress disorders. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, beyond the expression of support for efforts in improving peacekeeping, it is pertinent for us all to demonstrate political will at the highest level in order to help translate the noble ideals in improving peacekeeping into implementable action. Now more than ever, we need to put into action all the bold commitments made in the Accra Ministerial. As we wind up on this two-day event, I wish on behalf of the government and people of Ghana to thank you sincerely for coming to Accra for the first peacekeeping ministerial meeting to be held on the continent of Africa. The President of the Republic has asked that I convey his appreciation and that of the people of Ghana to all those behind the history we just witnessed. The United Nations Department of Peace Operations and the co-chairs of the ministerial deserve particular mention for the constant engagement leading to the ministerial meeting. We also appreciate the support of the United Kingdom, Denmark, Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, Germany, Norway, and the UN team in Accra. As a top troop contributing country to the UN peacekeeping, Ghana remains resolute in her commitment to support efforts aimed at making UN peacekeeping effective. The takeaways from the Accra Ministerial should feature in future engagements to help address the gaps facing modern-day peacekeeping in various fora. On that note, I wish to congratulate Germany on her nomination as host of the next peacekeeping ministerial meeting in 2025. Your task is a challenging one, but no country is more prepared to shoulder the burden of hosting such a high event. Please rest assured that Ghana will be ready to share ideas and lessons learned at a more appropriate time. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention.
Shall we give our gracious host another round of applause? May I now respectfully invite Ghana's Minister for Defense, Honorable Dominic Nitiwul, to give his remarks. Shall we please welcome him with a round of applause?
Distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, representatives of member nations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to participate and engage in the discussions over the last 2 days. I silently listened carefully to ministers and high-level officials from across the world on all the important issues that impact on peacekeeping. As we stand in the concluding part of the 2023 United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial Meeting here in our vibrant city, Accra, my heart swells with appreciation for the collective dedication and accomplishments that have defined our time here together. This gathering has been more than a diplomatic rendezvous. It has been a profound testimony to the shared commitment of nations towards fortifying the pillars of the UN peacekeeping for the greater good of our interconnected global community. Over the last 2 days, our deliberations have transcended the ordinary, becoming a vehicle and a vessel of transformative ideas and collaborative endeavors. Today, I am delighted, and let me say extremely delighted, to say that the outcomes of our discussions have not only met our targets, but surpassed expectations. This success is a manifestation of our collective commitment, resonating with ongoing reform initiatives such as the Action for Peacekeeping and the Digital Transformation Strategy. A special and resounding commendation is due to all nations that have exemplified exceptional commitment by making pledges that go beyond conventional expectations. Let me therefore extend my heartfelt gratitude and acknowledgement to all of you from the various nations, and you are over 90 of you that have made pledges, that have contributed positively, that have even listened and applauded pledges. Your outstanding pledges, ranging from the provision of high-performing capabilities to the forging sustainability partnerships, set a gold standard for international cooperation. These commitments not only signify a clear understanding of the evolving needs of the United Nations peacekeeping, but also lay the groundwork for a more robust and responsive peacekeeping apparatus. The impact of such initiatives will undoubtedly resonate globally, shaping the trajectory of peacekeeping operations for years to come. Our thematic discussions, with a lesser focus on the protection of civilians, strategic communications, safety and security, the mental health of peacekeepers, and the pivotal role of women in peacekeeping, have been an enlightening exploration of the multifaceted challenges that lie before us. Importantly, they have not merely been discussions, but stepping stones towards innovative and inclusive solutions that will redefine the landscape of peacekeeping operations. The success of this ministerial meeting is a testimony to the collaborative spirit that defines our era, showcasing the strength of multilateral cooperation and efficacy of effective partnerships. As we bid farewell, let us carry back our respective nations not just the knowledge gained, but also the spirit of unity, cooperation, and shared responsibility that has been meticulously nurtured here in Accra. The relationships formed and the commitments made during this ministerial meeting are not transient. They are seeds planted for a more peaceful and secured world, the harvest of which we will reap in the years to come. My heartfelt gratitude extends to each and every one of you. Your active participation, thoughtful contributions, and unwavering dedication to the cause of international peace. The success of this ministerial meeting belongs to all of us, and I'm confident that the ripples of our collective efforts will resonate far into the future. May the partnerships we have cultivated here in Accra serve as a guiding light, ushering our nations towards a future marked by enduring peace, stability, and prosperity. Safe travels, and until we reconvene on the common ground of global cooperation, I will extend my warmest wishes for the continued success and prosperity of all nations. It is said that all good things have an end. And unfortunately, whilst we wish that you stay a little bit longer, we have to close this ministerial meeting today and close it now. Thank you, and may the legacy of the 2033 United Nations ministerial meeting endure for generations to come. Safe mercies for all your travels back home. But for those of you who are cultivated by our beautiful city and want to stay a little longer, you are welcome. You are welcome to the beautiful city of Accra. Take time to exploit the markets. Take time to exploit the food. Take time to explore our beautiful beaches. Take time to explore our hotels, our tourism sites, and our legendary Akwaba. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Nenelutun. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister for Defense, Honorable Dominic Nitibu. It is now my pleasure to once again invite His Excellency Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Peacekeeping Operations, to give his remarks. Shall we please welcome him with a round of applause?
Honorable Ministers, my dear colleagues and the Secretary Generals, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this has really been a truly inspiring event. The ministerial meeting is a critically important gathering for UN peacekeeping because we rely on this gathering to help generate the support we need to strengthen peacekeeping operations. For the tremendous success of this event, I would like first to express our deepest appreciation to our host, Ghana. Thank you, Ghana, for answering the call to serve UN peacekeeping once again. And thank you for being such a gracious, generous, and effective host. I would also like to thank the member states who made pledges today. We are all humbled by the overwhelming response to our request for support. UN peacekeeping moves forward on a much surer footing today than yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, we also come together today to mark the 75th anniversary of UN peacekeeping, reflecting back, but also looking forward to express a collective commitment to ensure the success of peacekeeping in the present and into the future. Over the span of 75 years, about 2 million brave women and men have served peacekeeping in the face of adversity, returning home knowing that their service helped societies move from conflict to peace. Some current and former host states are with us today, and we have heard their testimony about the effectiveness of UN peacekeeping and their efforts to give back by joining UN peacekeeping as a troop or police contributing country. Peacekeeping is the most visible symbol of multilateralism and at the heart of the United Nations commitment to peace and security. We are very grateful for all the expressions of support to strengthen UN peacekeeping. Effective peacekeeping demands the right capabilities and mindset. The pledges that were made today will go a long way to stock our peacekeeping capability readiness system, including with rapidly deployable capabilities to be ready when called upon. Your commitments have gone far beyond this, however. In line with the thematic focus on the ministerial meeting, the pledges to enhance the safety and security of peacekeepers through pledges of training and capacity building partnerships, equipment, and to leverage technology are much needed. As discussed in the third session today, we need to build on our successes with strategic communication and address the mis- and disinformation that has become a pervasive concern across host states and many societies affected by conflict. We highly appreciate Ghana's leadership to focus our collective attention on mental health support for uniformed peacekeepers. The many pledges in this area showcase the importance of the issue across the wide range of our member states, troop and police contributing countries, as well as those supporting capacity building and training efforts. Similarly, Ghana's commitment to the Women, Peace and Security agenda, including women's participation in peacekeeping, is genuinely welcome. We appreciate the efforts of our troop and police contributing countries so far in contributing more women personnel to our operation and creating an enabling environment for their meaningful participation. We hope your pledges and your commitments as gender-responsive leaders will move us closer to our goal of achieving UN peacekeeping's gender equality objectives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peacekeeping is recognized for having continuously adapted to ever-changing context and achieving results in crucial areas ranging from the preservation of ceasefires to the protection of civilians from violence. We also know that peacekeeping operations have limitations in addressing complex, long-standing armed conflicts when there is inadequate political support for ambitious mandates or little prospect of political solutions. To meet tomorrow's challenges, discussions about the UN Secretary General's new agenda for peace will be critical. The new agenda for peace makes clear that peace operations remain an indispensable component of the UN's peace and security toolbox, allowing the organization to mount tailored operational responses, including by mobilizing and funding member state capacities and capabilities that no single actor possesses. I am confident that building on today's very successful event, with your continued support, we will together chart a successful path ahead. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your guidance and leadership. It is now time for a simple ceremony, which is the changing over or handing of the baton from Ghana to Germany. May I now humbly invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Honorable Shelley Ayokobotwe, and His Excellency Niels Hilmer, the State Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Germany, for this ceremony. Shall we please welcome them with a round of applause? They will give a handshake to signify the handing over of the next conference from Ghana to Germany. Congratulations to Ghana and all the best to Germany. We will now take the statement by His Excellency Niels Hilmer, State Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Germany.
Your Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Your Excellency, Minister of Defense. Your Excellency, Under-Secretary General Lacroix. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Germany would like to thank our host country, Ghana, the group of co-chairs and the UN Secretariat, as well as all delegations present for the successful event that is now coming to its end. We would like to applaud our host, the government of Ghana, for its engagement and determination, which made this ministerial a great success. We were pleased to see here in Accra the discussions on the future of UN peacekeeping have gained momentum. A large number of concrete pledges have been announced by member states during the first UN Peacekeeping Ministerial here in Africa. As you probably know from previous ministerials, and you just saw, it is a privilege of the last speaker of the meeting to announce the upcoming Peacekeeping Ministerial. Being the last speaker of today, it is a special honor for me to inform you that Germany will host the next UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in 2025. We would like to keep up the momentum that was generated here in Accra. We look forward to welcoming all of you in Berlin. We will continue the important discussions on the future of peacekeeping and how to strengthen UN peace operations. We are aware of the current challenges UN peacekeeping is facing, and we believe that the world needs successful peacekeeping. This can only be achieved through cooperation and coordination. We look forward that the Berlin Ministerial will further facilitate that. As of now, let me thank you for your dedication to UN peacekeeping. I am really looking forward to meeting you all in Berlin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all too soon we have come to the end of the successful 2023 United Nations Peacekeeping Ministerial Conference, which was held first time in Africa, and in particular, Ghana. But before we leave, may I crave your indulgence to give just one last announcement. By kind courtesy of the government of Ghana, all delegates will be treated to a tour of the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, the outstanding museum built in honor of the first president of the Republic of Ghana, the great Pan-Africanist, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. There will also be a tour to the graveyard of the late Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the United Nations. The date for the tour is scheduled for tomorrow, Thursday, 7th December 2023 at 8:30 a.m. City tour buses will be made available to convey delegates to the various sites. On that note, may I now respectfully ask you all to please be upstanding for the United Nations and the Ghana anthem. On that note, we wish you all safe travel mercies back to your various destinations. It is now time for the departure protocols. Our dignitaries will depart, and the rest of us will take leave in the order that protocol demands. May I also respectfully remind all to please leave the headsets on the tables. You are all kindly reminded to please leave the headsets on the tables. On behalf of the government of Ghana, we say a big thank you to you all. We say a big asante sana. We say merci beaucoup. We say medasi. And in my local dialect, I say to you, dikiali. May the good Lord richly bless us all. We have been your masters of ceremony, Mr. Kofi Ajololu, and my honorable self, Squadron Leader Elizabeth Fadlatu Salifu, from the Ghana Armed Forces. Thank you all and good night.